All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the first day of the last weekend of the EGC Masters Winter Series. I'm Crackety, and joining today is going to be the amazing 10 for Tim. How you doing, Tim?
Oh man, I love casting with the leader of the crack house, baby. Oh man, we're gonna have a good day. We got only 2 series, but my god, every one of these games, Crackety, I think they're gonna be bangers.
Sometimes it's just quality over quantity, right? And what a quality set we're starting off with. Vortex up against Beasty. Dry Arabia in the first game immediately just promises so much action right off the bat, right? Like we got Delhi up against Malians.
Yeah, and we talked about off camera a little bit. We talked about how these games would kind of go just like in general. With this first one, Delhi versus Malians, I'm not expecting much different, but you're expecting a lot of fast-paced stuff here. You're expecting hopefully some feudal shenanigans. We know Vortex as being that aggressive player. This is when kind of rock meets a hard place where Vortex gets to be this aggressive player, trying to dive in and feed all that kind of stuff. Beasty is more known for hanging out, letting the advantage come to him, wouldn't you say?
Typically, that's how it goes. But I think recently we've seen Beastie overall just even expand his playstyle a little bit, go into more of like a early aggression, more for like timing oriented playstyle. It's very interesting because the current meta definitely forces you to kind of adapt in many situations. Like we got this pro scout meta in at the moment that a lot of players kind of like evolve their strategies around, and it can be quite potent. Not having to move out onto the map at all for like the first 20 minutes of a game with your villagers, not having to go for that farm transition. Means that there's always going to be a lot of early aggression when it comes to military units, a lot of interaction just between militaries out on the field. That's going to be interesting, especially in a match with Mali and Delhi, where typically, or at least previously in previous metas, you would say, or at least usually the way it goes, is Mali, they can find themselves getting overrun quite often. I don't feel like that's going to be the case here necessarily. We've seen the game between Beast and Marine Lord where it appeared to be that way, and then it just switched on its head completely.
Now, let the record show, I was not the first person to say pro scouts on this stream. I know last time, it was just about every game we were like, yeah, there's pro scouts really good. Pro scouts, and they're so professional. No, I didn't say it first, but now that we addressed the professional in the room, it's something to talk about because you're right. It's super important. Getting that stuff, getting all of those deer really into that town center, making sure that your food is safe for a civ like Delhi that has to worry about getting those food resources all the way out on the map, like berry patches, all that kind of stuff. It's a really nice niche that they figured it out. Now, Crackety, I want to take a look really quickly because I saw some messages in chat about it. Let's talk about the bans. I see Order of the Dragon banned on Vortex's side. What do you now? Me personally, I think Order of the Dragon is actually in a good spot, but I'm curious to know what your opinion is.
I think Order of the Dragon is very interesting overall. It's quite different from how you are meant to play HRE. And we know Vortex, he really enjoys Order of the Dragon. He himself put them into S tier multiple times in his own like tier list. And I wouldn't quite put them in S tier, but I think anything lower than B tier would give them disservice. I think they're a very comfortable like mid A tier civilization at the moment. Mainly because I think like players started to experiment around a little bit more with just how the optimal way is to play OTD. And I think the most optimal way to play them is to just spam as many units out as you can. If you're in a situation ever where with OTD you have a similar army count than your opponent, you know you're in a good spot.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. I mean, I've seen a little bit of a shakeup from Order of the Dragon going with this mine work thing that's like Aachen with some professional scouts, survival techniques, that kind of stuff. It could definitely play in, but we're not gonna see it on Vortex side, maybe on Beastie's side. The timer's run out, the stalling is over. We're getting in to the series 1 of 2, Vortex versus Beastie, game number 1, Cracky. Let's jump right in. Let's go. Everybody get hyped. In the chat, game number 1. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Vortex playing as a Delhi, selling it in the color red. spotting in the north side, and we have Beasty playing as the Malian spawning on the south side in the color yellow. So we talked about this matchup just a little bit. Crackety. I remember the old days, right, before this kind of pro scout stuff, right, where Delhi would literally just run all over the Malians. You know, it seems like with Malians, they do have some kind of counter to pro scouts having their own warrior scouts. It seems like it's one of the best. It's one of the best ways to counter.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at Beastie's opening here at the moment with the Malians. I'm a little bit curious because we are seeing a lot of additional wood being gathered. So I think we might actually be seeing a full pit mine opening here from Beastie, which typically is interesting because it kind of like delays your military production timing a little bit, which can be punished quite heavily by the Delhi. So Beastie, he's gonna really have to like weigh his options. And it's kind of interesting. Like Beastie actually practiced a lot with Vortex, so they're kind of like practice partners, right? I think in the last interview, yeah, Beastie did mention that he's been practicing with Vortex. Look at like 2 players that played against each other a whole bunch of times that are now going to face off against each other here.
And you know, that's what gets some of the fun, right? Because then you're starting to metagame each other, right? So you've had this experience, I'm sure you have, Crackedy. When you play on the top of the top ladder, you probably find the same people 2 or 3 times in a row because obviously there's not that many players, Crackedy, that are as good as you are, right? So you need a good elo matchup, right? Now, when you have that ability and you see that, you can kind of pick up on what your opponent is doing a little bit. You use how they play different civilizations, right? You kind of have an idea of how Vortex is going to play Delhi and Beastie playing Malian, so they might go for a little bit unorthodox.
Maybe, but thinking that it's definitely not unorthodox here is going to be the Dome of Faith coming in here from Vortex.
Yep, pretty standard stuff.
Yeah.
5 on it instead of 4, though. Isn't the usual 4?
Yeah, I mean, 5 makes sense, right? Because the sooner you get the Dome of Faith up, the better it is going to be for you because you're able to get the research in much quicker, and also just you save 130 resources per minute, basically, with the Dome of Faith. Manza Quarry gives you 75 resources per minute, 130 for the Dome of Faith. So if you get it up a little bit quicker, it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, just getting that first scholar out because we know what the Dome of the Faith does, right? Those scholars are a little bit cheaper. I guess they get their robes from the clearance rack, I would imagine, just because of how cheap they are. And you have the ability to start pumping out those scholars, but they take a little bit longer.
God.
Right?
Look at that!
God.
Look at the production value! We get a sheep counter! Oh my god. I didn't think we were gonna get this one. I didn't see this one until now. I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god!
So you guys can't see us right now, but I'm holding my hands to my head because I'm losing my marbles. Looking at this counter. 19 to 10 for Vortex. Oh, it's gone. 19 to 10 for Vortex. So it's looking like if he does, obviously he's going to go for something like Professional Scouts, I would imagine, out of that mill when Wheelbarrow is completed. But he's going to have some sheep back near his town center, delaying further getting those outside food patches that are easily raidable. So it's really good.
Tim, he's never going to leave his base. He is never going to... Nah, he's going to stay here. This is his retirement plan right now.
Yeah, he can just sit under a town center, get sheep, get deer for about 35 years, and collect his Social Security every month, I would imagine. So I think that was another American joke. I don't know if you guys get Social Security. But anyway, Vortex is going to be going with that Dome of the Faith, is continuously pumping those scholars out. And just from having those scholars, that's something that we didn't think about also. Obviously, they're going to help with research. But then you get to this point of the game where there's a battle, right? And then just 11 scholars pop out.
Oh, yeah. That can be so infuriating because scholars not only... Like, typically a scholar, they don't take bonus damage from anything, right? So it's kind of difficult to counter them straight up. Granted, they don't have armor, so normal archers and stuff like that just deals well against them. There's a technology that he can get in the Dark Age Piety, gives your scholars plus 40 health, and you get to the point where resource, or rather like HP as a resource, your scholars are actual just meat shields that you can put in front of your military and heal you up as well.
Yeah, it's such a catch-22, and I actually want to ask your opinion, because if somebody has a lot of scholars out here, as we're seeing that Donzo defend where those little houses are for Beasty, when you have that battle, are you targeting the scholars? Are you targeting the units? What are you usually going for?
It kind of depends, right? Like, if you have enough units to, at least enough of a backline to one-shot a unit, I feel like typically it might not be worth going for the scholars, because if you one-shot it, it can't get healed, right? If it's dead, it's dead. But if you don't have enough, or like if you can afford to, killing the scholars is definitely worth it, because not only are you depleting your opponent's just units out on the field, but you're also reducing the rate at which your opponent can get research in.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, usually we're going to see that pull a lot later when a lot of those resources actually come in, right? For Vortex, just because that Sanctity is going to get completed in probably about 10 to 15 seconds, all of those scholars are going to come in, and right when that thing gets completed, you're going to hear bong, 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 and all 3 sacred sites are going to start to get completed. And for Beasty, that's difficult because obviously he does have the Warrior Scouts for some mobility, but he's got the Donzos that aren't exactly mobile, so you kind of have to pick one.
There it is, sub 7 minute Sanctity timing. That is why he went for the 5 villagers on the age up. What are you gonna do about it, right? Like, you can't split your military 3 ways 7 minutes into the game. You've been in feudal age for less than 3 minutes. What are you gonna do about this?
And look at what Beasty has. Like, he's so worried about his base, right? Making sure that these houses aren't destroyed or any of that kind of thing. The Donzos are sitting back at home. You can see where Beasty's going. He's using some Warrior Scouts just in multiple areas, trying to make sure that that decap doesn't get completed absolutely ridiculously fast. But now Vortex switching over to a little bit of archers is going to help him out as well. And it's even effective against Warrior Scouts, those archers are. Don't sleep on those.
Yeah, archers, I mean, Warrior Scouts, they do start to become better against archers in Castle Age, because with the upgrade to Veterancy, you do actually unlock some bonus damage on them against ranged units. Until then, though, no armor, no bonus damage. They're kind of like they're a professional Warrior Scout type unit where you want to just get the deer and mass a lot of them, and then it's similar to Scholars, just like HP as a meat shield, HP as a resource with that unit. In Castle Age, you can do more stuff with them.
Yeah, because you would think on paper, like the Warrior Scouts, when using professional scouts, you would think the Warrior Scouts are going to be the best, but most of the things that you're going to make in Feudal Age actually do surprisingly well against those Warrior Scouts. Those Ghazi Raiders not excluded from that. So those Donzos are going to try to take that middle sacred site, but the left one just got captured. That right one's going to be a little bit difficult, though. It's definitely favoring Beasty all the way on that eastern side.
Yeah,
what fresh hell is this?
Oh, ow. Vortex, does he realize? He hasn't realized yet. Good thing that Wheelbarrow's free. I want to say that. Good thing that Wheelbarrow's free for the deli.
Oh my god, those guys, those villagers are really getting their steps in, let me tell you. And it just goes to show everybody does it, okay? You've done it before in your games. I've done it in my games. Crackety, I'm sure. Did you do it in yours? Please say yes.
Sure. I mean,
Okay,
never
great.
Intentional, but stuff like that happens. But I think he did place a mill now, so should be fixed up here at this point in time. Pro Scouts now has also come in for Vortex. He's still got access to his deer, though I do see a couple of yellow blobs making their way over to his second deer spot. So potentially Vortex, he's gonna, at best, get like 1 deer spawn of his own. Like, that is so many Warrior Scouts. That entire deer camp is gonna be gone in seconds.
Crackety, the villagers are still long distance gathering. You see that red Congo line? Up there
I
to
do.
the north. I'm sorry. I mean,
that's not good.
I know you were talking about Pro Scouts, and that's really, really important, but like those villagers are, I don't know what they're doing here. They probably have to salsa their way over to pick some more pomegranates, but Warrior Scouts are caught in harm's way. Like, what in the good graces are we doing?
I mean, there's stuff going on, right? And I get it, but that still hurts. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, no, it definitely, because he's probably sitting there, right? He just used a market to buy 200 food, right? We saw it go up by 200.
Where's
Vortex
my
is
food
probably
income?
like,
I'm not getting
why
enough
am I
food.
getting bottlenecked on food, right? What's going on here? Well,
I mean, BC sees it. as well. He's gonna have to ask himself, oh my god, what's going on there? Is this some elaborate plan? I've practiced against this guy. There's no way this is happening right now. But it is, and it happens. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Beasty's got a pretty good army comp right now as the Malians with Donzos. He's adding some javelin throwers to kind of combat the archers. He's going to be using some sofas as well. Tell me your opinion on the sofas in Feudal Age. I know a lot of Malian players might be straying away from it because you don't have the imported armor, but that +3 damage to infantry, that little bit of bonus, is going to help against the archers for sure.
Well, sofas, typically, they're like a glorified... Oh my god, look at that cattle counter. Left side. Up to 4 out of 20.
Cow's counting his brothers out here. This was a production that I knew was going to happen.
Yeah. In regards to sofas, it's kind of weird, right? Like, sure, overall, they're good. They're very good. Like, they're kind of like a glorified horseman. The issue that I see here is Ghazi, they're also kind of glorified horsemen, but they cost a lot less.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
God.
you're exactly right. And the sofa
can we
does
stop
count.
looking at
It's still happening. Oh my god.
Can we talk about the insane value that Vortex is getting out of Wheelbarrow right now?
He has another archer on the field because he didn't build the mill. Think about that for a second. So when you see in that battle, there's one archer left. It's going to be because Vortex didn't build that mill. I'm just saying.
Yeah. BC is starting to scale up his economy now. He does have that second pit mine. He does have villagers. Villagers he has. I mean, he is investing into cattle. I'm always counting them as like villagers in my head because they just generate a lot of resource overall. Like 1 cow, 25 resource per minute. That's almost a villager. That's like 75% of a villager.
Yeah, and you know, Vortex knows how to play against the Malians. You know, he's cow booming. We see the villagers in picture running. Those berries are going to spoil by the time they get to the mill, but they still, I guess somebody will eat them. I don't know. But he knows the right thing to do against the Malians, right? He's trying to take down a lot of those buildings, those pit mines, and all that kind of stuff that creates that passive income. But you can see Beasty's economy right now, 1,200 food per minute. I think we're going to see this military count start shifting towards Beasty's favor just because he's able to queue everything.
Man, every time I see that little shuffle going out there with the villagers, I'm like, oh my god, that's so much wheelbarrow value. Oh my god, Tim. So much wheelbarrow value.
Man,
it's insane.
They're going to have to do some, they're going to have to do some repairs on that wheelbarrow because, man, they are using it. They are definitely using it. And you would think because of the minimap, like you see the conga line going back and forth, you would think that's something. But again, at this part of the game, right, as Vortex has all 3 sacred sites, that sacred victory is starting to count down. We're at 9 minutes and some change. The points of interest that he has are crazy. You know, it's all 3 sacred sites. It's Beasty's base. It's where the pit mines are and all that kind of stuff. So obviously, he's not really thinking about it. He's just assuming that's how much food he's getting. And it's also pretty impressive, too, that he was able to hang out in, like, the 800 per minute kind of thing with all of this going on. His military count is still very high. He's sitting at 80.
Yeah, 80 military. And it's not even that many scholars, right? Like, Vortex is actually actively investing his gold into more and more military units. We're now also seeing a switch into Spearmen. And Spearmen, against what Beasty has at the moment, is an excellent choice as a frontline. Cheaper than the Ghazi Raider, doesn't take bonus damage from the Javelin throws, acts as a very good frontline, and you also have a direct answer against the Donzos. So very, very good unit switch now from Vortex. And with the amount of gold that he's getting in just passively, it's going to be very good for him. Something else that's nice for Vortex inadvertently is because his villagers are walking in a conga line, this raid that I see that's about to be coming in from Beasty on the berries is going to get spotted out in time. And yeah, look at that. Already has the villagers halfway to his base. Big break.
You know, that's one of the cases where I don't even know if I would rate it at all. Because you're giving Vortex the attention that he wasn't there. But now, big fight coming in here. I think this is time where Beasty wants to take a fight against the Delhi Sultanate. Spearman going to be making up that front line like you talked about and doing a pretty good job. The Sofas are just out for raiding. They're not making a front line here. The Ghazis are trying to find those javelin throwers in the line formation just to prevent any kind of overkill. But Beasty does not have enough for this. Oh my god, he's going to back up Crackety. Vortex can push the issue.
Definitely can. Spearman now at the front line means that you can't just A-move into them. You have to be really careful. And there we go, Spearman once again, the front line, the Donzos, they don't do any not any real damage to them, while the Archers will mow them down. They'll just jump inside the TC, does add some nice bonus damage there to the military from Beasty, but just so much from Vortex that's coming in here. Spearman at the front line, they're not targeting the Ghazi Raiders and just mow them down. There's only 10-ish Donzos remaining, less than 10 Javelin throwers. This is it.
You would think with that gigantic shield, they'd be able to shield themselves from a little bit of archer fire, but not really the case. Beasty did do a good job on that south side, though. There's a lot of Ghazis that ended up going down. I kind of expected this battle to go even more heavily in Vortex's favor, but I think the Donzos kind of saved him on the back end because there were about 15, 20 Ghazis over there, and they could have been raiding all day. Ends up only having 2 and a couple of spearmen as well. So Vortex definitely did some damage here, and the production's in front, so he could just sit and camp it.
That was also a lot of idle time now caused over on Beasty's side, right? Like, he's down to just 10 military units. Looks like he did manage to find some kills over on Vortex's side, but Vortex overall did find a little bit more. So overall, still looking good for Vortex. Up to 15 cattle behind all of this. We do have one of the sacred sites uncapped, though. But Beasty, I mean, I'm looking at the military graph, and I'm wondering, sure, you gotta deduct like 8 for Vortex due to the scholars, but this isn't like the most optimal situation that you're in, especially when Vortex is about to be able to click Castle Age. Oh, okay, never mind. We got some more villager kills. He still didn't build a mill.
Oh. I don't know, like, is he just giving? Because we all talk about the deli being as good as it is. Did they just give, Vortex just chose to give it a handicap? That's what I think it is. Like, there's no way he would have no knowledge in trying to figure that out. But Beasty trying to go for berries now on that north side, which relatively is not safe. His cows are completed. I would assume he's going to be trying to get his way to Castle Age. But this is the thing, Crackety, and there's a lot of situations where I feel like both of us and a lot of players in chat probably think about, it feels like if you don't make units, you're going to get overrun. But if you do make units, you're not going to be able to get to castle, so you're going to be tech disadvantaged. And Beasty's going to realize that. I think he realizes how far he's behind now that Vortex hit that Castle Age button.
Yeah, now in. I mean, Vortex, he's going to get the upgrades. He's going to get every stuff. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't invested more into scholars behind all of this. This is some good idle time here that Beasty is forcing with just a couple of cavalry units here. Very good idle time, and Beasty isn't too far off of Castle Age himself. He's got 20 cattle, or almost 20 out there. So if he's able to click that button, get that age up in, he's going to be in a good position. Now it's all about just if Vortex is going to be actually able to secure the relics behind this. If he gets relics, he's going to get a very big advantage here long-term throughout the game. He's already going to be able to get a big advantage just by getting all the upgrades. Friend, not all the upgrades have been clicked. Is there a mill? There we go! That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and that went up in a blink of an eye, baby. That's what I'm talking about. A little bit of Wololo on the western side, but I'll tell you what, Crackety, I don't give a damn about that. He's got a mill. Buy his berries. Oh, my God. What a time to be alive. Now Beasty going up with that Grand Fulani Corral, and, you know, I get that he went up to try to get to Castle Age to Vortex to continue to improve on his advantage, but now the Malians are going to get this super impressive food boom because of these cows. Is this time for the Malians to catch up?
It definitely is. Like, looking at this now, like, BC's already at 1,200 food per minute. He's getting a lot of food in. Big upgrade as well for the Malians, or rather a big boost to them. All the veterancy upgrades only take 30 seconds and they're at half cost. BC's going to get all his upgrades in incredibly quickly. So Vortex, he's not going to get an advantage in over that, and BC is just really active overall with the sofas. Like, he's gotten so much value out of them so far in this game.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like those sofas helped bring him back into the game, or at least stall a little bit, right? Because after that first initial engagement, he definitely had to lick his wounds. He made Vortex worry about things like the gold mine, the wood line. He's sending more sofas in multiple different angles. And I'll tell you what, getting all of this idle time from wood, especially, and a little bit of food as well, just means those Castle Age units come out just that much slower. And now we're going to see Beasty really even up on that military count. He's going into Musafati as well, expecting those Castle Age heavy units.
Yeah, and we do have Men-at-Arms and Lancers in here, so we'll have a suitable count for them. We're now seeing a switch into Arch as well. Malians It's some of the best archers in the game with that poison arrow upgrade, even able to take down very heavily armored units just by virtue of that poison. Well, there is a lot of them moving out to the berries. I'm surprised we haven't seen outposts on the berries yet. We're getting a wall instead.
This is the kind of thing and the reason why professional scouts is so important for the deli, right? I mean, the Malians can get it quicker, and with warrior scouts, so it becomes a little bit easier for them to get them. But Vortex, I don't think he got a lot of deer in this encounter. So
yeah,
he's going out for all of these berries, and it's going to prove to be an issue for him, creating a lot of idle time. Now, using those archers, remember those deli foot soldiers can make walls, and he looks like he's trying to shore up a little bit. I think he's trying to wait this out, right? Because this is Beasty's power spike as the Malians, right? So he's like, you know what? Just leave me alone for a little bit. I'll deal with you later.
The thing is, I don't think you can really wait out the Malian power spike because it's not really a spike because it doesn't go down. Like this food income, it's just gonna keep being at that minimum of like 1,000 per minute.
Oh yeah, and obviously it's gonna have no signs of slowing down, right? Because it's not like Vortex could send things randomly. It's not like how the Beastie could do with his sofas, right? He's sending sofas into like this wood line, to this berry patch, whatever, creating a lot of bit of idle time, and that's basically all of his food economy. Vortex can't do that on the other side. You can't send 9 or 10 sofas, Gazi Raiders, what have you, to try to take anything down because you're right next to the town center. You're right next to the production. It's over.
It's not just that. A lot of the income from Beastie isn't in the form of villagers. So even if you kill like 2, 3, 4 villagers, it doesn't really make a big difference here. We're looking at the upgrades, right, that are coming in from Vortex. There's still no eco upgrades in queue, and they're coming in really slowly. Like, usually we're used to Delhi at this point in time having like well over double-digit scholar count. We're up to 8 at the moment. A lot of them are probably also in production buildings.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like he doesn't have the gold for it, right? He's got 5 relics. You know, all of them. He probably lost a couple scholars, of course, getting relics, and that just comes with the property, right? But yeah, definitely I would expect it. Now take a look at this military count while we've been talking for the past, I don't know, 3-4 minutes. Now we're even.
Ooh, I like this play. This is something that I see from Vortex a lot of times, is where now he's going to start going for these aggressive keeps inside of his opponent's base and take a stand from there on out. The issue is that his opponent, like Beastie at this point in time, he's got a good military force now to counter it. He's getting Siege in as well. He already has a Siege Workshop. We are starting to see Mangonels come in. Forward keep. Okay, this could be it. This is going to be like a do-or-die moment now for Vortex. Does he have enough is the question. I'm not sure. Honestly, this doesn't quite feel like it. 52 archers? There aren't even that many sofas, actually. Maybe this works?
Yeah, I mean, Beastie's got his own archers. Nice little flank over there on the back end where those archers are. Mangonel trying to hit the villagers. Remember, Vortex does have textiles being the Delhi Sultanate, so he might be able to. It's about 60%. Villagers, get your hammers out. Start knocking away at this. And these Mangonels are going to have to walk up and take more hits of those villagers. The Lancers and the Gazi Raiders on the back end end up getting cleaned up because the Donzos ended up pulling them around. That is a Doubt keep. This is not AoE 2, but Lord Doubt smiles upon us, doesn't he?
Indeed he does. Now down to 48 villagers, 20 villager deficit, more like 40, 45 if you account for the cattle as well. And now Vortex, he's in a really, really tough place. Mangonel shots coming in as well. No real way for him to get that keep up. I'm not sure if he's pulling additional villagers now to try and get that up. A second Mangonel coming in. Yeah, that keep is nowhere near going on there.
What? Okay.
You can tell that there's some commitment going on.
Absolutely, and you can never ever say that Vortex does not have commitment issues, right? Because he's just pulling the boys. He doesn't even have the all 3 sacred sites, so it's not like there's a timer or anything, but doing impressively good with all of the splits that are here. This indirectly kind of avoids overkill as well from some of these archers. So they're doing the best they can to try to take down these Mangonels, but most likely only doing 1 damage a pop. Now with all of those villagers, yes, this keep might go up, and I think it will. It's going to be at about 2/3, maybe 70%. But Beastie can just move, right? He has a nice wood line on the western side. He has another small bushel over there to the west as well. So, yeah, it made your villagers move away from the keep, but what actually did it do?
Yeah, I mean it's not the biggest impact, but we're getting this immediate transition now into Siege. So that is typically what Vortex wants to do now, right? Like you get that Siege workshop in, you put a scholar inside that Siege workshop, you're able to get Siege in very, very quickly. What's the reaction here from Beasty? It's gonna be a lot of stables. He's gonna get a lot of cavalry in, and cavalry with the sofa with imported armor, they get a lot of pierce armor. They can dive keeps. I'm looking at the income right now for Vortex. It is not looking good.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, he does have 33 villagers, so, like, I didn't expect it to be impressive. But most of them went up to get keep up, right? So they weren't really doing anything. His food, he's sitting at a whopping 0. He's getting a trebuchet, but it's a good thing he can't feed a piece of wood because it would be starving right about now.
Yeah. That's kind of incredible how this game went on, because I feel like Vortex, at the point in time where he... Oh my god, he's sending villagers out to the berries once again. They're getting found out. At the point in time where he dived BC space in the feudal age, I felt like it was over. I think Vortex, if he pulled maybe the scholars as well, he could have stuck around there for a lot longer. He kind of lost a couple too many Ghazi Raiders there as well towards the end against the Donzos. I think he could have pulled them away again there. Now he's in a very rough spot.
You did, like, in that particular situation, you did damage to his army and all that kind of stuff. I would definitely think about pulling those Ghazis around, try to do some raiding instead of being in the fight, right? You could take down some villagers, some pit mines, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I really don't want to, especially against the Malians on Feudal Age. I don't want to let off the gas. You know, you don't want to let them get that corral up and all that kind of stuff, because now Beasty... not only is he sitting on 71 villagers, which is fantastic, but he's consistently getting about 1,000 food per minute. And I don't know if he actually has any villagers on food at all.
Probably not. He's only just now pulling villagers over to the berries. Yeah, at 1,000 food per minute, you can be pretty sure that he doesn't have any villagers on food. Archer's now going for a flank around, but there's mangonels, there's sofas, and these sofas don't take any damage from the archers. Very little damage going through. They get 7 pierce armor, 9 damage from the archers. The archers would do more damage against knights.
Oh, yeah. And,
there it is.
Vortex is not going to be continuing this game any further. That keep goes down, and so do his game 1 hopes and dreams. So it's going to be a 1-0 for Beasty now, starting as the Malians against the Delhi. And take a look at some of those resources. I mean, not only... Obviously, those villagers got pulled at the end, right? So those resources started to slow down a little bit. But you're showing how important it is for the Malians to get all of that passive income, all of that food, all of that safe food. Vortex didn't have them.
And look at that graph that we got there with the economy count. We actually do see a dotted line there signifying the amount of cattle that's being added in on top of the normal villager count there for Beasty. So he was looking very good there all throughout when it comes to the economy. Vortex, he did a great dive there underneath the base, underneath the TC in BC space. I feel like if he just committed a little bit more, that could have potentially been it. Gotta take a look again at that, the trip.
Oh my god, it is. It sucks. It really does, because I see myself in it. I've done this before, you know. And after like 1 or 2 minutes, somebody in chat tells me, and I'm embarrassed. I just want to shut the stream off, you know, but you continue to play. Vortex obviously is going to continue doing that. This is a fight that really worked out in his favor.
Yeah.
You know, with all of these Ghazis. He had 44 archers and 27 Ghazis, man. Like, that's so much. These Donzos are going to get peppered down pretty easily. And I feel like as far as micro goes, you kind of use the Ghazis like you would a knight or any of that kind of stuff, where you kind of force the Donzos to come up and do something so the archers can pick you off and then just back up.
Yeah. And yeah, this fight was really great for him. He did a lot of damage there to the army and then able to push in even deeper. Like, just so much military going down at this point in time for Beasty. And Vortex, he did a great read earlier with just committing a lot to that feudal age play. I think at this point in time, he kind of like looked at his goal and was like, hey, maybe I can go up. Sometimes these kind of reads, they make sense when you're in the middle of a game. But looking back at it, if he just recommitted into feudal age, get some rams in potentially as well now, or just stick around the back with the archers, take down more and more villagers, deny wood income, that could have been his way to end the game here. Instead, game gets dragged out a little bit longer, and that's not something that you want to happen up against the Malians. Just that passive income. Great dive here on the backside with a flank, and once again, like these fights overall, when it comes to the engagements, when it comes to the angles from which Vortex is taking these engagements, they look great, they look convincing. But the macro behind it, it just wasn't there.
You know, I mean,
the game plan.
Obviously, we talked about that first engagement being as good as it was, right? But you saw a lot of Gazis on the south side. I wish I had a little like teleprompter so I can kind of like circle it and highlight it around. But on the back end, he was trying to. Cow's telling me no because he probably thinks I would like draw a penis or something. But on the bottom side, a lot of those Gazis went around to try to flank those javelin throwers, and having a nice little layer of those Donzos around the backside, they weren't getting targeted by the archers either. They were getting hit by, you know, they were taking down javelin throwers and all that kind of stuff. So proved to be rough. Game number 2 might be a different story for Vortex. He's got to lick his wounds and get back in here. Byzantines is a good civ to do that with.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Byzantines up against the Rus. And you know what the Rus kind of like to do? Or at least recently? They like to make a certain unit, and they like to make a lot of them. It's going to be the Cav Archer. Byzantines has the answer for that, but if we are going to find that answer, that's the question of the game here. We're jumping into our game number 2. Beasty, playing as the Rus in the color yellow, against Vortex in the color red, playing as the Byzantines.
Yeah, I remember, you know, before the whole professional scouts thing kind of started, it felt like it was Byzantine's game to lose, you know? As long as nothing really bad happened, the Byzantines would have been pretty okay. But things kind of shifted a little bit, right? Things kind of shifted a little bit, especially with professional scouts, because Byzantines, one of the rare civilizations in this day and age that don't really care as much.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really... They got their own game plan, right? Like, sometimes other civilizations, they have to adapt their game plan. Byzantines, they go for their thing. They do what they do, and they don't really care. But speaking of things that you don't really care about, we're gonna see Pro Scouts again. Why? Because we got double hunting cabin. That is like one of the key indicators that Pro Scouts is gonna happen here on Baldland.
Oh, yeah. No, you're exactly right. Now, remember, on Baldland, you only get those small little wood bushels to put your hunting cabins, and that's where Beasty did. He's got a couple wood lines that are a little bit in the back as well, but making sure that you get that second one, right, that second hunting cabin, making sure that you're getting that little bit of gold trickle, plus with the bounty counter and production, making this so good, making us look so good up here. And we're seeing that bounty counter. Now, remember, if you are coming back to the game and you haven't seen a lot of this tournament, remember that the bounty has been changed just a little bit. For the Rus now, it's 10 food that you gather from a hunted resource, deer, boar, and sheep. You get 1 gold for every 10.
It's a nice trade offer. You get food, and then you also get gold. It's a win-win. Grand Winery now coming in for Vortex. So expected play, right? Like you want to get that olive oil, you want to bathe in that olive oil, just really get that skin glistening.
Yeah, I'm trying to, honestly, man, if I'm Vortex, I'm trying to grease the hell up. You know, I'm trying to get all slimy so Beasty can't get his hands on you, right? So getting those units now, remember there's mercenary contracts, there's also those neutral trading posts if you wanted to put a merc house over there. So what, from your perspective against the Rus, what kind of unit are you going for in that contract? Because I could see with Beasty going into Castle Age, going with the Horse Archer, of course. I guess you could expect that until proven otherwise. What do you want to make as a mercenary unit?
I mean, one unit that immediately like jumps out here, right? That just kind of has to be the Javelin Throwers. Not only because you do a lot of bonus damage up against the Cav Archers, but also because you have more mobility than normal archers. You're going to be able to react a lot quicker than you would be with longbows. Not just that, but as the game goes on, you will also get access to the camels. And with the camels, you are going to have camel on ease working for you as well. That's just a great synergy that can come in here for the Byzantines up against the Rus.
Yeah, you know, it's really frustrating when you're playing a civ like Rus or French or Jeanne d'Arc, because a lot of your units and your powerhouse unit happens to be on horseback, right? So if you end up going with those camel riders, and you could even go with, you know, the golden horns, you could spit out a couple camels for free and what have you. it means everything that Beasty tries to make ends up getting spooked a little bit. You know, the horse archers with a couple base damage, their base damage is their bread and butter. You don't really get that. The knight also being one of the worst things you want to put in front of a camel rider. So I definitely get it. Now that Golden Gate is going to be coming up for the Roos at about the 420 mark. Blaze it. And we'll be seeing professional scouts now. I would expect BC to sell a little bit of that wood, the wood that he has, to get a little bit of gold and start picking them up.
Yeah, that should be the reaction here. We are already seeing Vortex pump some resource into those limit knights, so it's gonna have some ways of denying the Pro Scout. Pro Scout now in queue. Beasty also with a second hunting cabin is gonna be able to not just only get Pro Scout upgrade in, but also at the same time is gonna be able to get some more scouts out for that Pro Scout. And once again, look at that beautiful graph there, telling us that this time Beasty, he's been blessed by the sheep god this game.
Dude, the sound effect too. Hearing that nice sheep right during that counter, man, this is work of
nice
beauty.
Sheep.
We don't. I'll tell you what, Crackety, we pale in comparison to production, to the observers. Cow and Vodka do such a good job of making us look good up here. And this sheep indicator is being a blessing. Now, Roos, you kind of expect them to get a little bit more sheep because of how many scouts they get. Byzantines going a little bit retro and only having one scout. So having those 3 scouts in the beginning is going to make it a little bit easier. Now he's got 4. He's adding a 5th. Vortex getting a little cheeky with the Limitane, and I'm sure he's going to want to plant those where these deer packs are because they're really not safe for anybody. There's 4 deer packs. They're all scattered directly around the middle.
Yeah, it also means that you're going to have to split up your Limitane quite a bit. And there we go. First couple of scouts are now going to start picking off those deer. And yeah, I mean, one Limitane, they do good damage against the scouts, but just doesn't feel like it's enough. These are the close deer as well for Beasty, so he doesn't have a long path back to his base. And indeed, we do see the javelins coming in now for Vortex.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because like the Limitane don't necessarily have that mobility. Even though the scout is carrying a deer, you can see it. All they do is they drop it. Beasty just has to remember where that thing actually is so he can go pick it back up. But if you have multiple scouts getting a deer pack, you can kind of just wrap your way around it, take a little bit of damage, and that's fine because the scouts heal anyway.
They do. Granted, they're not warrior scouts, so they don't heal as quickly, but they will still heal over time. We are now seeing archers coming in from Beasty behind this. And Vortex, I mean, with the javelin throws, is going to have a good response to that.
Yeah, he definitely is. It's kind of surprising seeing the lack of mobility on both sides, right, with the Limitane and the javelin throwers for the Byzantines. Because you kind of expect some kind of like horse unit, like horsemen or whatever, but I feel like the meta is shifting kind of away from horsemen because, yeah, they have the speed to catch up to the scout, but they don't pack the punch.
The Beasty infantry chasing after that one Limitane. They have, like, wolves actually have really quick attack speed as well. Like, one day I walked past a wolf and I was like, okay, he gets, like, 1 hit off. He got, like, 3 hits off in the blink of an eye. Like, they're scary.
Wow, and the attack is a bite, specifically. So we know he's not using the claws.
2 attacks.
He's
Oh,
using
they're
those sharp
ghouls.
canines.
Now we know where the Ghoulam comes from. They got a double attack.
That's right. That would be absolutely nuts. And at least a lot of these Limitane are kind of a little weakened. So maybe those archers will be able to do something. Now remember, the Limitane do have that shield wall effect to them, but it slows them down so much to the point where it would prove to be difficult. So javelin
Here
throwers
come the javelins.
are going to be able to hit those archers if they can catch up to them. It's enough to make those archers back up. And that's what's so important. You know, stalling this out is so frustrating if you're
This is
Beasty,
doing so
right?
much. Yeah, it's doing so much damage to Beasty right now. You can look at his food income right now. It's not looking too good. The food income for Beasty at the moment, it definitely is anything but stellar. Just this consistent denial from Vortex on the pro scouts. This is tough for Beasty. He's just getting starved out of food now.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the times you want to do this to go up to Castle Age, right? To get that horse archer, to get that power spike unit, get your relics, get your map control. Beasty has to sit making archers.
We get an indicator on the Golden Gate as well. Look at that. 150 resource just been invested. So he's getting, rather he just got 150 resource out of it. 100 resource in, you get 150 resource out. Tim, that's a great trade offer. That's a great deal. Greatest deal of all time.
Deal. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the guys who are in the Golden Gate, like the marketeers or whatever they are, the bankers, they have difficulty counting. Now that board, oh my God, what a nice little piece of pulled pork! Gonna try to take down those Limitane, but it's gonna back up and go back to its radius. You can see that there's deer scattered all over the
Great
place.
move
right?
from
Oh,
Vortex, microing that Limitane to up there. Nice scout kill there. And Golden Horn Tower behind all of this now. From what he's in a great spot. He's in a great spot. He's only invested into like say 12, 14 Limitane so far. The javelin throwers are free, so that means that he's gonna be able to easily afford the age up now.
And you know, Crackety, it synchronizes so well because Vortex wanted to get all of the oil, right? So he gets all of the berries. Those Limitane, they're 80 food and 10 wood. You basically just need food, and you want to get it from berries anyway. So you're exactly right. Not much skin off his nose to try to get up to Castle Age, and we're going to see him going up that Golden Horn Tower. Once we get some camels out here now, some camel riders, we're going to see a problem because those are things that, you know, those horse archers that Beasty wanted to get in Castle Age, not really going to be there. And you can see he's working his way towards it. He's got a little bit of time, though.
Beasty, once again, Pro Scouts is getting denied here from the looks of it. Another scout will get taken down. One scout still carrying one of those deer carcasses. Will have to drop it if you want to lie. Still takes a lot of damage. Now the age up is going to be coming in. Beasty rallying his archers forward. Wants to delay his opponent at least a little bit, some way, somehow. Keep him inside of a space. Issue is Vortex is already inside of Beasty space. Yeah, he has to pull back now.
Yeah, he definitely does. And now Vortex getting that veteran contract for the mercenaries. Beasty using a couple archers just to create a little bit of raid, create a little bit of chaos. And he's going with Abby of the Trinity! Oh my God.
If you don't have any great spots to put in, right? Like, you don't have map control. It's kind of like your only option, right? Like, where are you going to place it otherwise? Midnight are going to get picked off, though.
Yeah, you really don't have a choice. You're exactly right with the Abbey, because High Trade House, like, if you did have the map control, all that kind of stuff, you might be putting on a nice, delectable spot in the bald lands, but not so much. He's staying right on that bald top head because BC doesn't have an answer for it. Now, that wooden fortress gets to be alive for another day. Maybe if he repairs it, maybe, hopefully, anybody, somebody. No, it's going down.
It's a lot of charcoal.
And you know, Crackety, when we're talking about the professional scouts and the stalling of it, it's all well and good. Beasty got a decent amount of deer, right? But it's about afterward, right? So not only do you need the deer to get up to Castle Age, which is great, if you're going to make something like horse archers that are 80 food a pop out of multiple archery ranges, you're going to need deer to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And the archer count from Beasty, it's been weakened significantly. Beasty did manage to get some good value in time and time again with those archers. Did manage to sneak in 3 villager kills behind this. But now what's his army composition going to be? Because we are seeing the cavalry archers in queue. It doesn't feel that great when your opponent already has a lot of javelin throwers out now.
Yeah, I think more so he's relying on the mobility, right? I mean, you can use those horse archers to go in and raid your opponent. He notices just because the archer raid that he had prior, as we're seeing a little Mexican standoff here, 1v1, Archer's going to take that one. But you're seeing, you know, the ability to use those horse archers for their mobility to go in and try to take down Byzantine villagers. And losing a Byzantine villager is so important because of the cistern, you know, because of the hydration status that it has.
Yeah, I mean, always important to hydrate. You never want to lose losing a dehydrated villager, that's fine, right? Like, your average Abbasid villager with fresh foodstuffs, they don't cost a lot of food to replenish. But these villagers, like, they're filled up. You don't want to lose them.
And with they're so high maintenance. Like, they always need water. It's like, I'm spending all of this stone to get your cisterns just so you can have a drink of water. What a benevolent leader, you know? But now with Vortex, he is going to get first crack at some of these relics. Even though Beasty did go with Abbey of the Trinity, his warrior monks are going to be half price. The problem is, Vortex just got up with the Grand Winery that much quicker. He ended up getting those monks out, and even though they're a little bit slower, he was able to guard the relics. He already has 1 in the bank, 2 coming back. Beasty's going to grab this one, though. There's that horse archer raid.
These raids are so good. Once again, like, it's similar to last game. These raids, they're keeping Beasty in the game. Just a couple of units.
And, you know, this is why, Crackety, I'll go on and on with saying this. Walls are essentially overpowered. You know, having these horse archers, having this raiding specialist, and you have to shoot 1,250 arrows to actually get through one of these walls, you can't raid anymore. So Vortex does a good job of walling his base up. The javelin throwers are going to help with that mobility, maybe catch them in a corner, and Beasty's going to have to back up. I kind of think after he walls, it makes me feel like those horse archers aren't really good anymore, and he is going to change. He's going to go for men-at-arms and crossbows.
Tim, I'll have to say, like, if you look at a wooden wall and you expect throwing more wood at the wall for it to get smaller, that typically isn't how it works.
Well, right. I mean, yeah, from an architectural and a structural standpoint, I definitely understand. I just think they're stupid. So going with the men-at-arms and the crossbowman is going to help him. Of course, those men-at-arms are against those javelin throwers, right? The crossbowman, he's looking for maybe some Varangian Guard play out of the Byzantines because Beasty's really not going to go for cavalry, right? He knows that there's camel riders. He knows that there's javelin throwers that are going to be hitting the battlefield, so he's going completely immobile.
Oh, it looks like Beasty is at least now finally, like on a pretty big delay, mind you, but he is getting those deer in. He still has 5 scouts. He remade them time and time and time again, even after losing them. And now is his opportunity to get as many deer as he wants. He didn't have them for a long time, and now his food income is flourishing. Vortex, he does have just a ton of javelin throwers. The question is it going to be enough against this many men-at-arms? As a front line? Could be tough still.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, he has 26 javelin throwers. He has 2 other batches that are currently getting produced. And you kind of, like, in Feudal Age, you can operate on this mindset where, he can only make so many, right? But then once you get to Castle Age, the winery starts popping off. The Golden Horn is giving him these things. It becomes a point where this is a staple in the Byzantine army, and if you don't have the counter for it, you're going to be in trouble. Definitely with the amount of men-at-arms. I don't see him having that counter. Those horse archers, they don't run away. They're going to be long for this world also. So taking a look at army compositions, besides Beasty getting men-at-arms, maybe some siege?
We are seeing a switch into stable, so could be horsemen with Boyar's Fortitude. That could certainly help here as well. Granted, there are a lot of limit nigh. Beasty would first need to reduce that number quite a bit.
Yeah, and you kind of got to think about how to do it, and that's why Beasty's men-at-arms switch is a pretty good idea, right? Because you got to pick something not on horse. You have to pick something that's not an archer, right? So men-at-arms are going to be able to help you. But now Vortex, he's getting a little bit feisty with some rams that are going to be shooting that fire out. Those nice, delectable little chiropractors are going to rain their special version of hell up north. Beasty's now his job is defending.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a lot of oil yourself, that's when it starts becoming time to throw oil at your opponent. That's what the Kerasiphon's going to be here for now.
Yeah, and I think it just presses the issue, right? Making sure that Beasty and Vortex are
that's a big
going
army,
to get
though.
engagement and take this fight. Saint's Blessing coming out for a little bit more ranged armor. That's going to help
This
him.
is not the
limit
fight you're
Danae.
looking for. Vortex, that's too many men-at-arms.
That is too many men-at-arms, and especially because they get a little bit of extra firepower from the Blessing. I think that helped churn up a lot of those limits today that were over there. Some Varangian Guard also, but they're going to go down really quickly. These javelin throwers need to get out. These rams are going to get completely bursted as you're seeing the men-at-arms target them. Oh, man.
That's a lot of
Vortex,
javelin throwers still, though. Like, the javelin throwers actually have reached critical mass when it comes to being able to take down the men-at-arms now.
Yeah, and I think that's why Beasty is going for something else. You can see the Siege Workshop. You can see the Mangonel coming out. We're going to see if we can get a good
great
hit.
shot.
That is a spicy one. Woo! That Mangonel getting a good hit. Now, a lot of those javelin throws only about like 25%, something like that, health. So one more Mangonel shot's really going to do it.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Vortex, he's going to need to get more Limit out. And, I mean, look at the food income. What is going on there? He's got a lot of wood in the bank. He needs to get more olive groves out, like yesterday.
Yeah, and I think really quickly, as we're seeing some of those javelin throws back up, look at the farm transition, or lack thereof, I should say. There are not that many olive groves. Now he's starting to olive grove. And Byzantines are one of those civilizations, Crackety, and I want to hear your opinion on this also, where you can kind of just incrementally do this and not really harm your food output. Vortex, I think he just wanted to end the game earlier than what he is currently.
It's interesting. Like it feels like for the most part so far, Vortex, he's followed his early game plans to a T, but then he kind of changed his mind a couple of times. Like just these castle age transitions that in some situations didn't really feel too necessary here for him. Beasty's using these chances to like stick it out in the game where he was very much disadvantaged in the feudal age.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a couple safe resources in the back, right? The wood is going to run out sooner than the other ones, right? Because BC might be doing a little bit of a farm transition as well, but he has 2 berry patches that are relatively safe. Vortex doesn't have one too safe over there on the western side, that horse archer just being an absolute menace. But now that he has some of these packs that are all the way in the back, maybe that'll help him get those food-heavy units that he so desperately wants, right? He wants horsemen that he's making, crossbowmen, men-at-arms. It costs a lot of food to make all that stuff.
Yeah, BC still has a lot of resource on the TC. Remember, like, he got a lot of the sheep in on this map. He now has deer in as well, a lot of them. There's still some deer on the map, and he is reinvesting into scouts, so we'll potentially try and pick those off next as well. He's even on the boar here, so his food income is very good, which means that he is able to afford a lot of horsemen, as they are in queue right now. And Vortex so far, I mean, he doesn't really have a good enough answer against this mixed army composition consisting of men-at-arms and crossbows from Beasty. Like, so many men-at-arms here, they're gonna do a critical amount of damage. Like, the Libitne, they're not gonna last for a long time. And Vortex has some of his own ranking guards, but so many crossbows, they're gonna take them down really quickly as well. The question is which backline is gonna last longer, though.
Yeah, I mean, Vortex has maybe 10, 11 Varangian Guard. I don't know how many that are actually going to make the battlefield for this big engagement. We're seeing Vortex continue to try to stay aggressive. You see those 2 sacred sites he does capture, one of them being tested, the eastern side. Might this be an opportunity for perhaps a sacred site victory as Vortex getting raided again? He's trying to wall with a very cheeky wall display over there on the western side, but not quite there. There's a little bit of an overchop.
Is it open or what? I think the villagers, they were just on the wrong side. Yeah, it wasn't open, the villagers, they were just on the wrong side. So basically, I mean, he's killed a lot of villagers this game. He's eked out like an 11 villager lead so far. Grant, he's got less relics, he doesn't have the sacred sites, he doesn't get olive oil in, he doesn't have the high trade house, so like the usual situation that the Roos find themselves in with a lot of relics, with a lot of passive gold income, that's not really the case at the moment for Beasty. That's not the situation that he's in right now. His units don't cost a lot of gold. Men-at-arms only cost 20, crossbows you could make a case okay, at 40, but the horsemen don't cost anything. It's a very cheap army overall.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think Beasty is playing very heads up and knowing, okay, this is the amount of villagers I need to continuously produce these food-heavy resources, and that's why you're seeing how much food he has. Just starting to get Boyar's Fortitude. And again, not only with all of the berries and maybe getting some farms, and he has the boar over there on the eastern side as well, but you got to remember that Golden Gate is still helping you. It's still giving you good engagements, and now this engagement to end all engagements, I'm thinking these mangonels, a little bit of siege superiority from Beasty. He's got one trickling in, trying to take hits on some javelin throwers. Not split up here. He's not doing the splits this time around. Men-at-arms and horsemen are actually going to get to those javelin throwers, and for Vortex, this looks horrible.
Yeah, we were at 40 javelin throws, now already down to just 20. The horsemen, they didn't get taken down quickly enough. This was before Boyar's Fortitude even. It's still being researched behind this. Vortex, he just lost his entire military mass, and the economy behind us just doesn't look good enough, and GG gets called. Beasty, with one fight, better army composition here at the end, just too many men-at-arms for Vortex to deal with, and GG gets called now at a 2-0 lead here for Beasty.
Wow. I mean, that's honestly, that's the kind of game that I love to see out of Age of Empires 4. You know, you're getting some raiding, you're doing some stuff with the pro scouts and all that. Then all of a sudden you get to this big crescendo at the end, right? With that Castle Age, that big Castle Age fight. Mangonel's proving to be pretty clutch because we're going to see in the replay what Vortex does to try to kill those Mangonels. But let's take a look at some of these resources now. Beasty with a copious amount of food. Could that be from the boar or could that be from professional scouts? I would argue it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both here for sure. I mean, it's a big lead, right? Like you're looking at 7,000 food. That's like 70 horsemen right then and there. Man, this was kind of critical. I'm looking at this once again. I'm just thinking to myself, okay, Vortex, he's such a great player when it comes to getting himself an early lead. Just these last two games, though, it felt like he kind of tended to give Beasty a little bit too much time to restabilize even after he gets these early leads in. And then he's kind of losing control over these games.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did a good job at getting to Castle Age, right? Denying the pro scouts, all of that kind of stuff. I'm not really, because you kind of expected some, or just from watching Vortex, some urgency in it, where there didn't necessarily have to be. You know, maybe Vortex feels like he can't compete with Beasty in the late games. So that's why he's taking these aggressions.
I mean, the aggression is just kind of like Vortex's normal playstyle. I'm just surprised that he isn't committing that much to the aggression. Like, time and time again, like in these last two games, he had Beasty on the ropes multiple times. But the lack of commitment then, that's not typically something that we see out of Vortex. And I'm wondering right now if that might be because those two players have been practicing for this tournament with each other. And maybe he just doesn't feel like he can get away with that. But so far, he definitely looked like he was in a great position early on in these games.
And look at Crackety. Look at the way, I mean, he sends all the Limited, the Varangian Guard to try to take down these Mangonels, so his entire front line gets evaporated, focusing on the Mangonels, and not a single Mangonel actually goes down. All of his Javelin throwers that were on the eastern side of this fight were not protected by Limited, Varangian Guard, anything. So those horsemen ended up getting free reign, and this was an open pasture for them.
Yeah, it was absolutely brutal here. God, okay. Next up, it is going to be Gorge. Very aggressive map, and we're going to be seeing China coming in from Vortex, a civilization which likes to make a lot of units, and Order of the Dragon coming out for Beasty, a civilization that likes to do the opposite, not make a lot of units.
Yeah, this is very typical quantity over quality, right? Or maybe the other way around. We'll see if Beasty can take commanding 3-0 in this one and keep Vortex on the back foot. Now, we talked about Order of the Dragon just a little bit. What is your opinion on Gorge with Order of the Dragon? Because me personally, that's a map I actually pick Order of the Dragon quite frequently.
I think it depends on I think Order of the Dragon in general, I think they're a very good civilization to pick against pro scouts in like on maps where you get like one deer spawn that's somewhat close to you, because it's very easy for you to just rally all your 5 villagers at the beginning onto one of those deer spots. It gives you so much food income, you immediately potentially like deny one of the deer spots from your opponent just because they're going to be depleted by the time your opponent wants to go for them. And also, you get so much food in that typically horsemen, they got a tough time dealing with the scouts when they pick off the deer, just because there's no bonus damage in. Scouts have like 110 health, horsemen do 9 damage. You need a lot of hits from a horseman to take a scout down, and they don't have that great attack speed. Out of the Dragon Horsemen, they got a much easier time. Like, every hit really, really hurts. So I think maybe that could be a point where OTD, they can work against China, which is a very strong pro scout civ at the moment.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. You can, with those Gilded Horsemen, you have the mobility and you have the power behind it. We talked about that last game about not going Horsemen to counter pro scouts because they don't pack that punch. Horsemen definitely, for Order of the Dragon, have that punch. And you could even do, if you want to protect some of your safe ones, or maybe you want to send units out, there's an opportunity to get a Gilded Spearman, and man, that spear just, it rips through anything on horseback. You know, it basically putting it on a kebab.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna be jumping right in. No, never mind. These are predictions. I'm getting baited. I didn't look at the timer. All right, we're getting baited. Look at that. Okay, so we got our predictions in here at the moment. So, yeah, okay. So it's fairly even between them, right? Like, players think, okay, maybe it's gonna be a 4-2 for Vortex. Maybe it's gonna be a 4-3 for Beasty. Maybe it's gonna be a 4-2 for Beasty. Definitely, players do think that they're, or at least the casters, the production team, they think that these players are quite evenly matched. Grant Cow, he thinks that Vortex can only get one game on the board. From the looks of it at the moment, he's got good odds at the moment. The question is if Vortex can still make something happen here.
Yeah,
because these games were close.
And Cow also picking the upset of Anatan over Marine Lord in a 4-3. He thinks that's going to go all 7, and he's definitely an Anatan believer. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I'm a big Anatan fan. You know, I love watching him play, watching him go up, right? And ascending the ladder, number 1. Number 2, watching him play in some of those old tournaments like War Chief Club by Rising Empires a long time ago. And now all of a sudden, he's one of these top 4 for the Masters Winter. He's been putting the work in, and it's been paying off. Now he's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the best.
I believe it's time. I just heard the go ahead. So we should be looking at our game number 3 now, between Beasty and Vortex. And indeed, there we go. Beasty spawning in the color yellow, playing as the Order of the Dragon, already got that Dark Age barracks up, Spearman in queue. He's going to be facing off Eclipse in the color red, playing as the Chinese. And Tim, I got to tell you, like I like this play from Beasty here with the Dark Age barracks, because you know what we see a lot of from China these days? No Imperial Official. You know what happens when you don't have an Imperial Official and your gold gets denied?
Oh,
big trouble.
Man, this could be a yikers. You're exactly right. He needs that 100 gold. He's not going to get it from taxes. So that Spearman's going to go right over to that gold mine. It also has value if Feudal Age ends up going, right? Once you start getting Feudal Age. Because he could park, looking at where the map is, you could park your Spearman right near those deer packs that are on the left side that are supposedly safe for Vortex. Having them both kind of at the same area means that you have, you could use a lack of mobility and still be a little bit okay. But seeing that Spearman come in, this Order of the Dragon play, oh my god, I absolutely love it. Vortex is not at 200 gold. He's nowhere close. He's going to have to figure out what to do. Does he make his own Imperial Official now?
I think he kind of... No, he's sending the boys.
Oh,
you don't want to send the weak boy, though. This is a lot of commitment, and you can tell, like, this Spearman, he's getting value in right now. Oh, Beasty, he's going to go for it. Is he going to be able to get it? Villager, he gets the Villager kill.
Oh my god, that's just insane. And the thing of it is, see, this is really good against the Chinese too, because they're going for it. He put a mill by where his lumber camp is, so he's not depositing to the town center, right? You don't get the taxes for depositing to the town center, so they got to move all the way out, and then they got a garrison. I mean, obviously the hand cannon slits is going to help, but -1 villager as the Chinese. This is, hey, Beasty's like, yeah, all I got to do is not throw this game. He feels like he's in a good spot.
Another issue now is Vortex, he doesn't actually have enough gold to produce an Imperial Official now and age up. Or after he's age up, he won't have enough gold for an Imperial Official. We do see the Imperial Academy coming in. But that means that Vortex, he's going to have to get more gold in. He's going to have to get, like, an additional 25 gold now. He might need to make an archery range first, a production building first. So a lot of value has been achieved here. A ton of value.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, we talk about China and Zhu Xi also having that super quick pro scout and all that kind of stuff. Well, if you don't have the gold for it, you don't even have the gold for an IO, you don't have a couple pieces of gold to rub together, you're going to have a problem getting professional scouts as quickly as you do. Now, Beasty going to be following him in the Feudal Age with the Mind Work Palace. He's looking to take it to him. And you know what? With the Order of the Dragon into Feudal Age, this is a civilization that Men-at-Arms could work well against.
It's not just Men-at-Arms, it's also just getting that timing in on your upgrades. If you make archers, if you make horsemen, just getting those additional upgrades in a little bit earlier, that can make a pretty big difference. Some villagers idling out on the mill for Vortex. He does have the scout nearby with a lot of sheep, so will want to deposit them at his earliest convenience. There we go. Sheep are getting deployed. Villagers getting microed back. Don't want to kill those sheep too far away. There we go. And now archers are going to be coming in, so Vortex will regain control over his gold. But a lot of delay has been caused here behind all of this. So Beasty, he's gotten a lot of value in from this play.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And even Vortex, I mean, yeah, his mining camp went away, but I'm pretty sure he almost was housed there. So definitely needed a reaction, not only from that getting that gold, but getting the archery range, getting the archer. That's an extra 200 wood he would rather spend somewhere else, right? You're on a map like Gorge that it's very difficult to go get your other back golds or, you know, your secondary golds because they're all around the Gorge. There's one all the way on the western side. There's one all the way on the eastern side. So definitely did enough damage. And BC is going to be the first one to click that Pro Scout button because while this was going on, kept his villagers on gold, build that mill right next to the berries, and he's going to be able to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a Pro Scout race now coming in between these two. Vortex, at least, he is starting to get some Imperial officials in, so we'll be able to capitalize on all the taxes that have been lying inside of his gather buildings. Yeah, he's going to be working on it with a very big delay here when it comes to getting his upgrade in, when it comes to getting his scouts out. He invests into an archery range, he invests into archers. And yeah, it's going to be not from a position of strength here, where Vortex will go for the for professional scout.
No, and I mean, with Beasty queuing the men-at-arms, we can see it getting queued out of the barracks. He does have a stable as well, so he'll be able to get some more scouts and or horsemen if he would like to try to do that. But getting those men-at-arms now, because Vortex just went in archery range, he could put a couple of archers. So now you're doing that because, yeah, you're going to be effective against trying to take down the spearmen. Once there are no spearmen on the battlefield, you spent 250 wood total making a unit that you don't want.
Pro Scouts now also coming in for Vortex is going to be able to supervise that, so isn't going to be that far behind when it comes to research time. He's going to get that in roughly 30 seconds. BC had to wait a minute and a half for an upgrade to come in. We're now also seeing the Order of the Dragon investing into an archer range. So OTD archers could be on the menu as well. Vortex does scout that his opponent is also going for that Pro Scout play.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy with the supervision, right? Because you're exactly right. Vortex was not that far behind, right? He just got his gold back. But being able to supervise it, get it in 30 seconds, number one. And number two, being able to supervise your stable. Because now all of a sudden, Beasty was the first one to get the stable out. He had his plan, and he was going for it. Now all of a sudden, Vortex has just as many scouts, if not more, than Beasty does.
Yeah, scouts are coming in quite quickly here. We are seeing the deer being collected. Archer just being a little bit annoying, but Beasty does have his own archer there, so we'll be fine overall. Villagers only get pulled back for a second. Survival techniques coming in now as well, and that's going to be food in here now for Beasty. He's actually investing into a 5th scout. Now you only need 4 in theory to be able to completely empty out a deer camp in like two trips pretty much. So 2 trips and are going to be all... I think both players are just going to get their own deer camps. And that's probably going to be the end of the story. After that, I think players are just going to look for that Castle Age transition, for that Castle Age switch up. Beasty with some archers is still probably going to look for some damage here and there, but we are seeing the Barbican coming in now. And with the Barbican, I mean... there's not going to be a ton of damage that Beasty can find here, realistically.
No, I mean, that's always proven to be difficult against the Chinese, right? Once they get that Barbican up and they make it a little bit safe, right? That gold is secure. He's really not going to be able to get to that mill that's all the way in the back. So it's going to end up being a point where does Beasty want to go up to Castle Age, or does he want to continue to make units? And he really wants to take some sort of engagement in feudal. He's still making these food-heavy units. These horsemen are 200. These men-at-arms are 200. Whether this is for stopping men-at-arms or trying to have some kind of aggression, he's going to run into that 5,000 hit point outpost if he wants to do that.
That's quite a tanky wall. Not only that, but also does a good bit more damage. So those armored units, like those men-at-arms, they're not going to have the best time against that. Yeah, men-at-arms, they just can't catch up with those scouts.
No, and you would think, like, you know, the scouts are just normal scouts, right? They're not warrior scouts, they're not whatever. So that men-at-arms, that 1.12, if you click on one of those scouts just to see that movement speed of them with the deer, I think it's 1.04, 1.06, I'm sorry. So it's not that far off. So you're exactly right. And the men-at-arms aren't going to do that backup power that they necessarily need. Now, Vortex is going to be going up with the Castle Age, the astronomical clock tower. Beasty will be following pretty soon. It looks like he needs a little bit of gold in order to do that. And he's going to try to stop this deer pack over here on the western side. So Beasty, I'm pretty sure he's getting his 2 safe deer packs and got all of them. If he could take a couple of these, that could definitely work in his favor.
Yeah, BC does have a pretty good army here overall. Horsemen, 5 archers, and single spearmen means that Vortex is going to have to make quite the heavy investment if he wants to really deal with this army. That's kind of a crazy thing, right? Like, these are feudal age units, but you're going to need a lot of castle age units in order to deal with them.
Yeah, and you know, now with Vortex hitting castle age, what are you really going to make in this situation? I think Vortex made the correct choice in going with the Lancers, but there still is those spearmen, even though they're feudal age, man, they are scary things to deal with. And actually, that spearman is still in the dark age. He didn't get that upgrade. Now Beasty going with the Burgrave Palace being second up. What do you think about the Burgrave choice?
I think the Burgrave is just such an undervalued landmark for the Order of the Dragon. Main reason is, overall, what's the maximum amount of value you can get out of the Ragnets when you think about it? If you have all 5 relics, you're getting an additional 400 gold per minute. The Burgrave is always going to provide you the maximum value. You can also get the Military Academy upgrade in from the mine work for a cheaper price. That is going to increase the value of the Burgrave further because you're producing even faster. You can get like roughly 400 resources per minute out of Burgrave in savings, and you're getting a lot of military out on the field as well. And look at just how many villagers we're going to see. Oh, I love this. I love this army composition. Zornhau, Lanchte with cavalry.
Oh, man. You know what, Crackety? I love that you're so German. And you're going to be able to say those words. Because you're exactly right. Now, hopefully, we do see some Zornhau, right? We do see some bleeding effect damage. And it definitely could be a play against something like a knight from the Chinese side, because even though those knights, they have a lot of damage, all that kind of stuff, but if you do get those Lance Connect, they're going to be able to pack a punch as well. Now, Beasty actually going with his own knights. Those gilded knights are the closest thing we have to Panzer tanks in this video game.
Knight is getting some value in the economy from Beasty there on the wood line. Will manage to find a villager kill there.
Oh no.
Shiganu trying... Yeah, I mean... eventually, that man-in-arms is going to go down. Ooh, that Order of the Dragon Knight. He's built differently.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Look how thick he is with that. He's got a big black horse too, and he'll be able to run down just about anybody, maybe besides a horseman. A little quick Wololo on that Gilded Spearman. I think it'll make it out.
He deletes it, actually. Yeah.
Wow.
Wants to play it safe, deletes that Spearman. Won't be going over through conversion. But the Monk out on the field, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Beasty now investing into crossbows and Spearmen. That's a pretty good army composition as well. And that's the thing, that's what we talked about earlier, right? Like, Beasty having more military or similar army numbers out on the field with the Order of the Dragon compared to any other civilization, you're going to feel like you're in a pretty good spot.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. And, you know, even though, because Vortex is going with crossbowmen, I guess he's kind of straying away from the Zugnu. I was kind of thinking about that Gilded Archer upgrade when you get that +3 for ranged armor. So if he did go Zugnu and continued to make them, I think they would do 1 damage a pop to even those archers.
Yeah, I'm a little wondering now what his plan is. He's massing a lot of knights now. He's got Jugunu, he's got crossbows. The thing is, right, like Beasty is holding his main army back inside of his base. He's not openly showing what he's got out there yet. So Vortex right now, the army that he's producing, it's based on assumption. Wololo is coming in, charge is coming in successfully. So Prelate is going to get 2 relics already in for Vortex. There's a lot of scholars out on the field now for Beasty.
Now, I'm not sure. I mean, oh, that Prelate's going to be going down as well. This might be an engagement that Vortex does not want to take. Maybe he ends up backing up Spearmen. They're going to be able to get in there, maybe take down one of these monks. A knight goes down as well. Just having that one big knight for the Order of the Dragon over on this side at relatively full health. It takes a lot of crossbowman hits to take
It takes
those
so
down.
long to take those spearmen down. They have so much health, and there's just not enough Jugunu. And Jugunu, they don't do bonus damage, right? So they're always kind of like stuck at the base damage that they do. Nice little raids here as well from Beasty. Man, like this is There's such a tough spot at the moment now for Vortex. He's got a lot of wooden behind all of this, so could go for a granary transition. Oh,
Yeah,
this is interesting.
I think Vortex is realizing that he has to do some kind of granary transition because those deer, if they haven't run out yet, they're going to be dangerously close to it. And I feel like Beasty should know this, right? Looking at the military count, it's 50 to 18. So if Beasty really wants to push this initiative, he could stop Vortex getting this granary transition. And this is always the time for the Chinese when they're at their weakest moment because the food's really not there. He's not going to be able to produce much units. And, you know, this is the third game in a row, Crackety, where Vortex is having trouble with a food transition later in the game.
Yeah, and there's a little yellow dot nearby the food transition. It's moving away. Never mind. Now it's moving closer. It's moving away again. Okay, it's just a scout. So he's gonna see now this position of that food transition. Could, in theory, pull the boar. But to be fair, it's probably something that Vortex could work with as well if he just takes that down. But this is a rough transition point now for Vortex, right? Like, he's so outmassed, and we can tell, just based off the minimap, Beasty is pulling everything on the side now. He is gonna... That is gonna be the center of his aggression. Vortex, he doesn't have the resource for a keep or anything really defensive-wise here on the side now.
And, you know, he has to know that. Like, Beasty should know that that's the area, right, because of the scout. Vortex should know that that's going to be the area that he's going to try to take down, right? So Vortex is starting to build some walls. I think Beasty's going to have the ability, a little bit of the firepower to actually get through them. Unless those are stone walls, I don't think that's going to be much stopping him.
Oh, we're getting Horsemen in now for Vortex. I mean, Horsemen, in theory, the correct choice up against the crossbows. There's just so many spearmen in there as well. I feel like if he just goes like mass Jugunu and crossbows, that could be good enough for him. He's just gonna have to look out for the inevitable horseman switch up then, if that's gonna be his transition.
And look at what Vortex is doing to do a little bit of a delay, right? While the granaries are going on, he's taking his knights, his 5 or 6 knights, to try to raid somewhere. If BC's trying to flag down these knights and takes down a couple, that means he's not over by the granaries. So hopefully BC will be able to take a couple of them down. This is the part of the game where China kind of slows down, relaxes a little bit, waits to get that food income bustling, so maybe he can exploit a little bit of map control, take some sacred sites. But he's got 80 military, Crackety. It's 80 to 38. This really feels like it's his time.
Not only is it his time, we're getting Inspired Warriors in behind all of this as well. 6 prelates out, more in queue. I'm not sure if the wall is complete. I think there might have been a scout blocking it. I'm not 100% on that. Never mind. Wall has been finished up, so wall is complete. Vortex Duff has his over here. But we're getting back to the point, right? Like, overall, economy-wise, or not economy-wise, but population-wise, military population-wise, Beasty is ahead, and the numbers are even. When the numbers are even, that's when you're in big trouble.
Oh, absolutely, because everyone pound for pound is so much better, right? But now, those Zugnoon, those crossbowmen can sit behind the wall. Those ranged units are inspired, though. Might be able to take some good hits, not only on ranged units, but on horsemen as well, just because of the amount of damage that you're going to be able to fire through all of those crossbowmen. So now starting to back up a little bit, and you can see how important it is for Vortex that he actually built that wall, right? You have your range mass shooting behind it. Your melee can't get in there. Now he's taking a fight without a wall at all. There is a scout there for Beasty around that stealth force who's going to have an idea to see where everything is. And Vortex doesn't have a lot of that bonus damage against those spearmen. Like you said, Crackius might make him back up.
Better isn't in yet on those for those archers, but BC is researching that now. Food transition looks very good now for Vortex. He did manage to like kind of find his pacing there. Was a little bit rough in the mid transition period there, but now overall looking good. Going for the flank around two.
Yeah, I think this is a time where Vortex has got to realize, like, he doesn't have to do this. You know, he has the eco advantage. He doesn't necessarily have the relic count, but BC didn't go Regnits, right? So you're not worried about that gold too much. Just get yourself the pop cap. You know, he has to push to you. BC has to push to you. So don't worry about it too much. Now, Vortex is doing a good job cleaning up just a little bit. Some spearmen actually end up going down, crossbowmen, with how much range they have. And you can see the amount of range they have, they're going to be able to kite some of those crossbowmen, some of those Zugnu that are coming in. So overall, not a bad engagement for Vortex. It just begs the question, why did it happen?
I think overall it's fine for him to trade out military. He did it pretty efficiently so far. And if he's able to trade out the military here, like 1-for-1, as long as you trade out 1-for-1, you're going to be in a good spot against Out of the Dragon. And looks like Vortex has been able to hold on here now for a good while. I'm getting back to this. This is going to be a hill that I die on. I'm going to say, like, if Beasty just made only Horsemen and mass Landsknechte, there would have been very little that Vortex could have done against.
Yeah, and, you know, it's kind of crazy with how much damage those two-handed soldiers are, right? He is starting to add a couple of them now. I see 3 that are out on the battlefield and is starting to get that upgrade as well. BC took that whole fight without that +3 for the archers. Granted, he doesn't have a lot, but you might be able to save a couple to start taking down some crossbowmen if you have the ability to. Maybe he's making more of an archer transition.
More Zhuge-Nu coming in, more archers coming in, Zornhau on its way as well. Something that's interesting as well, like, we see crossbows and Zhuge-Nu here at the moment. They're kind of difficult to tell apart. Once Zornhau comes in for Landsknechte, they also become somewhat difficult to tell apart from the spearmen.
Yeah, that's also true. I mean, you can look at this. This is a blob, I'm pretty sure, of both Crossman and Zugnu. One of these things are not like the others. I have no idea which one is which, but because of how many there are, you're going to be able to take down some of those units from Beasty. Now, all of a sudden, obviously the eco count for China is going to be a little bit higher, not only because of the gilded villagers, but because of the Song Dynasty from Vortex as well. But the military count is ending up going back to normal, going back to even. So BC had about 80. Now Vortex, with that granary transition completed, he got the time to build this up. And now BC, I feel like BC's in trouble here.
Yeah, BC certainly, like, losing out a little bit on this timing window they had. We still have a very strong backline, though, from him. He's got the crossbows, he's got the archers, he's getting more men-at-arms in, he's getting spearmen as a frontline as well. Not a big commitment into Landsknechte. I would love to see horsemen at this point in time. Like, just Out of the Dragon gilded horsemen, they're so great. They are so incredibly great.
Oh, yeah, and, you know, especially because, now, don't get me wrong, like, we're in God mode, right? We can see everything that's going on the map all at the same time, right? So we can see that Vortex has crossbowmen and Zugnu. It's majorly a ranged mass. I think Beasty can see a lot of it too, just because of the fact that those outposts are there, and Order of the Dragon outposts can see to the next map over. So he's going to be able to see what's going on. Sees a lot of horsemen, sees a lot of this range mass. You're exactly right. Going in a little bit of a horseman play for yourself wouldn't be the worst idea, but I think this is engagement that Beasty wants to take. He's got a military count somewhere around 100, using those spearmen to try to get in there. The horsemen trying to flank around to the backside, trying to find those crossbowmen, and I think they're going to end up getting there. That looks like a pretty decent surround. A lot of those spearmen were trying to take down the range mass of Vortex, but I think these crossbowmen, and they're inspired, they're going to be able to take those horsemen down anyway, Crackety.
It's so much damage. Yeah, I mean, the horsemen, they get a perfect engagement onto the backline from Beast, and it's still just not enough. With every volley, one of the horsemen goes down. And just like that, Vortex is going to have to back off here. Did you perfectly snipe out all of the Landsknechte? It doesn't feel like it's enough at the moment here for him. Crossbows have been pretty much reduced to nothing as well. Only 3 of them remaining. He is still making more and more horsemen. BC still has a very healthy military number. And now Landsknechte are back in.
And they're cutting these horses in half, Crackety, and then the crossbowmen just end up finishing them off. Oh my god, this is one of the most fun units to watch. Look at them. Oh, look at those, like, they're bleeding
and
out.
And the bleed damage.
Oh my god, they exsanguinated on the battlefield.
4 units down.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, this is the unit. This is the unit you gotta make, and I'm inspired to play Order of the Dragon now after Beasty is slicing and dicing his way through this game. Vortex is going to be the first one to get some siege. He's going to be going with some Nest of Bees. How do you feel about Nest of Bees right now in the current meta?
I think in Feudal Age, not Feudal Age, I say. I mean, in Castle Age, they're probably one of the best siege units that you can get. in Imperial Age Mangonels just kind of destroy them, because the Imperial Age Mangonel upgrade is just so much better. We do actually have Beasty sneaking out, like, what is it, 10 villagers or so, along the edge, the very edge of the map to try and get a keep up on the large gold vein of his opponent. Oh my god. And there's Landscaster in there. Oh no. Beasty, don't do it to him. Beasty, don't do it to him. He's gonna do it to him.
Oh, no.
Archers reveal, but Landscaster in. One hit. It doesn't connect.
Oh, man.
They get out.
That was...
This is literally me when I try to raid and I have a Khan with me and he just suddenly shoots an arrow and then my opponent knows.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing, those Landsknecht obviously do have that AoE damage, but mobility is a little bit lackluster, so not going to be able to catch up to those villagers. Now, the granaries, all of those fields that are supposed to get buffed up end up getting vacated. Looks like Vortex is going for his own little horseman raid on the north side, but those horsemen are flimsy compared to what Beasty has right now. A military count of 114 as Order of the Dragon. He has this giant ranged blob all getting inspired. Nest of Bees shooting their special version of hell down on them. And it feels like it didn't do anything. He's not even microing. He doesn't even
Prelates
care.
are just healing it up again. There we go. Second Nest of Bee now, though. That means the damage at least is gonna stick for a while longer. I mean, right now they're just shooting the prelates. Military numbers are going down. Vortex, he's lost so many troops behind this. The crossbows, they're just focusing the villagers, and that's another GG coming in. Beasty, he's setting himself up for a 4-0 clean sweep from the looks of it.
This was just, and you know, take a look here. This is something really important from Order of the Dragon, and it's the resources. You know, Beasty didn't actually gather as many resources, but it's about how you use those resources and how cost effective he was. There were a lot of fights that Beasty took where his ranged mass was still alive. So yeah, maybe he has a little bit less resources gathered, but he didn't lose his army time and time again. I feel like Vortex did that a couple times, and even though he had the res, he didn't have the power to actually stop an Order of the Dragon army.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, with Order of the Dragon, you can create these death balls, which are just so incredibly tough to go up against. And this point, like, the Vortex, he almost had a comparable military count, but the fight, it wasn't even really close. It wasn't even really that close. The horsemen, they're trying their best, but you can tell, like, one hit of these horsemen really takes, like, 20% of the each one of these crossbows or archers. Meanwhile, a single volley of the crossbows is enough to kill one of the horsemen. And just like that, the entire backline from, well, not backline, the front line that was trying to raid from Vortex gets evaporated. It's like the siege transition would have been necessary a good bit earlier. Here we see the archers, they kind of alert Vortex to what's going on here. Immediate reaction. But because of what Beasty is doing behind all of this, he gets the keep up on the large gold vein as well. Means that Vortex, he's got no more gold access at all. Outside of the relics, outside of the Imperial Official, of the taxes. And he's got an army inside of his farms that he just can't get rid of.
Yeah, no, with all of those, like, it just wasn't going to happen, right? This granary transition has always proved to be a little bit difficult on Gorge. I feel like just because you want to put your granaries in the back, but because of that giant wood line, you kind of can't, right? So you either go to that western corner, that, like, the area there right next to his town center, you go all the way down to the south like this, but going to as the Chinese and defending all of these areas is so tough. And with those prelates, man, getting the inspiration on all of those units, just basically healing all of the Nest of Bee fire. The Nest of Bees wanted to send them to hell with all that fire, and those prelates had enough prayers to think otherwise. But now it is match point for Beasty. Remember, this is a best of 7. Beasty has the potential to 4-0 sweep this one, and now we're seeing Vortex on the IU bids, Beasty on the English on Cliffside. And I'm going to say this over and over again, Crackety, I miss this map. I miss this map.
Cliffside is a great map overall, I want to say. It can be a little bit annoying against some civilizations, I want to say. But Cliffside overall, it's a very, very nice map, I want to say. Mainly because there's a lot more space on the map than you would immediately think. So even if you like wall off throughout all of the cliffs, there's still so many avenues that you can attack from. I think aggression on cliffside is overall just really good, and you got a straight path over to your opponent's side. I think it's one of the best new maps that has come out overall. I'm a little bit surprised actually that we haven't seen any hybrid maps being picked so far from Vortex.
Yeah, because you think that for Vortex, that's his claim to fame, right? Being on the water, having the micro to do that. But it's not like Beasty is a slouch. You know, they're both coming from StarCraft 2, where what I've been told of StarCraft 2, micro is a very superior notion in that area, just making sure you could do the splits of all your units. I don't know. I've never played StarCraft 2, but with Cliffside, I think the English ends up being a pretty good matchup because not only with the distance, right? With the Ayubids wanting to get to some kind of castle stuff, right? They want to kind of skip it. But with that Council Hall, if Beasty does that and ends up going for that longbowman rush, the Ayubids could be in trouble from it.
It could be, though we've seen Ayubids actually performing really well as a feudal age civilization. That is in part due to their great flexibility and adaptability with that House of Wisdom. So many different choices, right? If you go for the additional 3 villagers, a little bit of bonus food bank on those berries, you're always baseline going to have a better economy than your opponent in feudal age. Just 3 villagers immediately. It's pretty big. At a point in time where you got like 12, 14 villagers out on the field, getting 3 more in, or like 15 villagers out on the field, just getting 3 more in, that's a pretty hefty boost to your economy. On top of that, you're getting like a golden age minus kind of first tier in, where you're getting 10% additional gather efficiency, 15% that the Abbasid get.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And even with that House of Wisdom, say you don't go economic wing, there's always a potential to get a couple of dervishes and get some healing potential in feudal age, right? You have, and you've probably been a victim of this too. I've done it to people where you just get those 2 dervishes, you make a military building, get a desert raider, all of a sudden it's absolutely unkillable.
Yeah, I mean, the dervishes, they kind of give you the potential to reach those checkmate situations. With checkmate situations, I mean, where you find yourself in a position where you just can't do anything about it. I've been there personally, where I played English, and it was actually up against BCS, the Ayubids. I went for I went for like the Abbey of Kings. My king out, 2 dervishes completely out-heal the king.
You know what? Good. I'm sick of that king. He should sit on his throne in the town center and just get the hell away from me. But now we're going on to game number 4. It's Beasty playing as the English in the color yellow, Vortex as the Ayubids in the color red on this pivotal game number 4. Is Vortex going to swing the tide in his favor with the Ayubids, or is Beasty going to close it out and get his way to the next stage of this tournament? This could be make or break.
Indeed, could be make or break here for him. House of Wisdom already placed, not being... Oh my...
Oh.
No way! No way!
Oh
no.
Yeah, I mean, you know, farms are half price, so you just make them. And then you don't have to worry about food, right? So he's got 5 farms at the price of just about 2.5 for a normal civilization. Lots of farming, and then a little bit of gold as well. Now, with your seeing all of these farms together, what are you thinking, Crackety? What is the game plan from Beasty right now?
So I've seen Beasty recently just like practice a couple of cheese builds. This is actually something that I've done a couple years back, where you just make only men-at-arms and try to overrun, idle out your opponent. Now, the interesting thing about this matchup is Ayubids, they got one unit that deals really well against only men-at-arms. And that's going to be the Desert Raider. 5 melee armor on those bad boys. 5 melee armor. They absolutely, and a lot of attack speed as well, like they absolutely shred men-at-arms. Beasty, he won't be able to just go only men-at-arms. He can't even make only men-at-arms and horsemen, because horsemen also get countered out. he's gonna need a mix of longbows in there as well. Once you go longbows, you're gonna spend a lot of you're gonna spend a lot of wood on that. And when you spend a lot of wood on longbows, you're not gonna have as much for the farms anymore.
Oh my God, Cal, that was probably the best joke of the stream so far. It's a 17-12 in favor of Beasty. Nobody cares, okay? Nobody cares. The English has farms. The Ayubids have berries. If sheep do go down, it'll be a lot later in the game. So we'll kind of see. Beasty going with the Council Hall, which we kind of expected if we want to do a little bit of aggression. But with these men-at-arms, because I was thinking about this too, obviously with the Council Hall, you get the ability to produce those longbowmen really quickly. What do you think about, because he's going with the barracks anyway, what do you think about a little bit of Spearman too in there?
Spearman absolutely makes sense. It's a Camel Launcher, the Desert Raider doesn't do bonus damage to them. So that's definitely a unit that you can have out there. Makes a lot of sense. We are getting the economic ring growth in from Vortex from the looks of it, so we'll be getting that good little bit of just bonus economy in very early on for him. He's going to need to produce a lot of units, though, here very, very quickly. Does already have enough wood for a stable. A good amount of sheep are coming in. Granted, sheep, you mentioned it earlier, not the most important thing when you already have this many farms out there.
Yeah, imagine getting all of these sheep just as English. And you know, they're one of the civs that I feel like had some sort of indirect nerf, right? Because they don't really care about the deer packs and professional scouts. It just so happens they matched up against a civ that might not care as well. But Vortex has a different story. He will be going for that in Feudal Age. So he's not going for that super, super quick Ayubid fast castle. He's going to try to do something.
Yeah, we're getting Ayubid Pro Scouts in.
You know, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. Absolutely not. I mean, for how good professional scouts is, I don't really care what civilization you're playing. It seems to be pretty okay and pretty good. You get one deer, it ends up paying itself off. So, you know, whatever.
Yeah, definitely not a bad technology to get. Issue is, though, Vortex immediately queues up 3 scouts. There's already the first longbow out on the field. Beasty is also in the economic upgrades behind all of this. So it looks like it's going to be setting himself up for like a sustained push. Okay. Some of the longbows are scouts are getting cancelled. He's going to get some horsemen in. Barracks is being dropped behind all of this as well. Beasty did scout out the stable, so that's the reaction that he's going to go for. Villagers pull back over to the sheep. Archer's going to be in queue now, so looks like we are just going to have this little bit of a feudal age showdown coming in here potentially.
Crackety, the sheep battered. I can't believe it. He's took down. He's going to be getting a little bit of mutton. Vortex is. And you know what's nice? I mean, obviously, he did get professional scouts. You're seeing those scouts take those carcasses away. He was at a rather fortunate spawn to do this because he had a deer pack in the back that was always going to be safe. He has one to the western side, which also is. So Cliffside seems like a pretty good professional scouts just because you have some deer packs that are relatively safe. And just because of the cliff that's there, it makes a little bit of a natural barrier.
You say that, but sometimes your deer can also spawn very far forward. I'm remembering a game where, I'm not sure who it was exactly, I think it was Anan, like he took his opponent's deer and lured them all the way over to his base. Horsemen, they're getting a great trade here. 2 longbows already down. 3rd longbow down. Yeah, that was a great trade. Might lose one of the horsemen there, though. But 3 longbows down, that is definitely a trade that you can take.
That was so good for Vortex. And, you know, I don't particularly think English as this quote-unquote snowball civilization, but if you're going feudal aggression, they kind of are. You need that longbowman critical mass, right? You need to get some spearmen that's going to be able to protect those longbowmen. So taking out a couple of them, making sure that critical mass gets delayed a little bit, making Beasty back up so Vortex can safely get some of those deer carcasses. I think this is bigger than you might imagine. You know, it's only maybe 2 or 3 longbowmen, but it could definitely set a tone here.
Yeah, that much for sure. Beasty, I mean, just the fact that he take like that first fight didn't go too favorably for him means not immediately pushing out forward with the longbows isn't causing any idle time, means that Vortex can still have access to gold, means that he can also get some economy upgrades in, which Beasty for the most part already has. And that's the great part with English, right? Like, even if your opponent has a couple more villagers, the farms, they're gonna go a long way here when it comes to just boosting up your economy so that you're gonna be more even than YSB.
And because those farms aren't a particularly raidable spot, you know, they're right next to the town center. You know, don't get me wrong. I mean, Vortex with his professional scouts too, but you have some of these areas where you have a decent amount of villagers that can be raided if you're from the Iabid side. There's the wood line, there's a gold mine that's in front if those longbowmen get a little cheeky. But we're seeing the Iabids, a feudalite civilization that you don't necessarily think of them being one, but they're able to keep toe-to-toe with English in terms of military production. And Vortex is also going with units that are a little bit more expensive in the horsemen.
Ooh, nice little raid coming in here. That's going to be one villager going down here for Beasty. I'm not sure if there was some idle time, but Vortex, he's got a 6-villager lead at the moment. Five and a half.
Yeah, and it should be, I mean, based on the actual math and assuming no idle time at all, you would think Vortex would be up by 3, maybe 3.5, depending. You know, obviously there's a couple seconds to give. So having that little bit of extra is obviously going to help you and continue to keep yourself on pace in a militaristic standpoint. Now, Beasty is putting that outpost up right by that middle sacred site. And you know what? I'm telling you, put that outpost up, let the English do that. All of a sudden, all of their units get 20% better.
Yeah, good bit of additional attack speed coming in. Bori getting pulled onto the horseman.
That's a pretty large radius for that Bori.
They went some distance.
You might, actually, for that Bori, you might want to take about 50 food off because he definitely shed some weight with all that travel. And honestly, good for that Bori. You know, I feel like he was looking to go for some weight loss for some time. Now, Beasty is going to be trying to push the issue here on that gold mine to the north. That is not safe. However, Krakeny very quickly, if we pan to the north side, there is a very nice and safe gold mine right there. So he's going to be able to get all of the gold he needs, maybe for a little bit of upgrades as he's continuing to Iron Under Mesh. And the Sealed Arrow is going to be completed, so that's going to help him against those longbowmen. But with this forward tower up,
yeah, he's starting to push in deeper and deeper, gets another outpost in. And, I mean, if you secure this position right in front of your opponent's landmarks, up against the Iabids, you're, like, as the Iabids, you're facing a similar problem that you might with the, with the Abbasid. You only get 2 landmarks.
I think, did that paling scramble your brain? Because I think it did for me a little bit, too. Because those, I mean, don't get me wrong, those palings are absolutely excellent. As soon as the longbowmen move, obviously the palings go away, but just making sure you don't get horses surrounding you is obviously going to be helpful. Now, it could be potential even for Beasty if he wants to continue to be aggressive to get siege engineering for some rams, maybe take down some production, but Vortex is going to be trying to raid the reinforcements. And if you're playing against an English aggressive player in Feudal, remember, their units aren't exactly mobile, so you have the potential to take down some of those reinforcements and you don't get that death ball at the back. And that tower does go down on that north side. Well, it doesn't go down, actually. It doesn't go up. And because of that attack speed not being there, that villager ends up getting lost from Beasty. That's pretty devastating. Without that tower, you end up kind of stalling out a little bit. He's going to pull another villager with 12 wood in its pocket to try to use that wood, I would imagine, to build that outpost. And we always talk about, you know, being offensive as English. I'm sure a lot of people in the lower elos, maybe gold, maybe platinum, you're seeing a lot of aggressive English players. And if you're able to stop that tower, you can see Beasty, he doesn't want to, unless his units are glowing, he doesn't want to take this. So he's backing up to his tower, right? That villager getting its short bow out, but it will be dead if it doesn't pay attention. Ends up escaping with its life, going back into the outpost. Horseman, there might not be enough here. I'm thinking Beasty might have that critical mass of longbowmen to take him out.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, there's a good couple of archers out. 20 longbows compared to 27 archers. The spearmen, they're going to go down rather quickly now. And that is going to allow the horsemen to finally start taking the engagements that they want to here. Beasty
Yeah,
could be
because
in trouble.
they definitely want to go in on those longbowmen. But the thing of it is, I mean, there's still enough spearmen to do something, right? You take a look. I mean, there's still 5 or 6 of them, and now there's only 5 or 6 horsemen left. Doesn't have to worry about the horsemen per se.
Yeah, I mean, some of the archers, they're not actively focusing that, like, one remaining spearman here. So that spearman was working overtime. But overall, this is still a very, very good trade for Vortex overall. Like, the numbers are very low. Beasty isn't looking for an age up anytime soon. More horsemen are coming in. There are more archers out there. And you look at the military count. After everything's said and done, Vortex push Beasty outside of the middle, outside of his base, reduce the army mass. He's in a good spot right now. Both players got economic upgrades. Grant wheelbarrow's missing. We don't have horticulture grant. That's not as important when you're working with the deer that you still have from the pro scouts. Vortex in a good spot.
And now I want to see what Vortex does after this. And I think this is the play that is really good from Vortex. Look at his resource on the top right part of your screen. He's got almost enough to hit the Castle Age button in terms of food, and his gold he's already got there. So he's going to have the ability to go up to Castle Age way before Beasty does. To be honest, I thought Vortex was going to send it. I really did. We saw the first 3 games. I thought he was going to go in, and then the English were going to carve him up because of the defensive civilization that they are. Choosing not to do that, uses the tech advantage and be superior into Castle Age. He's going with the dervishes and that culture wing. Going to be able to get a little bit of healing, getting those relics, and some spicy, heavily armored units like, I don't know, maybe a Gulam or 2.
Yeah, Gulams definitely would get the job done here. A lot more health than your typical run-of-the-mill men-at-arm. And in general, I think you just don't want to make Camel Lancers, mainly because your opponent already has Spearmen out. And like Camel, that's the one unit that your opponent can counter. Yeah, that is the one unit that your opponent can actually actively counter when they're in feudal age.
Oh, yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, even, you know, and he's going to continue to go into Horsemen a little bit because while you're aging up as the Iabids, obviously the House of Wisdom is doing it, right? You are not. So you have the ability to get some Horsemen, go on some raids, but you even have a potential, I mean, just get the Archer upgrade. Having veteran Archers is going to be really good. Now, Beasty is starting to get a couple Men-at-Arms, but feudal age Men-at-Arms, veteran Archers could still kind of take them apart. Vortex is still trying to find some deer over here for professional scouts. Spearman finding that back gold, but isn't a very raidable area. And Beasty's now at a time when he wanted to be offensive and close this game out. He's continuing to play defensively and give up a little bit of map control.
Ooh, he's pushing forward, but there aren't any spearmen on the right side. Vortex, I mean, could still be a fight that he could take, but doesn't look like he wants to take it. 8 villagers ahead at the moment. Age up about to be coming in. This is not a fight that he wants to take right now. Now that the units are consolidated and he is on his way to Castle Age, just wait, get your upgrades in, and then you can take any fight you want.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because with Beasty, some of those towers, those English towers were coming up as Beasty's starting to move his army north. Now, again, the mobility might not be there. Beasty is definitely pressing the issue. He doesn't want those castle upgrades to come out. Veteran Archers is going to be the first one that Vortex actually clicked, but a decent amount of his Archer mass is starting to go down. He's got about 15 Archers, 3 in the queue, and oh no, he's going for Camel Lancers. Might this be the issue for Vortex? Maybe he doesn't get that power spike we so desperately need.
There's not that many spearmen out at the moment. We're up to 6 spearmen. And an interesting interaction, actually, between the spearmen and the Camel Lancer is when Camel Lancers brace, or rather when Camel Lancers charge into a bracing spearman, unlike knights, they don't get stunned.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm not the one that implemented it.
Right. No. You're just the messenger, and I know better to shoot the messenger, but that kind of upsets me, actually. But now it gives me a newfound appreciation of Camel Lancers, and maybe I'll use that in my next Iabid game. So big shout out to my co-caster Crackety for having all of the knowledge that we desperately need as we navigate throughout this series. Now in this game number 4, Vortex is the only one in Castle Age, so he's going to be using those heavily armored units. Some horsemen, some Camel Lancers are going to get around. Men-at-Arms are doing their best to maintain the front line. and they're actually starting to keep these horsemen at bay. He doesn't have anything for the Camel Lancers, however. Horsemen going to be able to get a surround around the backside, around that stone. Longbowmen don't have that critical mass anymore. This is a cleanup, Crackety.
It does indeed look like a cleanup. Beasty not on his way to Castle Age yet. In fact, very far away from it. With this cleanup, Vortex, he can now dive through. Doesn't have Pierce Armor level 2 yet in. But these armored units still are going to take a lot of reduced damage here from these longbows. Only 14 remaining. This spells trouble for Beasty now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Beasty wanted to take that before the upgrades came in. And then the upgrades came in, right? And he was in that back, like, gold mine area. He doesn't necessarily have the mobility, and I think this is a lot of things that English players might do, is they go into these areas where they think villagers are going to be, but they can't get themselves out of it because of the lack of mobility, and I think that's what happened. BC is continuing to make units. He's adding some spearmen. His longbowmen are trying to take down the archers, but he doesn't have a spearman, too many of them, to take down all of these heavily armored Camel Lancers. He's going to need that town center to help him out.
Lancer, couple of spearmen trying their best, but it's only one out on the field at the moment. BC's got a couple more in queue. It's only trickling, and you can't just afford to just trickle them at this moment in time. Vortex, I'm perplexed that we don't see +2 Pierce Armor coming in so far, but he is getting all of the relics behind this. He has that big villager lead at the moment. This still looks very much favorable for Vortex, but I feel like we might be getting into the territory once again where he's giving BC a little bit too much time.
You know, he definitely, he's giving Beasty a little bit too much time. I think my devil's advocate argument for you is why, like, you're pushing into an English base, right? I get it. You have some armored units, but time and time again, you see situations where an English army gets absolutely wiped out, and that's cool. You wiped it out. But now there's nothing you could do about it, because of all of the defensive advantages that English has. So Vortex is kind of treading water a little bit, trying to make sure he has enough units. And now he can just sit with these longbowmen, with these spearmen all the way in the back. He has enough outposts, hopefully, to house all of those villagers. He's going to need the town center to help him out with that machine gun on top of it. This Vortex can't push this. There's nothing he could do while Beasty can go up to Castle.
If only there was a single type of unit that could deal with both ranged units, buildings, do good against melee units as well. Maybe something that doesn't even cost food. Maybe something that just costs wood. Maybe something that you can make out on the field.
I love that. I love that idea. It's exactly right. One of those crispy manganiques is what you're talking about, right? You're going to be able to shoot your big flaming balls of fire, take down a lot of those farms and what have you, but Vortex is not going for that. He's not slowing down. He's not waiting at all. He wants to take it. He realizes that BC is infeudal, and he thinks he has that tech advantage to try to do something about it. But those Camel Lancers, with all of the spearmen that are here, can't get in there. The veteran archers are doing the best they can to try to take down those spearmen, and granted, they did a good job.
There aren't that many remaining, and now +2 Pierce Armor is in. This is the point in time where the Camel Lancers, they can dive, when they can be that meat shield. You see the TC firing on those Camel Lancers, and their health bar just isn't moving all that much. Archer count is getting lower and lower, though, but the Spearmen are completely cleaned up. And now the Camel Lancers, probably still can't end it all, but, it's idle time achieved. He's trading out against the villagers, and overall, just keeping Beasty in an uncomfortable position. Now we need the manganiques in.
Yeah, I think
just a couple, just a couple. 1, 2, and you start taking those farms down. Maybe 3. You know what? Go for 4, 5, 6 is the last offer.
Maybe like
7.
Yeah, maybe a 7. Absolutely. Vortex is going to charge in again with those Camel Lancers right on those English wheat fields. Veteran Longbowman now coming in for Beasty. He is getting his second ranged damage upgrade. Villagers are even pulling their bows out because they are just sick of this.
Once the short bows come in, that's when you know, okay, English, they're being pushed to a very uncomfortable position now. Actually causing a little bit of a pathing nightmare here for those poor Camel Lancers. They're even hiding inside of the berry bushes. Yeah, the longbows, they're doing their best to survive, but more and more villagers go down. There's a 20 villager difference here. Even more Camel Lancers coming in. Beasty, he doesn't have food. He doesn't have food in the bank. He can't make any more units. That King's Palace was maybe a little bit too greedy. I feel like maybe if it was a white tower, he could have the potential to like restabilize. We get a market in as well, just trying to get more spearmen out. But you just can't get Vortex out of his base anymore.
And it's only these like 1 or 2 Camel Lancers, right? Now they're going to start to go down a little bit. Vortex, obviously with that military lead, you could see his resources that he is accumulating over 1,000 and just about every major resource coming here. So he's going to be able to continuously push this issue. Those 1 or 2 Camel Lancers, you might be thinking, hey, I mean, maybe they didn't do too much to create a little idle time, but then went down. But he could continuously make these. He just had a copious amount of resources, Crackety, and now it's all gone. He's going with Manganiques, continuing with Archers, continuing with Camel Lancers. He's like, hey, if my opponent isn't doing anything different, why should I?
I'm not sure if Vortex didn't capture that 3rd Sacred Site or if it's already been decapped at one point by Beasty. But he is getting just a lot of gold in completely passively behind this. This is why he's been able to afford just so many Camel Lancers. And now look at all of these houses, all at the same spot. Fire raining on them now.
Yeah, this is the... if you're an Ayubid fan, you're loving this. Oh, the lumber camp is even taking stray hits. These houses are going to start burning rather quickly if they haven't already. And Beasty, he's not really anywhere close in terms of population cap or getting supply capped or what have you, but just this gives you pressure. This gives you the issue of, hey, if I don't do anything, I'm definitely going to die because of these Manganiques. Vortex is going to be able to take a couple Camel Lancers over there on the western side to create a little bit of disarray for him as those fields get idled again. Beasty's starting to go into these crossbowmen out of the Council Hall, which might be good against those Camel Lancers, but still got nothing against those Archers.
And slowly but surely, the population space for Beasty is dwindling, now down to 70. Builds another house up to 90, but there's still a lot of houses that could be going down. He's going to be pop-capped in just a little bit here now.
Man, I mean, and these longbowmen that are here, I mean, there were 7 shooting at a Camel Lancer on the south side. They're shooting marshmallows at the thing. You know, like there's nothing that Camel Lancer is going to be able to deal with. Now, hopefully, Beasty gets enough crossbowmen to try to take this. Is using some men-at-arms as well to create a little bit of firepower. But Vortex is going directly for that King's Palace. He's like, hey, you went greedy with this second town center with the King's Palace. I'm going to make sure it doesn't pay off.
Manganiques, fire shots. Well, not shooting onto the longbows, but he can change that. The next volley's coming out. We see the villagers getting pulled, but the GG comes in. Beasty, entire military cleaned up, and Vortex, he gets a point on the board. Could this be the reverse sweep, Tim?
Hey, it just might be. All you need is to get on the board. And then all of a sudden, the tide might just shift into your favor. And Vortex now with it on the board. You can see the resources that he was able to get with the amount of resources. Obviously, the amount of idle time was tremendously in favor of Vortex as opposed to Beasty scurrying his villagers all over the place. But I think it was that beginning, you know, losing a little bit of units in the beginning, not really having that coordinated push that we saw from Beasty in Feudal Age. He really couldn't set that tone on Cliffside as the English, which we know that they really want to do. But because this is a 3-0, maybe this is a throwaway.
Maybe so. But you know what definitely isn't a throwaway, or why it doesn't really make sense for it to be a throwaway? After the 4th game in the best of 7, we're getting a redraft.
Oh my God. So if you thought that we were going to see some lesser picked civs, that redraft, yeah, that redraft is going to come in hot. And we might be able to see some civs that we have already seen. Take a look at some of these bands. Order the Dragon banned on both sides. Zushi banned on both sides. HRE banned on both sides. So actually quite similar in terms of the bands that they were looking for. So on this map on Lakeside, what you've seen so far in the casting booth, Crackety, what kind of civilizations do you expect pro players to pick on this one?
I'm thinking if we get to Himeyama, it's probably going to be Mongols from Vortex. Next up is going to be Lakeside. Lakeside, I could be convinced that Vortex would pick French. It is French. So we're gonna see French up against Japanese from Beasty. Interesting.
Now, this is a quote-unquote hybrid map. Lakeside obviously plays differently, right, than something like a Four Lakes or, like a Boulder Bay of sorts. But on Lakeside, or even just land maps in general, French versus Japan, how do you feel about that matchup? I'm very curious to hear your opinion.
Well, it's a kind of a mixed bag, I want to say. Mainly because Japan, they get some of the strongest knights in the game. But on the other hand side, French get the strongest crossbows in the game.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a take and give. I don't think, unless you go for the Royal Institute, you're going to have trouble keeping up with the Japanese cavalry. You might be able to deny the charge, but you're not going to be able to take the most, the most cost-effective engagements just due to the bonus health that the knights would get. I think honestly, if you just get a good enough amount of crossbows in, what can your opponent do against crossbows? Yumi's doesn't feel great. You go on a Bagacious, crossbows or the Arbalestry, they get +5 melee armor. This could be a very tough one. That much is for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, come on.
Are we doing him like that?
Yeah, we don't. Come on now. He just won a game. Don't do this to him. The poor guy. Okay, never mind.
This is the good point of view. This is a good point of view. Why did we go back to that?
That was,
just gotta remind everybody of that mill, of that long trip.
Here at EGC TV, we like to think we have a little more class than that. Okay, but yeah, those
you'd think.
Yeah, you'd think. These Ghazi Raiders over there on the south side again just got chewed up by those Donzos, and there were enough. Cal says, "No, we don't." Well, does that? Okay. Well, let's show it again.
Answers
Then.
the question.
You know what? Forget it. Just put it back up there.
Yeah, we're going back to the villages again.
Oh man, now Vortex with this keep tried to get that keep up game #1 as the Delhi, and I saw, I actually saw a decent amount of messages in chat saying, why doesn't he go for village fortresses or that kind of stuff? I feel like he didn't have the time. What do you think? Because he could have made some keeps. You get village fortresses, you start getting villagers, but while you're doing that, BC already has that late game economy and just propels you with 120 military units, and then you're screwed.
Yeah, Village Fortress, it's an interesting idea overall. You could go for it. I think the main issue here for Vortex was he just didn't invest enough scholars throughout the game. Just not having that many means you're not getting your upgrades in time, like all your feudal age upgrade. I think there was, in general, a little bit of a miss-macro situation going on. Oh, look at that. That Order of the Dragon Spearman, that cheeky villager kill there early on.
Yeah, and you might not think it's that big of a deal, but think about now 2.5 to 3 minutes into that game, this thing goes
One
down.
hit.
Oh my god, as the lands watching them bleed out. We need that. We need a little bit of gore in this game. I want to see one of those ranged units bleed out. But anyway, those 2.5 to 3 minutes with that villager going down, think about how many resources a villager gathers in 20 minutes, right? How big of a difference that is.
It is. It does add up quite a bit. One villager gathers roughly 40 resource per minute. So losing one villager there, it just adds up more and more and more. So every time you lose a villager, it actually means so much more than just being down 50 food at that point in time.
Yeah, it's assuming that the villager does get 40 resources a minute, right? And of course, there's a lot of math into play, assuming there's, resource upgrades, all that kind of stuff, right? But with that villager going down, assuming no upgrades, 40 a minute for 20 minutes, 800 extra resources you could have had in a fight. That's a big deal. And you can see Beasty now trying to get some map control on this one, on this game #4, but there were just too many horsemen here. There was enough firepower with the Camel Lancer. Ended up backing up. Beasty did not come out of his base for the rest of that game. I hate to spoil it for you, but we're going to see a lot of fights now, if there is a replay after this, in the Beasty English side.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we didn't get veterancy on the horsemen, and there were still so many remaining there.
I was kind of...
They look so good. Whenever they start firing, man, it's straight out of a movie.
Oh, it's Independence Day. you know, watching all of them come out, watching those things. And, you know, with the area of effect that they have, I've seen a lot of players even use these Manganiques and the fire while taking down ranged units just because of how big that radius is.
It's interesting because like you can't really repair against the Manganiques. The radius is so big that if you try and repair, your villagers are going to get hit time and time again from those flaming shots as well.
Yeah, and I mean, for how, I want to say cheap, but for the resources that you spend on them, right? It's 400, 200. At that part of the game, you could still get a lot of them. You saw he just built 3 in the blink of an eye, 1,200 wood, completely zapped, but you see a lot of Ayubid where they're getting sacred sites, they're going for that last kind of victory kind of thing, and all of a sudden there's 8 Manganiques there, and you're like, how did you get that? How did you get 3,200 food?
Where did they come from?
Right. Like, what the hell is going on?
They brought the materials with them from home. It's like, you know how sometimes in these movies, those comedy movies, you got like a character, he's getting fired from his job, and he's like, taking stuff from the office, and he's like, I brought these things in from home. These are mine, actually. That's not company property. And they're like, yeah, we brought the stuff for the Manganiques from home. This is this is meant to be here.
And, you know, they all do it. Every single one of them, right? I mean, if there was, in that particular analogy, if there was a work refrigerator, it would be stocked full of, I don't know, flaming rocks and wood and stuff. The analogy I didn't really think that through.
Keep
and honestly,
the flaming rocks inside the refrigerator to keep them cold.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like how you put paintballs in the freezer. Kind of similar thing to that. Nobody else did that? Okay, whatever. Going into game number 5. How's that for banter? Do you like that, chat? Game number 5. Beasty going as the Japanese on the southeastern side of the map. Vortex as French in the color red, spawning in that northwestern part. So obviously the dock is going to be there, right, out of both sides. And this is a very peculiar map to me, Crackety, because there's only one deep water fish, but that's all anybody cares about.
You know, one is better than none. And apparently for everybody that is more than enough on this map, because you never see players open up this map without actually going for that water, for that dock play. It's just so tempting. You get so much free resource in, and similarly to how we talked about, like one villager being worth like 40 resource per minute, just like these fishing ships, they pay off so quickly.
Yeah, and you know, even just in a vacuum, you're talking about the fishing boats, right? If we just focus on the fishing boats, you're exactly right, and they pay off very quickly. But it's also the ability to have your villagers on land go do something else. Right? So if you have 3 or 4 of these boats on that deep water fish, you don't need as many villagers on food. You can put them into wood, you can put them into gold, you can even put them into stone. And I think that's kind of why, I'm kind of theory crafting on the fly, to be honest, but that's kind of why we see a lot of sacred site victories on this map in particular.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many resources forward as well. So once you start taking map control, you also like immediately kind of deprive your opponent of resources just by that, and means that for whoever gets the map control here on this map, they're going to be looking to be in a very good spot. Yeah. I like what Vortex is doing here. Like the shoreline fish was pretty far away, so he's leaving a sheep there for his villagers. So he's able to minimize the walking time.
I think it's that French villager, I think it's Jacques' birthday. Because he just got handed a sheep for his birthday, and he's going to be able to harvest that one. So, Japanese, in terms of landmarks here, I wanted to touch on this a little bit as we're trying to get there. Going with a feudal age landmark for the Japanese, when you're thinking about something like 4 Lakes, right? You're thinking about Koka Township, getting those shinobi out there, doing some sabotaging. Here, I'm kind of leaning towards Kura, because how much sabotaging are you going to do with a dock that's all the way on the other side of the map?
I mean, sheep isn't immediately gonna do like that much here for you, right? As mentioned, you do have that water income coming in for you. Both players looking for the age up now as well behind this. Something that Beasty can afford relatively easily, just courtesy of not needing to spend that much wood on your fishing ships.
It's kind of interesting in terms of the wood economy, I should say, I'll put it in quotes, of both of these civilizations, right? Because with the French, you make a dock, it gives you 10 population space, so you don't have to spend the 50 wood on a house that you otherwise would. So that gives you that little bit of tempo. Japanese, on the other side, you don't need as many villagers on wood to continuously produce the fishing boats. And it just so happens that that ends up winning out in terms of tempo. So that Cura Storehouse is going to be the first one to hit the battlefield at about 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Vortex is going to be quick to follow with the School of Cavalry. Now my question is to you, Crackety, with the Japanese, we know them as being this Castle Age, fast castle mounted samurai civilization, and that's at that power spike with the floating gate and the Oroshiru. How much do they even invest into feudal age, if at all?
I mean, you definitely want to invest a little bit into water, just because, like, if you lose out on water, it's going to start stockpiling up. And Vortex actually did invest a good bit. Like, just look at how many fishing ships he's got out there on water. 5 fishing ships for this map is actually quite a bit. If we can compare it to Beasty, never mind, it's 5 fishing ships on both sides. It's not that deep.
It's the pun very much intended. That was a good one. I appreciate it. The fishing boats that are there, though, I mean, obviously on the deep water fish, you could always, I mean, I know it's not as efficacious, but you could always just go onto the shoreline fish, wait for the deep water ones to repopulate. There's definitely an ability to do that. Now, Vortex is the first one to actually get to feudal age because he spent 9 villagers building that thing. And that knight is already in queue. It takes a little bit less time for those knights to pop out of the School of Cavalry. So maybe we'll see some firepower. Maybe we'll see Japanese struggle.
I love the macro behind this. Vortex, he's so good with the macro for these like early time builds, because not only is he able to immediately form a knight, he's also able to immediately get a Hulk out as well. Mind you, the French, they actually do get a discount on their... I'm sorry, it's not a Hulk, it's a Warhawk. With a C.
It's a what?
Warhawk with a G at the end. It's a G at the end. See, yeah. It's a Warhawk.
We let anything on EGC these days. Let me tell you, this is just unbelievable.
This game is putting me into awkward spots. You would never say that. You would call it what it is. A medical term.
Oh my god. Now, really like what Beasty did with these walls here.
That's the first villager. Oh, he's not committing to it, though. He could go for it again. Fight on water at the same time, though.
Yeah, because we see an arrow ship from Beasty and that Warhawk from Vortex.
Reaction.
The demo ship will take it down if it ends up getting there.
Reaction. He's using the ability. So the Warhawk gets a lot faster, actually, outmaneuvering that demo ship. Wow. That was a fast Warhawk.
That was a fast cog. Absolutely. Yeah. Look at it. Dodge, duck, dip, diving, and dodging away from that demo ship.
Fast. Are we getting a naval emplacement in as well?
Yeah, really like that from Beasty. I mean, obviously, as Japan, you get a little bit of that passive stone, right? So it's going to be a little difficult to take that dock down. Once it starts firing at you, it's going for the arrow ship instead of that big cog. It's going to end up walking the opposite direction. But what's nice is Vortex has one of everything. He has a Springle chip, he has an arrow ship, he has a demo ship. So anything that comes out is going to prove to be difficult. You know, anything that comes out from Beasty, he's going to be difficult to try to take down one of the other ones. So Vortex, he does
as well.
Yeah, he does have that one knight, and he's looking for that food reimbursement. So maybe he's trying to hang out and feel a little bit longer than we thought.
This is nice. This is looking pretty decent here so far. And he does pull 2 fishing ships forward. 2 fishing ships forward means he is going to be able to out-repair. Needs to be careful, though. Demo ship. It's getting repaired. It's getting repaired. Oh, my God. The repair speed. And now it's walking forward. That's going to be enough to take it down. Springle ship. One more shot. Another one more shot. One more, another shot. There it is. Couple more shots.
Man, you swear they made that harder than it had to be, for sure. But now, at least with those 2 boats getting pulled, don't get me wrong, this Warhawk is going to get repaired, but it costs a decent amount of wood to do it, Crackety.
Yeah. Behind this, like Beasty, he's firmly set now on trying to get to Castle Age. Granted, Vortex, he did invest a lot of resource into this. He's desperately trying to take this archer ship down, actually. You can't just leave the archer ship alone, because then it might harass you in your own food economy. So definitely does have to take that one down. Ooh, it could start to try and take down those sheep. It isn't going to reach it.
I mean, this is kind of interesting from Vortex because it looks like he's going for some kind of castle play as well. You know, we talked about how good the Arbaletrier are for the French, especially in this matchup. We kind of theorized what you can do against them. But with the professional scouts being cheaper, all of his eco technologies being a little bit cheaper, and with Pro Scouts only having those 1 or 2 naval ships, I kind of expected Vortex to meet him here in the Castle Age, but that's not going to be the case. Beasty's going to be going up with that floating gate, suspending that gate in midair, 10 villagers on it, and we're going to see that super high-powered mounted samurai hitting that battlefield.
Beasty's investing into some more demo ships, so has 2 of them out on the field. Vortex, I'm not sure if he's got an immediate reason to pull back, but he does pull back from this now. Actually seeing additional stable come in, so he's very close to being able to age up as well. I'm guessing with a stable play, it only makes sense to be a Royal Institute, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking he kind of needs some firepower to deal with those mounted samurai, and that's exactly what he does. He goes up with that Royal Institute. Now, don't forget, we talk about Royal Bloodlines over and over again for the Royal Institute, and it's right. It makes those knights pseudo-imperials, what I like to call them, because of the fact that they get all of that extra health. But you have a potential for the Royal Institute to even do things like get crossbow stirrups with the Arbaletrier, so it's not just knights you got to be worried about.
Yeah, that's true. It's not just the knights, but we don't have any archer ranges yet. Institute's still being worked on. Do we even have a stable yet in for Beasty? I'm not sure if we've got a stable in. There's nothing in queue yet for him, so I'm guessing stable is only just now being built. This is gonna make up for the time. Oh. Okay. We're getting Onamusha in. That's interesting, but Onamusha aren't that great against horsemen. And the horsemen will also benefit from the bloodlines.
Yeah, that's what's kind of weird with this, right? Because you're thinking these Onamusha are like, oh, this is the unit, right? That's going to stop your knights, and these knights are going to veteran status, so that's really going to be able to do it. But then you see those horsemen being able to come out, demo ship getting some good hits on both of those warcogs. Only one of them will be able to limp its way back to the dock, so he's still safe in terms of food. This is where the Japanese kind of shine, especially on hybrid, because they have a lot of these super expensive food-heavy units. And then once you have the ability to get some fish, the Kira storehouse around you provides a little bit of help as well. All of a sudden, you have so much more than your enemy. So basically, what I'm guessing, Crackety, is Vortex is going to see those Onamusha, or at least scout the archery range, end up doing something else. He's already going into Arbaletrier.
Do have Arbaletrier coming in. Also monks from Vortex, so we'll want to contest those relics out there. We also have a stable coming in for BC, so maybe we're getting a composition based off Onamusha as well as knights. In which situation, I think Vortex should definitely start war immediately. It's the transmission. We see the walls come in.
Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. Because those Onamusha, they do have the mobility. They can really get in there. And look at how much they do against these Royal Knights. They really pack a punch. And what's great about them, even though they are a little bit more expensive, but they're going to be able to track them down. It's not like most crossbowmen that are on foot. You're going to be able to go travel and take some of these down. Really good against pro scouts as well, because you're going to be able to pepper those scouts down with no armor whatsoever. So Beasty, looking like that's going to be the choice for him for now. Vortex is continuing to queue Knights, though.
Oh, he's going into Archers next. I don't like that. I don't like the Archer switch up from Vortex. I think he should honestly just stick with the Arbaletrier.
Yeah, and even, I mean, or just Horsemen too, right? I mean, until you see a mounted samurai, and maybe you expect it, you know, those archers aren't going to do much against the mounted samurai either. So yeah, I'm kind of scratching my head on this as well.
Yeah, it feels a little bit odd. No relics secured in yet for Vortex. He does have a lot of monks out on the field, but yeah, this is not looking good for him when it comes to the relic count here. Another monk is getting caught off guard there as well.
Now there is a mounted samurai trying to take down that French monk. He's going to be doing some Wololo. You better back up. A lot of those units. One knight goes down in the crossfire. One Onamusha gets converted and then instantly gets killed because of his transgressions.
That's only fair. Sheep, a little bit of a sheep conversion here coming in as well. Yeah, that's all the scholars. Vortex, he lost all of his scholars now. This doesn't feel good. Beasty, he gets literally all of the relics in. At least all the relics on his side and the middle. There's always one safe relic that you get on this map.
Yeah, and honestly, I've really, from Beasty, just because of the units that he's making, right? He's making Onimusha, which are 60 gold. He's making Mounted Samurai, which are 110, right? So you're going to need a lot of gold. Those relic. I'm sorry?
We only got one Arbaletri out at the moment. This is so strange. Like, you deal well against the Onimusha as well. You just deploy the Pavisa, and then you're going to be in a fine spot.
Yep. Exactly right. That Pavisa gives you +5 of that ranged armor, so it would be unnecessary for you to take this one. Royal Knights trying to get on a little bit of an engagement. Maybe those archers are going to be able to take a little bit of deflection off, but they are targeting these Onimusha. They just have the mobility to get out of there, Crackety.
Yeah, surprisingly good trade still. There weren't quite enough Mounted Samurai in. I mean, I don't know, maybe Vortex knows this better than we do.
Yeah, I mean, it could very well be. And what's nice is, I mean, Vortex, his knight count is always going to be on the higher side because of not only with the fish, but he's going to be able to pump them out very quickly out of that school of cavalry. Don't see Royal Bloodlines out of him yet. Actually, Crackety, the Royal Institute just looks like a very fancy, expensive building because I don't see a single technology that he researched out of it.
He doesn't have the gold for it. He just switched over to the gold mine in the back of his base. Beasty, he's not going to have any gold issues here. He's actually now switching into Horseman. Now we're starting to get into a little bit of a troublesome territory, I want to say, for Vortex. He's got a lot of resource in the bank behind all of this as well. So I think he wants to save up for Royal Bloodlines now. I think that's going to be the next upgrade that he'll get in.
Yeah, and you know, and he just clicked this, so very astute observation, Crackety. You know, with the French going up with that Royal Institute, man, you need a lot of gold. You need the veteran upgrades, you need all of those expensive upgrades, and even though they're discounted, they're still Imperial upgrades, so that Royal Bloodlines is 490 gold. Plus, if you want to get things for ARBs and you want to get blacksmith upgrades, it takes a lot. So Vortex running out of gold at that instance was pretty difficult for him to deal with, but still ahead on the military count. It's just how much quality is that count?
And another scout gets denied here. Beasty's pumping out a lot of military at the moment. The horsemen should do quite well up against the archers. The knights are going to be great against them, though, especially when you get that Royal Bloodlines upgrade in. The question in the room is going to be how well the Onimusha can deal with the knights, while also themselves getting focused down by the archers.
Yeah, I think there's gonna have to be picture perfect micro out of this one, right? So now with Beasty having the sacred sites, he's the first one to get them. He's gonna make Vortex be on the offensive. It's very interesting for the Japanese as we're seeing those Onimusha, those horsemen, those bannermen start to protect that sacred site. Beasty has to go with a lot of outposts because remember, in the Japanese, there's no castle. You don't get keeps. You get castles in Imperial Age.
Or, you know, you build a forward TC, but that typically doesn't feel too good. Royal Bloodlines now gonna be coming in, so suddenly these knights are a lot more tanky than they used to be. Spring on placement is in. Decap attempt is coming through. Is this gonna be a fight that Vortex takes? It looks like he wants to. Archers pushing past, don't want to engage against the horsemen. Facing off against the Onimusha. It's doing a good job on the back line. There actually aren't enough archers here from the looks of it. Yeah, the archers are getting cleaned up against the Onimusha.
And I think, you know, that Springald upgrade ends up being a pretty valuable resource. We're able to take down most of those archers. If not at one hit, you have an Onimusha that might be able to pick them off. A very convincing fight for Beasty as these Royal Knights are going to go down as well.
GG gets cold.
And Vortex is done with this. He's not going to have it anymore. Series goes to Beasty 4-1.
I feel like this was one of those situations where just the army composition was a little bit off. Like, if we had crossbows there with the Gambison upgrade, you get 5 melee armor on them. Suddenly horsemen don't do that much anymore. It's difficult to call in these kind of situations, that much for sure. I'm still surprised by the archer play.
Yeah, I was too, especially because of how easily those horsemen were able to get a surround on them. You know, and don't get me wrong, I mean, the horsemen, we always talk about them not packing a punch, but that little bit of extra damage against range units plus the bannermen, they end up doing a pretty good job. And it's not like Vortex had things like spearmen, right? You couldn't stop the Horseman surround. Yeah, you could send your knights in there or whatever, but they're probably not going to create that big defense that you really need. So with Beasty taking this one in a 4-1, we're going to see all of really, 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 we're doing that again with the villagers.
He's really
Thank God.
doing them like that.
We already saw this from game number 1 a few times, where you see those guys, the Raiders, getting chewed up by the Donzos on the south side, those archers not really peppering the units that you want them to pepper. And that ended up being, for Beasty, he was able to lick his wounds and come back in this one with that Malian's kind of late game-ish economy power spike. It really set the tone.
This was such a brutal game for Vortex. Like, he felt like he had such a commanding lead, and I thought so too. In Feudal Age, I feel like if it just wasn't for that age up, he could have continued piling on that pressure and actually taken the lead in the series. But, you know, when you lose these type of games, it also affects the games afterwards. It kind of gets to your head. It deflates the mentality a little bit, the morality. These kind of situations, they can really make or break a series.
Oh, absolutely, because there is such a thing as setting a tone. You know, there's momentum involved, you know, whether it's sports, esports, any kind of competition, momentum is definitely that factor that certainly exists. Beasty doing a really good job with those horse archers, creating that little bit of idle time from Vortex. And you can see that Order of the Dragon Gilded Spearman was definitely the MVP of that game.
Yeah, it's so much value to getting in. And it's like the biggest weakness of no IO China is that you're very weak to early Dark Age aggression, because suddenly you don't have that Imperial official to supervise a barracks, you don't have that Imperial official to securely get your gold in. So if you're getting denied of gold, worst case, you don't have enough gold to actually get an Imperial official out.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, that's the greed that we play with nowadays. You know, trying to get to pro scouts and trying to get all of this, exploiting the map's resources. It seems like a Dark Age play, and this is something that I'm kind of learning as we're watching a lot of these games unfold. Because of the initial expense of professional scouts, getting some Dark Age disruption could really, really benefit you.
Yeah. Behind this now, while we're looking at the replay, we are trying to, or rather, we are getting Beasty in for an interview now. Winner's interview after this set. I definitely want to get his opinion now on the next set that we get going on here, because we will be seeing Anan versus Marine Lord coming up right after this one.
Yeah, that's going to be a very good series as well. You have one of these quote-unquote up-and-comers with Anan, who he's been making a name for himself, not only playing on the highest stages, but as a very nice and educating stream to watch. If you are interested in watching Anan, I would recommend you do so. Marine Lord on the other side, we've known Marine Lord, we've watched him play for years and years. Arguably, I'm going to say very arguably, not to really upset anybody in chat, but arguably the best player. So Anan's got his work cut out for him.
I think Anan's got him a little bit quaking in his boots, though, because the last couple of days, whenever I've been online and I checked, Marine Lord has been online non-stop practicing.
And that's, I mean, hey, he's a professional. That's what you got to do when you're doing anything.
It's kind of the effort that you got to put in when you want to be the best at a game.
Absolutely. You know, and it just goes to show that that skill and that talent, right, it has to be refined. Marine Lord, obviously, and Anan, too, all have natural talent in playing this game, but it's about all of these situations and the practice that gives you an upper hand on your opponent. So we're going to be seeing that one coming up. BC did take this one 4-1, and I'm hearing the interview is ready. Crackety, talk to the man.
All right, let's jump into the interview with Beasty now. All right, Beasty, congratulations for your victory up against Vortex. How are you feeling after that one?
Very tired. Thank you. I'm too old. You know, playing for this many hours is very exhausting. Like, these games are very hard, so pretty happy that I won, but yeah, very tired.
Walk me through that first game, because when you were playing Malians up against Delhi, there was this one point in Feudal Age where Vortex was diving your TC, And honestly, I kind of felt like this might be it for you. What were you feeling at that point? I think, okay, maybe you can still come back from that one, or were you also kind of steering at that moment in time?
I think we both played pretty bad that game. Like, like I was mismicroing so much I couldn't sort my control group, so I was just like, oh god, this is not it. Because I was in a really good spot, and then when he was diving in, I was like, no way I'm gonna lose like this. After getting a pretty good lead, no way that I'm gonna just throw it like this, right? But I didn't actually lose many workers. I think I lost maybe 2 or something. So I still have the cow boom, and I actually saw his long distance berries the moment he went on them, but I like on purpose I put my scout to patrol, and I didn't want to attack it because then I would notify him, right? So every once in a while I would check if he's still idle, and he was, so I just didn't harass it at all. But at some point I had some sofas, and I was like, okay, let's go for it. But yeah, I was worried I threw the game because I feel like I was in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, it ended up being a nice victory, a good lead in there to the series. What's your overall opinion on the series? Granting that, I mean, you talked about as well that you did actually practice with Vortex. What were your expectations going into the series?
I mean, he's very good, like micro player, right? Like he likes to force fights and stuff like that. So that's something that, like in our practice, we were both very aggressive. It's pretty funny because we would do a best of 5 in like an hour, 5 games. Like all the games would be like 10, 11 minutes, stuff like that. So this time around, I just took fights, but I played a lot more passive because I know that, maybe he's not the best against it. So every game I would just build up an army, kind of force small fights, but then just wait for him to overcommit. So I think overall the series was obviously a bit weird because, like I said, we practiced together, but I think I prepared the draft pretty well and worked out.
All right. Looking forward to your next set that you're going to have to play. Who do you think you're going to be up against? Do you think it's going to be Marine Lord, or do you think that Anan might have some secret strategies up his sleeve?
I mean, I played some games against both, like in tournament and in practice. Like, I think both can win, and I know most people are gonna be like, "No way, Marinwood's gonna win that," but I think both players can win. I don't know where Anaten's mindset is, because he might be like, "Oh, I don't know if I can win," and he might try something weird. But I think if Anaten just plays his game, he'll be more than fine. I just hope it's not a 4-0. Just hope they have a couple of more games.
All right. So definitely still anyone's game. Glad to hear it from you. All right, Beastie. Thank you so much for the interview. I'm gonna leave you to it now. Maybe also enjoy the games now. I'm definitely sure you're gonna want to pay attention since one of these players is one of those that you are gonna be facing off against next. Thank you so much for the interview and have a good one, man.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, we're gonna jump into a short break, everybody, and then we'll be back with the set between Anatent and Marine Lord. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. See you then. And so I told her, I'm just gonna put all my walk. Oh, hey there, welcome everyone. I didn't see you guys there. We're back, and we're bringing you an awesome set. It's not just any set. It is the winners finals coming in live here for you. We got Marine Lord up against Anan. Can you believe it? Anan in the winners finals here. I go back like 3-4 months. I would have called you, man. That can't be right. But there he is, and he's looking good. He's looking very good. How are you, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing great. Coming back from a great break. I hope everybody was able to empty your bladders, get some snackies, because now we're diving in to our last series here, this 7-game series between, you're right, Anan, even in the upper bracket too, Crackety. So you gotta think, this upper bracket, it's very important to get a win in this series, because that's just gonna mean that you again have to lose twice once you get to those finals. So it really helps you out a little bit. I see Myriad in chat also saying that he remembers Anan denting him years ago in the War Chief Club. Dude, Myriad, so do I. You know, War Chief Club was something that I even casted 2 years prior to doing this, and seeing him ascend to one of these arguably top 4, right, that we're seeing here with Vortex and Beasty that we just saw in the prior series, the astronomical climb that he's had, right? And seeing him play in this upper bracket, regardless of the result, I really do hope he's proud of himself, because I think us as a community are proud of him too.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Starting us off here, we're going to be seeing Cliffside coming in. Ruse from Marine Lord up against the Chinese from Anan. So I'm very excited to see this one coming in. And we do have a wildcard coming in here as a map as well, because we do see moving out as a potential map here for the series.
Yeah, a little bit different this time around. There's moving at, there's Kurlager, there's 4 Lakes, which we didn't see in the prior series. It was picked, but we didn't see it. So maybe we're going to see something a little bit different. Now, this matchup with you, I know that you are the China/Zushi aficionado when it comes to the EGC casting lineup. So I'm going to toss you this question. When you go into a game and you queue against a Rus opponent, what's your initial reaction?
The initial reaction is, oh man, I'm going to get Pro Scout so much quicker than he is.
Great. That's it? That's all?
That's all. That's the entire reaction. I'm getting Pro Scouts way quicker than he is, and I'm going to get all the deer.
Yeah, for sure. You get a lot of them. You do it quicker. You do it in 30 seconds. Get that professional scouts. And with the ability to Roost, doesn't really have that Dark Age kind of aggression, right? We saw Order of the Dragon go up against the Chinese as well. So we're not probably going to see those shenanigans, I would imagine, from a Roost player. But you have the potential to get up pretty quicker. But then it's about getting your scouts out. What are you going to do after you research the technology? And that's the bread and butter that we're going to see from both of these civilizations. Game number 1 of this series between Anan and Marine Lord on Cliffside. Anan, color yellow, as the Chinese spawning on the western side. Marine Lord as the Rus in the pink, spawning in the eastern side of the map. Going with that 2 hunting cabin start like we usually see out of these players. And I was more like a live or die 1 hunting cabin kind of guy, but then I saw how good the second one was, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'll chop the wood. Leave me alone.
Remember when you were still able to chop through wood lines and you're just able to place the hunting cabin inside of a wood line? Those were the days.
Spicy. Yeah. I remember that was a fad a little bit. I can't remember. Oh my God, this is a while ago, right? But
it was a while ago. Yeah,
having
you
that
just
ability.
double hunting cabin and you get like 40 gold from every hunting cabin immediately per minute.
Because wasn't there also, not only, I mean, with that, but didn't we have Oasis for a time? And people were chopping through to get to that dock? Was that a thing?
Yeah. That was an absolute thing. That was the whole point of Oasis, I feel like.
Yeah, we haven't seen that map much anymore, I guess for good reason, right? But
yeah, without the
now with
chopping, right? Like, what do you do in that map?
Or you're just sitting there beating your head against trees, essentially. And then it's almost like a 20-minute treaty. It's like, okay, let's just get to the pond first, and then we'll
with
take
extra
it.
steps.
Right. Right, and Bitterland is in chat saying that it doesn't exist. So I guess it was just
what is this? I've never heard about that map.
Yeah, it was just a fabrication, confabulation, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, with both of these civilizations going up to the feudal age, Anan is going to be the first one to hit that button with the Imperial Academy, and those Chinese villagers are going to build it faster than their Rus counterparts. So not only do you get that faster age up, you also have a potential, hopefully, of getting that professional scouts a lot quicker. Now, Marine Lord, we're probably going to assume that Golden Gate is going to be made. And do you still think for the Rus with that Golden Gate, is there any potential for feudal play?
You could go for more feudal play. I think still like Marine Lord is very likely just going to go for that play onto Pro Scouts. We do see villagers getting split off onto wood now from him. So he will get that wood in that he's going to need for Pro Scout, because you also need a little bit of extra wood to sell with that Golden Gate.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is a good deal. You know, you're giving them 100, you're getting back 150, but nice sheep.
Nice
18.
sheep. 18, yeah. Nice sheep.
For Marine Lord, and a little bit
Oh,
less
I love that.
for
He's
Anan.
luring the deer in early now. That's great. That is a good play from him. Just making sure that if he goes for Pro Scout, like these deer are going to be even closer to your base. So the pickoff is going to be nice. Also means that your opponent can't easily deny them.
And, you know, especially because on Cliffside, right, you could have a situation like we talked about in prior Cliffside spawns where the deer end up spawning in front, like near the cliff. Luckily, Marine Lord doesn't have that unfortunate spawns. They call them Marine Lord spawns for a reason, but
Yeah.
definitely having the ability to push these in and having the presence of mind. I remember seeing Anan actually do this a couple weeks ago, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, Anan, he's a great aficionado when it comes to deer pushing. Even I've seen him push his opponent's deer, and it's hilarious. Like he goes through lengths in order to push him in. You wouldn't believe it. The resources are going to be coming in now. Just needs one more drop off to be able to get Pro Scouts in.
And it looks like Marine Lord did hit the button already, but again, he cannot supervise it. So as soon as Anan actually clicks that button, you'll be able to get that done pretty quickly. But you didn't need your scouts to be professional. You didn't need to know the knot tying to harness that deer onto the scout and the horse's backside. These are amateur scouts just pushing them in.
Yeah, these are amateur scouts, as you said, going there for the push. And even if you, like, at this point in time, I think Marine just can, or at least get a couple in, so his villagers can already work on him. I don't think you need to commit all the way to it, just because it's nowadays so much easier to just kill him and click him once Pro Scout comes in, because it's automatic. You don't need to actually, like, focus on this as much.
No, and I mean, like, while Pro Scouts is getting researched, you might as well, right? I mean, obviously you can go to your own deer packs and stuff too to get that pickup pretty safely, but now he's herded just about everything in. Pro Scouts is now just getting completed, and it will get completed. Survival Techniques is very soon to follow. All of a sudden, you're thinking, okay, this is my deer game. I'm going to go get some deer, and I'm going to do whatever. No, you're not going to do that, because Marine Lord already has 7.
Both players mess up a good scouts now. Marine Lord the first one to also mix in some spearmen. Already has the scouts out and about now. Take deer away from Anan's pack there in the back line next to the market. That's a little bit of a trade out when it comes to the deer placements.
Yeah, and it kind of like, it gives you potential to be aggressive with it, right? Because you don't have to worry about your home deer. You don't have to worry about your villagers, you know, running out of anything. Like if they have sheep and they're just kind of sitting around, they're waiting for something to happen. Doesn't really need to do that, right? So you can go to some of those super far away deer packs and maybe steal a couple from the Chinese counterpart. He still has a safe one over there on the south side, which could prove to be useful, but Anan's now starting to make some military units that actually do some damage. Adding a barracks, supervising that, getting a couple spearmen out just to try to stop the Rus from really running away with this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Overall, deer count, I want to say, looks semi-similar now, because Anan very likely is still going to get the deer in the back of his base. This one should also be able to make it back alive or gets pulled. on the one spearman that was out there. A couple of spearmen out there from Anan as well. Might be able to do some damage to that scout that is trying to get away with one of the deer there.
You know, it's kind of nice with the Chinese, too. A little bit of an added bonus that we might not have thought of previously, but Anatan's still Tang Dynasty, right? So those scouts have a little bit more vision than your usual scouts. You're going to be able to see. You're not going to lose any of those roost scouts as they're trying to get those carcasses in. So, yeah, those spearmen might take the scout
from the
down.
Spearman. Oh, they won't. There was some body blocking going on. The scout blocked the spearman. Isn't able to get the hit in. Yeah, both players now looking to go for the A jump. Marine is going to be the first one to achieve that, just courtesy of that Golden Gate suddenly trades out for 450 gold. Nice trade.
Yeah, super easy, right? You get a little bit of surplus wood. You know, you just get a couple villagers trying to get that. Then all of a sudden, your high trade house starts to get in. Now, for everybody that is in chat, as the spearman goes down for Anatan, put your numbers in for the high trade house. See if you can guess that number correctly. As Anatan's going for the Imperial Palace, you don't have to guess on that number. It gives you nothing right off the bat.
118.
Okay, 118 is pretty good. I'm gonna go buck 24.
Actually, it's a pretty good position. I'm gonna go up a little bit. I'm gonna say 138.
138. Okay. I see some. There's a lot in the 130s to 140-ish that we're seeing. Some people a little bit overzealous in the 200s. I appreciate being the optimistic person in the room and the glass half full kind of stand-up guy that you are. Anatan's going to be the first one going to Castle Age and going to be starting to get some of those Lancers. Now that High Trade House is completed, but in a minute, we will be able to show you how much you actually get. Marine Lord looks like he's still going into the Spearman route.
Kill. I'm seeing Spearman for the time being, but I would imagine that those kind of get phased out for Cav Archers at some point soon. Scouts being traded out. Still has 6 scouts remaining. There is 1 archer range, and now we're actually getting crossbows in. So maybe an infantry-based army composition coming out now.
And this could even be because we know that these players know each other pretty well and have played together a decent amount. They might have practiced together in previous instances or whatever the case. So maybe this is a little bit of metagaming. You know, you're going into crossbowmen pretty much off the bat. You know that Anatan is going to be going into Lancer, so you're making that ultimate anti-Lancer composition of Spearman and crossbowmen. Now, with his ability to get that monastery, he's going to be able to get those warrior monks out, start to get some relics. Anatan's going to be soon to follow as well. And it looks like, just based on looking at the map here, this south side is going to be in contention. There's a couple relics over here.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. And we do get the confirmation, 160 gold per minute from that high trade house. Nice.
160. I'm currently scrolling through chat. I see Guts with 170. I see Masked Flames with 172. Let's see here. Brittany and Heisenberg with 150. So congratulations. You win absolutely nothing. Nobody put 160 in the chat right now. We already saw it. Don't think you're part of the game. You're not. Okay? For those people, you win absolutely nothing. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. Now, with Marine Lord coming in with these Spearmen and Crossbowmen, as Anatan, what kind of switch do you want to make?
That's the question, right? Like, your opponent's going for this infantry army composition. You could kind of mirror that also with your own spearmen, with your own crossbowmen. That could definitely be the option. And so far, we're just seeing a ton of knights coming in. Knights, they're a very front-loaded unit when it comes to their stats. No bonus damage, but the base damage that they pack is quite heavy. And Marine Lord, he might be a little bit out of position here with his military. Anaton might be looking for some villager pickoffs here. Is getting 1 villager. That's going to be maybe 2, maybe 3. He's getting a nice pinch there. The villagers, they can't escape. At the same time, Anaton is under attack inside of his own base as well. He took down 6 villagers there. Very nice. A good amount of damage found. And now Marine Lord, he's behind in the economy.
Yeah, and I think with now we're seeing the +9, right, and a lot of idle time from Marine Lord as well. If Anatan does have the presence of mind of wanting to go to Song Dynasty, it's even going to get magnified even more. So Marine Lord might be starting to think about a second TC earlier than he might want to.
Looks like behind this, Marine Lord is getting the lion's share of the relic, so 2 more coming in for him. That puts him at 3. The second one for Anan that's in his base just needs to get picked up. Anan able to defend his base now. Ooh, does lose his knights though. These are heavy losses, but he is now transitioning into his own crossbow play. We're still in Tang Dynasty, no Song Dynasty switch up yet. Has the resource for it though.
I was going to say, he has the ability. He's got the resources for sure. And now we're getting to this point of the game, probably in the next few minutes or so, where these deer are going to start to run out. We saw China do this before, right? You're trying to get this, you know, you get the professional scouts, you get all the deer, that's fantastic. And then in a couple minutes, that's going to start running out, and then you go on berries, which you don't really want to do, right? You got to do some kind of granary transition. Marine Lord might not be doing that just because of the high trade house that's continuing to get deer for you. So Marine Lord might be trying to tread the water, push the issue a little bit, and it looks like he's going to.
Seeing Veterancy come in for the archers at the moment for Anan, so maybe an archer switch up now. Actually, Marine Lord using those scouts as a very nice meat shield here at the front side. Has a lot of them remaining, right? And they do have a good amount of HP.
Yeah, you remember those age-old, I'll call them Season 0 Roost plays where you went with the Golden Gate and the Abbey of the Trinity, and then those scouts ended up being your meat shield? Because I think at the time, those scouts did 4 damage, didn't they?
Yeah, they did a lot more damage. You were able to animation cancel with them as well. It was toxic. It was kind of toxic.
Yeah.
You could take down a dock in like 30 seconds with 1 scout by just animation canceling the torches.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and you even saw them like because of the 4 damage, you would even see them take down villagers in Dark Age, and you're like, okay, that's quite enough. We can't be doing this anymore. So, not going to be the case. Obviously, he's not going to be using that scout as a front line. Could be adding some men-at-arms here instead. What do you think about the change?
Men-at-arms makes a lot of sense. He kind of baited his opponent into the archer play now. Archers and horsemen don't do too well up against the men-at-arms. There's a little bit of a timing, though, that's going to be needed for the switch-up, but he's already got a lot of them out there. He actually switched out, or rather traded out for some wood, so I think he used that in order to get some more production buildings out online. Now we can see the spearmen and the scouts at the front line. And the archers, they don't do any bonus damage to the scouts, so he has to be careful with which units he actually wants to target here.
Yeah, and also, I mean, a little bit of that range defense coming from Saint's Blessing. Anatan's horsemen went right onto those spearmen. You saw a decent amount of cavalry hit the deck, all at the same time of while he's doing this. Now, think about this for a second now. Marine Lord is able to keep up this military production timing with the Golden Gate, now has a second TC on the north side of his base. So if he's able to hold and he's able to hang out just for a little bit longer, I think he's got a good army composition for him to do that. This is looking very favorable for the Frenchman.
Yeah, we don't see any stirrups on these horsemen at the moment from Anan. Looks like he hasn't upgraded them yet. We do have that second TC, as mentioned, from Marine Lord, so economy scaling, Marine Lord is looking good, and Anan just isn't quite able to take the kind of efficient fights that he wants to at the moment.
Yeah, and then this, this hit with the food is going to start coming in. Now, Anan using good presence of mind, obviously, with that little bit of map control on his side of the map. He's going to be trying to get that boar, and we'll be able to do so successfully. So that'll help him out just a little bit. But again, that looming threat of getting those granaries. Is he going to be able to do that? Marine Lord with that wood economy for the roost, getting that little bit of extra is so great, because you're just going to be able to trickle in farms as you go.
That's right. We are seeing feudal age upgrades now coming in for those horsemen, so veterancy will be on the menu here soon. Still looking at Marine Lord's army, like he's up to 12 men-at-arms. There's no direct counter out yet. Look, he's going for his own archers with the additional wood income that he gets. He's already outproduced Anan. This is a dangerous game that Anan's playing right now, and he's out at the front with his units. He might not have enough here. There aren't too many spearmen remaining. Anan, he's gonna need to focus them down, but it's kind of difficult. Veterancy isn't in yet on the horsemen. Before it's in, he loses all of his numbers.
Oh my! And if you think horsemen are flimsy when they're at the right age, you put them an age behind, right? And then all of a sudden, they completely fall flat. Archers are going to be able to pick off a lot of the units that Anan has in terms of range mass. Now it's 50 to 14, 51 to 14 in terms of military, and Marine Lord has that extra town center.
think Anan, he tried to push the issue a little bit too much there into his opponent's base. Could have gone for the macro play on his own side. Instead, Marine Lord with that second TC. He's gonna feel very fine now. Military advantage on his side now as well. Get some idle time on the gold villagers. Small raids coming in, but with the 2 TC, it's just not gonna be enough. And Anan, he realizes that's gonna be.
You don't want that smoke.
Yeah, that's not a position that you can realistically come back from after losing your military like that. He knows about the second TC as well, so he knows that Marine Lord does have that lead in the economy. And look at that, like that military value lead there at the end, it just kind of shows you how the situation goes at the game. There was a great raid at the beginning there from Anan, getting a lot of villagers. Just the follow-up, not clean enough when you're up against the best of the best, like Marine Lord.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he definitely gave himself an advantage with that raid. I think afterward, though, after that raid concluded, we didn't really see much in terms of raiding. I mean, maybe he was attempting to and Marine Lord was thwarting them, but I don't remember any catastrophic villager losses coming out from the other side. And Marine Lord was continuously able to hammer Anatan's front gold over there on the eastern side of his base. So Marine Lord dissecting, understanding that matchup and figuring out when that Chinese weak point is and taking that game number one. Let's take a look at some of the replays. You can see, obviously, the remnants of professional scout fights with all of these scouts trying to come in. There's that cheeky raid that we have, a little bit of a pathing discrepancy because they can't get out of the way from those lancers and from that lumber camp. So those villagers ended up going down. And look at that spot right there. Like, China still has that 10 plus villager lead. Do you think it's just the Ruse passive income? Do you think that's it?
I think, yeah, for one, like the passive income definitely makes a big difference there. Not that China doesn't have their own ways to scale the economy. I think for the most part, it's just the army composition that was out there. The horsemen just really didn't accomplish that much. I think maybe palace guards could have also just worked kind of great there as a front line, because if you put up palace guards next to horsemen, they're still gonna survive a good bit longer. Like, horsemen just feel so flimsy up against those spearmen.
Yeah, I mean, especially now, don't get me wrong, they were in feudal age, right? Just saw some of them try to get a flank. And regardless, though, I definitely agree. Feudal age or castle age, I think he ran into some significant snags, right? So game one goes into Marine Lord's pocket. You can see the graph here one final time, and now it's gone. You can't see it anymore. I hope you can read quick. Okay. Now 1 minute left going into this game number 2. Marine Lord does have the momentum, does have the advantage. We're on Kurlager, and it is Ayubids and Mongols. First Mongol sighting today. How about that?
Yeah, we're getting Mongols in and on Kurlager, so that's a pretty interesting map. Mongols, I feel like. No, for one, you got like all these little pocket economies that you can have with the couple of shoreline fish that are out there on the rivers, and you can defend them relatively easily as well. If you get the Uvu in, you can get a naval emplacement in. You can also get Mangadai in. Just take map control overall. It's actually a really great map for a map for Mangadai. It's a really great one. You got so many different avenues to raid from. Your units can walk on the water. Yeah, I think this is a good one for the Mangadai. Issue is, like, I'm not sure how exactly they trade out against Desert Raiders due to the camel unease. I want to say that Mangadai should still trade out nicely against them just because their attack speed is kind of absurd.
Yeah, and without that Desert Raider range armor, could prove to be difficult for them. We're diving in. Get your water wingings, chat. We got a little bit of river diving as Marine Lord playing as the Ayubids in the Color Peak, spawning in the northwestern side, getting his docks up. Anan as the Mongols in the color yellow. It doesn't look like, from my understanding. I'm not looking to see a dock, but yeah, you're exactly right. This Mongolian spawn, top notch.
There's no immediate dock because Anan, he is going for that. That's a little bit early for the sheep. I guess does this map even have a lot of sheep?
Oh, man.
Oh yeah, we are getting that dock in. It was just the Uvu did open up here. So we're not seeing that immediate dock play coming in. It's going to be on a little bit of a delay. That's fine for Anan.
Man, that con is annoying, isn't it? Just peppering that village. It's not going to take the villager down. You know, it only does 2 damage. But, man, hearing that attack notification over and over again because of that con is just very annoying. But now, with that con, you're going to be able to see, obviously, because of where these docks are, you're obviously going to see some contention as Marine Lord is pushing some of his deer, I should say, into that starting town center. Mongols versus Ayyubids here in this spot with the docks that close. What are you thinking? What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, nothing for the foreseeable future within the next couple of moments. Oh, look at this. Okay, we can tell Marine Lord. He's going to go for the advancement wing. 3 villager drop-off. Wait, does he have enough gold? It's 30 gold, isn't it?
I think it's 120.
Was it 120? I'm not 100% sure. I thought it was like 30 gold. 125. Okay, so it's just enough.
Oh, we were both wrong. Okay, let's compromise. 120.
I remember you got to pull like 3 villagers in order to get in 1 drop-off. So yeah, 125 gold. So he's going to get a really, really quick age-up timing in here. Means that he will have the lead on water. So Anan, he can't really afford making more than 3 fishing ships because then he won't be able to garrison them.
And I'll tell you, like, on a map like this where you have a shared body of water, I'm definitely seeing how important it is to do something like the advancement wing, right? Just getting to feudal age first. Just getting your navy ships, making sure you can do some damage. It's really good, you know? I mean, if you're the Mongols and you can't get to feudal age in time, and then all of a sudden you're facing anything like demo ships and sprinkled ships, and you're trying to continuously play catch-up, you're in trouble.
Anan, he's prioritizing water, though, so the deer stones follow up. It's quite quick. It's quite quick, so he's going to be able to get a good timing in on the naval emplacement if he goes for it. Issue with naval emplacement is that with the position of the dock, he could always take it down with demo ships, just with demo ships as well.
Is he? I don't think is he going in placement?
Maybe.
He's not researching that.
I mean, he can't research it yet. Fuel age.
No.
Placement?
No, I'm sorry. The culture wing, the advancement wing. He's not going for it.
Wait. Yeah, he
At
is.
225,
Wait.
125.
Wait. Huh?
He didn't click it.
Wait, what's going on? Huh?
He
I'm
didn't click it.
confused.
Don't. Oh, Beasty, don't Tim Keck W me. I counted that out. He didn't click it. He did not click the advancement wing. That's why I short-circuited. Okay? We didn't see it.
Oh my god, the interface.
We didn't see it. We got bamboozled. All of us.
I'm confused now what's going on. I'm confused with what's going on here. Wait. What?
Okay,
Something's
apparently
going on.
people are telling me if I see one more Tim Keck W, I swear this is, oh my god, I've never had this kind of chaos in an EGC stream. The apparently what we're seeing is Marine Lord is in feudal age. Is that correct, Cal? Can somebody? Okay, so he's in feudal, but we can't see that.
It's a little bit of a desync that's going on right now. That's the first time I've seen something like this happen. This is a very weird kind of desync. Because I've never seen it happen, actually, in a recorded game, that a player is in feudal age, yet gets shown as dark age.
Okay, well, now what do we do?
Well, we just continue casting, I guess.
Okay. I mean, you know.
Sure.
We got yeah, I'm a little taken aback by this. I'm
I'm
gonna be honest with you.
confused why Marine Lord is banking up so much wood. Maybe this is like the play into like fast castle into Tower of the Sultan.
Okay.
That could be a play,
sure.
right?
Sure. People in chat are asking which wing did he choose? We don't know.
Wait, there
We
it
have
is!
No, oh, there's a
It
culture
came
wing.
in.
Never mind.
It fixed.
It's it's here. Sick. Okay.
We're
Never
back.
mind. Okay. Now Cal has taken over the observation. So we are diving in. This is regularly live and scheduled. Nothing happens between the first 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, no, it was more desync than just the age up. It was also desync with the units that are out there, apparently.
Yeah, yeah.
That's actually crazy. I've never seen that happen again. Oh,
and now nobody's moving. Oh, it's paused. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, that's one of the. That's the first time I've seen that one. You know, Age of Empires. It's a game in active development. Things are happening, right? Like we're getting fixes. There we go. We're hitting the fast forward button. Dog is getting taken down. We do actually have the Mangudai come in up against the Desert Raiders. Looks like the Desert Raiders do have some additional range on them. They're also a little bit faster. So Mangudai, they are going to need some additional mass here if they want to take on the Desert Raiders.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see what Anan is going for also with the Keshik. He's starting to add a little bit of Keshik. Against Desert Raider, I don't know if I like the look of that, Crackety.
Yeah, I mean, now that they got the Khan Hunter there. Wait, is that a Khan Hunter? Yeah, that is a Khan Hunter, right? Yeah, he's got a Dark Vest on. So we do have a Khan Hunter in there. Now they actually got the same range, or should have very similar range. The issue is still that they're getting a big debuff on their attack damage. So even though the Desert Raider doesn't have any ranged armor, the Mangudai aren't doing that great against them yet.
Well, I'll tell you what, Crackety, especially because there's only 1 or 2 of them, right? I mean, yeah, the Unease is going to do something, right? And as soon as those Keshiks actually come in, look at how quickly they get absolutely shredded. They're getting ridiculously shredded as we go into regular mode and caster mode. I'm thrown for a loop with this stuff. All right, now super quick. Desert Raider's going to take that okay. And take down Mangudai 1v. Somebody on God's green earth, somebody help me.
Oh man, yeah, I think somebody's going on with the replay file here in the back behind this. We're getting some strange phenomena here. Nonetheless, at the moment, there we go. Sounds back now as well. Tim Keck W. We're just getting more and more Desert Raiders out. Anan, he's starting to scale into more and more Mangudai. At one point, there's going to be enough Mangudai to finally start doing critical damage up against the Desert Raiders.
Yeah, I feel like if you have a decent mass of them, right? Plus with the Khan, you could use the Khan Hunter as well. And then the Khan is going to be able to use their arrow just to make sure those Mangudai move a little bit faster. Desert Raiders don't usually end up catching up to you. These Mangudai, and you hit it right on the head when we talked about the start of this one, right? The amount of Mangudai that are going to be used on Kurlager because you have to have so many points of interest. It's so important.
Yeah, and Anan, he's doing a good job of just annoying Marine Lord's military here, making sure that they're occupied at all times. Oh, he has to be careful because now we're getting military ships on both ponds. Means Marine Lord, he's trying to shut those raids down on the side. He's trying to shut down the angles from which Anan can harass him.
Yeah, and I like this idea because on a map like this, on a map like Kurlager, it's going to be difficult to wall. And you can see, you know, you have a couple of these wood lines that you might be able to put a wall in, maybe through the backside, but it's not like you can completely surround your base without the cost of an extensive amount of wood that you'd rather be using somewhere else.
Hawk is in for Anan, is now getting the emplacement on as well, so does have a good bastion there, is going to have a good amount of income through there as well. Yeah, that emplacement means that Marine Lord, he can't really push too deep in on this side. We do actually get the Deer Stones now moving forward as well. So suddenly all these Mangudais, they're going to have the movement speed advantage coming in as well. Looks like the attack speed arrow is coming in as well. It's very careful because once again, these scouts, they can be quite the formidable meat shield in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, just with how many Desert Raiders that are here, it looks like those Mangudai actually trying to find those villagers more than anything else. They might not think that they could take that straight fight, and I have a harboring to agree with them because of how many Desert Raiders are there. And Marine Lord, he's really doubling down on them. If he's seeing only Mangudai, he's confident in his Desert Raider choice.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense and it's working. they lose out on so much damage, and the Mangudai, they just can't get their damage out enough in time. Ooh, it looks like one Mangudai there was a little bit unsure where to go. He's gonna pay for it with his life. Now with the there, like Anan, he's boxed in that on that side now. Like one villager did get taken down, but now Desert Raider's in. It's just mass Desert Raider here. It's something that Anan can really deal with at the moment. He's in trouble.
And you know, Marine Lord's micro with all of these groups of Desert Raiders, it looks bar none, doesn't it? I mean, he's using the Desert Raiders to try to cut off the Mangudai, and this is like the cat and mouse game that you kind of need to do when you are playing against Mangudai. So obviously Camelinese is helping out, the range on those Desert Raiders helping out, and the rivers on Kurlager, because he has those boats there, Crackety, it means he doesn't have free reign. So he's got to pick all of these weird corners, all these weird angles, that then Mangudai start getting picked off.
Yeah, Marine Lord pulling ahead in the economy department as well. Looks like he's got a good lead when it comes to the fishing ships on water. Baron now coming in for Anan. Is moving here in the mid. Needs to get that food and come in order to just keep up with the Mangudai production here. It's gonna be difficult because now it's kind of like an exposed spot out on the map there. That's a lot of villagers that are gonna have to get pulled. Oh, this is gonna hurt. This hurts so much now. More Mangudai going down. Run to the outpost.
And that's the thing about Mangudai, like,
to kite him out.
Well, that's the thing about Mangudai, Crackety, is like, you don't want to sit and take fights with them, right? You want to be running around. You want to be trying to kill villagers, all that kind of stuff. If you're using the Desert Raiders and you're taking down Mongolian villagers, they have to come back to defend, and they don't want to do that.
So I think maybe if Anan just got like a couple of horsemen out as well, because then he forces the Desert Raiders into melee mode to beat the horsemen, and then they can't focus on the Mangudai at the same time, or at least not as many.
You know, that's what I kind of expected Anan was trying to do anyway with the Keshik, because he got a couple Keshiks in there. It just so happens that, you know, the Keshiks don't do the bonus damage, and they get hit by all of the melee armor that the Desert Raiders have. So maybe if he went Horseman, it would have been a better idea, but you're exactly right. Like, making those Desert Raiders, make sure they're not targeting the Mangudai. Without a front line, you cannot sit and take a fight.
Yeah. Once again, those Desert Raiders, they know where the economy is from Anan, out on the map. That's going to be another 2, make it 3. Up to 4 now. 4 additional villager kills, and he's got enough Desert Raiders, so he's just going to burn it down.
Wow. And that's, I mean, that's the best part, the versatility of the Desert Raider. It's such a weird unit because you can shoot you at a distance with a decent amount of damage. It can take down outposts like that, and you're thinking, well, it's kind of like a horse archer, right? Not so much. Now he's got Desert Raiders at home that might be able to help a Marine Lord. He's got to get those villagers the hell out of there.
Yeah, but the early movement from the villagers, the pre-move, means that he's not going to lose any villagers. At least none from the looks of it. Meanwhile, Anan, he's down 11 villagers.
Yeah. Yeah, right now, Economic County's sitting on 43. He's trying to do something with more of these Mangudai while Anan is going up with the step readout. Marine Lord will be soon to follow, but again, for the Iubids, like the Abbasid, it's 1:45 seconds. We're not going to see it. We're moving on. Game number 2, going to Marine Lord.
So now Marine Lord leading 2-0. Anan. That's gonna be a rough one for him if he wants to get back in this set. 2 games now that he has lost early on. Question is, what does he have planned for the next one? This one was just very cleanly played by Marine Lord.
Yeah, I think so too. I would assume, based on not from what we saw, but from what had happened, that Marine Lord did get to Feudal Age first with that emplacement, or with the Culture Wing, I should say, and then he was able to take down the dock of Mongols on the other side. What do you think about, now, with Anan in that situation, the Mongols usually love that kind of stuff because they get a barracks, they get 2-time spearmen, and they could take a dock down.
Yeah, I mean, taking the dock down, I'm not sure about the timing here in this one because we did get that advancement wing in, right, from Marine Lord. So I feel like by the time the Spearman would have really dealt enough damage there, we would have probably already had either like a demo ship or an archer ship out that would have been able to deal with like the early Spearmen that could be coming in.
Yeah, I get that. Just because the advancement wing is as quick as it is, so I could definitely see that point. It's just a bunch of desert raiders. That's what these
It's so
replays
petty,
are.
yeah.
It's a bunch of desert raiders killing Mongolian peasants, and I don't have anything else to say about that, honestly.
I mean, Desert Raider is a pretty good unit. They scale fantastically into the later stages of the game. Similar to Mangudai, it's just that the Mangudai, they need more upgrades, and they kind of need to not get debuffed as well. Like, they have got amazing attack speed. The issue is that their attack damage is low, and if you take an additional 20% off of that, you're getting to the point where they just feel very underwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mangudai are. That's the thing, though. Like, they're kind of an expensive unit. You know, I mean, I get it. With Mongols, you're making some 2 at a times every once in a while, right? But still, you need a decent amount of resources to do that at a time where you didn't have that dock on the western side. That one ended up going down. So, I don't know. Anan was kind of fighting uphill, especially against those desert raiders. Taking a look at this game number 3. However, we are on 4 lakes, and Marine Lord is going for the hometown pick. He's picking the French on this one. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, this is the second time now today that we're seeing French being picked on a hybrid map, and overall, we've seen it a couple more times come in. It is a very minute buff that they received. It's that they get an additional 10 population space now when they build a dock, so they save like 50 wood for a house. Suddenly, we see French a lot more often on water. It's an interesting situation now for French, like having them more like being perceived as a viable civilization on hybrid maps. I think it's very interesting because that also, like, we're having a relatively small civilization pool that is viable on hybrid and on water maps. And if you suddenly expand that civilization pool, like French and Jean suddenly get 2 more civilizations in, you suddenly open up a lot more potential matchups. We're going to be seeing French up against Japan here now in 4 Lakes. Japan, one of those civilizations that is just like firmly cemented as like one of, if not the best hybrid civ.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, anytime I see 4 ranked in the ranked ladder pool, I'm picking Japan just about every time. But for the French on 4 Lakes, it was actually something that I don't know if you did when that buff came out, but I kind of experimented with it just because I was thinking that dock is going to give me tempo. Maybe I can get to feudal age and do some feudal age stuff with some knights. We might not even think about castle age. You know, I'm just trying some different things. And to me, it didn't feel like it translated, number one. And number two, most of the civilizations that you're seeing on 4 Lakes, the French aren't really that great against. Like, do you want to face an Abbasid or Ayyubids as French? Not really.
It could be worse. Could be worse. I mean, up against Japan, I've managed to lose games as Japan against French. I think there's definitely potential there, just with the Arbaletria themselves. Like, if you get a big mass of Arbaletria in, Japan feels like a very much discounted civilization. Suddenly, your men-at-arms don't do well, your horsemen don't do as well, your knights don't do as well, your Onabugatius, forget about them, they don't do well at all. They don't do any damage. Spearmen, nope. You suddenly rely on siege, you rely on Yumi archers, you rely on Amushas, which also don't trade out favorably against Pavisa. It's a rough situation to be in. Getting there is the issue. Like, you need to actually practice French for that. You need to know how you transition correctly, what units to make, how to get yourself set up in a position from where on out you can spam those units, take those favorable engagements. We're about to see if Marino can do that, because he certainly does know a lot about French. It's time for us to jump into game number 3. Up here between Marinelord and Anton. Marinelord, he's got a nice lead at the moment when it comes to the scoreboard. 2-0 leading against Anton at the moment. Anton here in the color yellow playing as the Japanese. Marinelord as the French on 4 Lakes.
Yeah, he's going to be... Now, again, with these docks as the French that we described, you can get 10 population space for every dock that you build, so it means you don't have to make the house. Japanese on the other side have their own bit of tempo, as we saw this matchup on Lakeside also in our prior series. Japan with those fishing boats a little bit cheaper, so it ends up paying off and getting to that fuel age. Now, we did see Japan previously in the last one with the Cura storehouse, just because of Lakeside being a little bit wonky in terms of taking docks down, all that kind of stuff. This one, not so much. I'm fully expecting a Coca.
Yeah, I mean, on this map especially, on Lakeside it doesn't make sense really to go Coca because you can't realistically reach your opponent's resources. You gotta go a long route in order to get to the dock. The gold is in range of the TC, the woodline's in range of TC. The Shinobi overall can't really achieve much here. On this map, however, you can very straightforward move over towards your opponent's docks. You can also harass the gold, and you just have a lot more options on this map with the Shinobi play.
And, you know, with that same argument, Crackety, that's why I would think the French would be good, right? Because then you can get knights and you can raid all of these areas and you can start taking down docks and all of that. But these Shinobi, the ability to sabotage, and with those Shinobi, they hit hard.
Nice sheep.
Nice sheep.
Nice sheep.
With, oh, I timed that. Nice. So, with some of these sheep, obviously they're going to be a secondary resource because of all the water that we have, but it still could be beneficial to scoop yourself up some. So with those Shinobi, as I was previously saying, you get a couple of those on a knight, that knight gets evaporated.
Yeah, just that bonus up against like melee units. I mean, so Shinobi, there's just so much damage coming out from them up against anything melee. So realistically, you are gonna need range units against them. Now the French, they're no strangers to bow and arrow. They don't mind investing into that. But it is still an investment. You gotta get the archer range in. That's 150 wood. You're not immediately benefiting from your landmark, which is a stable. So it's a whole thing, Tim. It's a whole thing.
It's just a mess, dude. It's just an absolute mess. Marine Lord also, as we're looking at the differences in the feudal age timing, right? You're seeing Marine Lord just
going out to gold.
Right. And Anatan, he's already there, almost. So just having that ability to get the feudal age first, and you know how important that is, especially on a hybrid map. We just saw it the last game. Being able to go feudal age first means you can set the tone on water or translate some land presence to water, and Anatan looks like he will be doing that, hopefully with that Coca, and that is down.
Coca coming in for Anan. Yeah, I'm very surprised. So Marine Lord, he is actually going for a second dock on another pond here before aging up. And we can look at the result here, right? Like, he's taking a while to age up.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, he's going to be pretty far behind, depending on how many villagers he actually puts in the School of Cavalry, right? So if we saw a previous one, right, of, you know, 8 or 9 villagers building a School of Cavalry, yeah, you might go up relatively quickly, but I'm not really sure that's going to be the case now for Anatan, just because he has a little bit of this free time, right? He's going to continue to make fishing boats and that kind of stuff. Do we see him just make a couple Shinobi and say, whatever, just bypass?
Yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? Like, you're gonna need a second dock one way or the other up against the Shinobi play. The issue that I still see here, like, if you're only one dock on each pond, one of the ponds might just get a knight. Oh, we're seeing double outposts coming in on Anatan's gold. That's, I mean, chasing after Marine Lord Scout here, which means that he doesn't actually have too much vision about what Marine Lord's doing behind this, because he's chasing the scout. He's not actually scouting himself. He doesn't know that the age up from Marine Lord is just insanely delayed, and that he's only trying to, like, catch up by having 8 villagers on the age up.
Yeah, and he's still, I mean, like, he's going to get there at a relatively reasonable time, I should say. But again, this is 8 villagers that you would rather have them getting resources, right? Instead of building this landmark. He will be able to get that knight, though, if he first gets that cavalry completed, and he just clicks that button. Shinobi's going to be coming out from Anatan. But look at his resource management, Crackety. He's already got about 400 food stored.
Yeah, so he is just gonna go for that straight Castle Age play here on his side. Shinobi out, doesn't invest into any additional Shinobi. He's just gonna get arrow slits and placements. He's got a lot of sheep, nice sheep, so he can definitely afford it.
Oh yeah, no,
I like that
absolutely.
villager pull as well. Marine Lord, he's always so good when it comes to like these early villager pulls. See how he pulled that villager away from that dock position because he knows, okay, there's a shinobi about to arrive. I'm just gonna run. Okay, he's never mind. They're still exposed.
Well, no, I mean, like on that south dock, absolutely, right? Because at least here, you might be able to get away, right? That you might be able to get in town center range. That one by the dock, definitely not, right? So Anatan does see that dock on the southern side.
There
It
we
looks like
go.
he's going to look for a different target. Those villagers are going to be moving out of the way. So no nice ninja kills from Anatan, and that knight's going to try to take that ninja down.
Ooh, the ninja has a lot of line of sight though. These shinobi, they have almost as much line of sight as a scout. Like, look at how far this guy sees. He sees it all.
And, you know, ninjas, and based on the picture of the actual, of the actual unit, it looks like they have a mask on. So the fact they can see that far is shocking.
We're now seeing horsemen coming in as well from Marine Lord. I'm a little bit befuddled. What's the play here? He is getting in a lot of economy upgrades behind as well, so he is actively spending his gold, but Floating Gate is on its way for Anaton. Stable already getting put up as well. And Marine Lord, he's not really anywhere close to starting to put pressure on his opponent.
No, he definitely isn't. And I mean, that's the, whoop, you might have blinked. You missed it. That shinobi just went back into the stealth forest, and that knight and that horseman have no idea where that shinobi is, so he will be returning home. That's the only one that Anatan made, number one. Number two, it was free. So this is essentially a quote-unquote naked fast castle with just that shinobi. So now he has enough resources, especially with the boats, right? Especially with some of the gold and the two towers on it. I don't think there was any possible way for Marine Lord to muster up enough offense to stop this from happening.
The shinobi does get the blink in, but actually just ends up dying in the stealth forest, unfortunately. Now, Age Up is gonna complete. Marine Lord, he's got a nice economic lead behind this and isn't actually too far away from his own Age Up behind it all. Just thanks to the amount of bonus fishing ships that he got in from the second pond.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see that just based on food per minute, right? I mean, Marine Lord did have a couple villagers onto a deer carcass and stuff like that a little bit, so maybe he had some extra
Ooh, we're getting a
villagers
guild hall
on food, but yeah. What do you think about this instead of the Royal Institute? Because we've been seeing more Royal Institute out of the French.
I'll say we'll need some archer ranges in that case then.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I don't think just those regular veteran Royal Knights are going to go toe-to-toe against a mounted samurai. Anatan already trying to pick up these relics, one on the south side. Horseman's going to have something to say about it, but hopefully Anatan does have a mounted samurai in here to help. Now he's got about 3, another 2 in the queue. They get pumped out so quick
And
because of that
Uma Bannerman.
Yoroshiru.
Yeah, Uma Bannerman helping out as well, provides that nice damage aura. Now Marine Lord, he does have that Age Up in. Shinto Priest gets taken down, but Relic pretty much secured, and there's going to be more Shinto Priests coming in for free.
Yeah, we'll see another one very soon, I would imagine, as the second Yoroshiru gets dropped. And my question for you, Crackety, as somebody who probably plays just about every civilization, that second Yoroshiru, where do you put it usually?
Either another production building, or you just put it in the forge. Get some additional gold in. Situationally, you could also put it inside of a farmhouse, get some food in. But that's only in like certain situations when you really need that little bit of food trickle. First crossbowman is out. But Marine Lord looks like he's got a good enough front line here in order to hold. Needs to be careful though with his gold. And he's splitting off the units. At least one of the knights is getting split off there.
I don't see from Marine Lord, I don't think we have a veteran knight technology or a veteran horseman technology. He might not be going so far. Oh, I was going to say he's not going so far into knights, but there's a couple more stables. And we see more
Just a couple.
horsemen.
Oh, knight does get pinched. Up against the wood line. Ooh, that hurts, losing that one there. He is starting to build up his numbers, but there's already so many Arbaletry in queue. And Marine Lord, he's pumping them out non-stop now.
Yeah, I mean, he must know that this is the unit, right? Getting those Arbaletry out there. He's got 6 in queue and already 6 on the battlefield. He is making a transition. He's going away from those knights that you usually see out of the French, and he's going to be starting to go with horsemen. He's thinking the crossbowman will take him out, and if there's Onimusha in the back end, the horsemen are going to have something to say about it with the mobility. I like this change a lot.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. So it's a similar-ish army composition here from the two. Oh, Marine Lord, he does see the relic being picked up. Wallalo. Not gonna be in time. Oh, Arbaletry, they might be a little bit left alone there. And the Samurai going for the dive. 3 already down. It's going for the villagers now instead. How many is he gonna get? 1 go down, 2 go down. Plus a lot of the mounted samurai as well.
And I think Anatan's been being surprisingly effective at creating some of that idle time, right? That gold mine that's relatively forward. I kind of thought the French would be maintaining that map control, but just because Japan getting that floating gate quicker, getting that castle age quicker, it means he's going to be able to use those mounted samurai and take fights in the middle of the map. And his gold, his idle time, or lack thereof, relatively untouched.
Yeah, still feels really hard for him to really take any fights at the moment. We are now seeing a movement out onto water as well. Anan did place a dock on one of Marine Lord's ponds. Immediately see the reaction with some ships being queued from Marine Lord's side. But Anan isn't really putting anything in production on that dock at the moment. So for the moment, it's actually only an investment, like a major reaction from Marine Lord.
Yeah, that's kind of nice that Marine Lord did see it. And a lot of times with those fishing boats, that's why you're spreading those out, right? The fishing boats have a decent amount of vision, so you're going to be able to see if that dock is getting built by a villager. You might not be able to do something about it immediately, but at least you can react to it quite quickly, and that's exactly what's happening. Ananan is going to be losing that dock. Does Marine Lord start to get cheeky on the Ananan sides of the pond now?
No move out yet so far. Anan goes for another raid there on the side. Has a couple more Namushas now, some more horsemen out there as well. But Marine Lord, he's just got such a big mass of Arbaletry now at this point in time. It's kind of crazy. Move out just when Marine Lord want to move out to the next gold. But he's going to have to pull his units back there. Villagers aren't going to be able to go for that next gold mine.
No, he's going to have to wait or try to take care of some of this mass. It's really interesting based on how Four Lakes spawns, is a lot of those golds end up being on the shores, right? So hopefully you have control of that pond, and if you don't, you might be struggling. You might be going out in the middle of the map for that gold. But that western one is now safe for him, and Ananan starting to get fishing boats on that eastern pond as well. So doing his best to even that eco count out.
Yeah, Anan, he's on a little bit of a clock though, because behind all of this, there's also still the threat of Marine Lord just at one point cashing out that guild hall and going for an Imperial Age. Worst case on one of the large gold veins with access to the sacred side as well.
Which is wild. I mean, with the land actual spawn, the land spawning of Four Lakes, there's not a lot of land here. So getting a red palace could definitely set the tone for you. Looking like Marine Lord wants to take this engagement against Ananan. Some Onimusha there that horsemen are going to be able to get some bonus damage for. And those Arbaletry, man, he's got some rather impressive numbers.
Yeah, that's a ton of them. And that's like a big issue at the moment for the Japanese. Because what unit do you realistically make against this? You got to make your own horsemen in order to get bonus damage up against them. That doesn't feel that great either, though, because they're not going to do that much damage due to the Gambeson upgrade. Your Onimusha are very expensive, so it's tough to mass them up, and Marine Lord, he can just pump his own horsemen as a beat shield. Now a small little raid coming in again. Just a knight, 2 horsemen there as well. These Arbaletry, they kill so quickly.
Oh, yeah. It's even against those mounted samurai, like, the first shot doesn't count, but it's still rather effective. And Ananan is, again, getting idled over there on that gold mine on the eastern side. Luckily, he has a decent amount of stockpile, so he can still produce what he wants to. But this is proving to be rather bothersome, rather tiresome for him to deal with. As Marine Lord is gaining the map control, Crackety, 2 Sacred Sites going to be taken down for the French side.
Yeah, and Anan, he's got relics inside of his base, but he hasn't actually built a monastery yet to put the relics in. That's some resource that he's missing out on at the moment. Now more on Amusha coming in, but Marine Lord, he's just making the switch over to Spearman now. With Spearman, he's got the counter to everything that Anan wants to make now.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no reason not to, right? We're seeing those Onimusha don't do the bonus damage against Spearman, and I mean, yeah, technically you can kite them, but when you're in that big engagement like that, are you really going to be able to do that? The answer is probably not so much, and Gambison is going to be coming in for those Arbaletrier as well, so getting that big... Yeah, but I think, you know, after that does come in, he might be trying to take an engagement more than he wants to. And does get in the melee armor upgrade as well. I think he's expecting, just because of Japan, that's the right way to do it. Big flank over here, Crackety on the eastern side. Arbaletre finding some mounted samurai to take down. I think he's going to try to group those horsemen back up. Marine Lord's got to group up.
Anan, he doesn't have enough units here overall. Not as many as his opponent at the very least. Onimusha trying their best, but oh my god, there's a keep up as well. Yeah, the army is shrinking rapidly now from Anan. The Onimusha getting focused down by the Arbaletre in the backside, will have to pull back. And overall, this army trade was not enough, and Anan realizes the position that he's in. GG comes in.
Wow. And you know, that last fight, it almost looked like for the first 2 or 3 seconds of it, Marine Lord got caught with his pants down, right? Because of the trees in between the horsemen and the Arbaletrier, but he was able to get everybody back together right behind that wood line with the keep right in front of it, taking that engagement right when he was supposed to, and you're seeing the effect as you see the graphs on your screen. How much a second dock is actually very good for you. You can see Marine Lord with an extra 3,000, almost 3,000 food.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, credit where credit is due, right? Like, Marine Lord, he's so good at this, like, just being able to judge the situation of the game, knowing that he can go for that greedy double dock play, gets his own castle age in, just invests the minimum amount necessary into some units to deny map control, or just to make sure that the units from Anan aren't just going to immediately dive his own base, and it just all accumulates to the point where we talked about it. He did manage to get to that spot where he's able to just pump out Arbaletrier, and with that, it's just this one unit that French doesn't have a good answer to. Like, realistically, Anan would need to go into mass spearmen and mangonels against that, which is not necessarily like the kind of army composition that is the most comfortable for the Japanese. I think maybe you might even need to go a little bit further and just go up to Imperial Age and try to take this in the late game with hand cannoneers or Uzutsu maybe even.
Yeah, because I mean, you're talking about those Arbaletrier getting Gambesons, that's +5. They could put their Pavie Shield, that's +5. But you're exactly right. Once you get to Imperial, the hand cannoneer could shoot right through that Pavis. And that 5 doesn't really end up making much of anything, right? So that could definitely have been a play for him. It is going to match 3-0 lead against Anan. And this is a matchup that we saw actually in the previous series. Our first game casted today, Crackety. It's Delhi and Malian.
Yeah, and this time we're gonna be out on Boldland. Boldland is very interesting because now this matchup kind of gets flipped on its head again. Unlike on Dry Arabia, Boldland wood is a lot more sparse. It's a lot easier to raid. I believe your first wood might not even be in range of your main TC, so it can be kind of rough for the Malians to gather the wood safely that they want in order to get the pit mines in. It's also just easier to move around or maneuver around the Malian base. And we kind of saw how this could potentially play out with the Delhi when they just commit fully to the aggression. Being able to just produce so many units that it's very tough for the Malians to stabilize and get enough units out on the field.
Yeah, even like taking an old school, right? Because in this particular season, we've been talking about pro scouts over and over and over again. But what if Marine Lord just makes a crap ton of units. I mean, like, yeah, you can go pro scouts while you're doing it on the back end, but just like, hey, the Malians in feudal, they're struggling. They're trying to get all of their stuff together. They're getting their pro scouts as well, their warrior scouts. Just make a bunch of dudes and go get them. It could be that
have a
simple.
party, dude. Just have a party, man. It's Saturday evening. Like, when if not now?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not, hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. You know,
It's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world. Yeah.
Here it is on Eastern time zone. I know for you it's a little bit later, but for me it's 2 p.m. Eastern time. And we might be seeing now, this is match point. If Anatan has anything left in this game number 4, this is his time to make a mark, get a point on the board. Now remember, whoever loses this isn't out of the tournament. They end up going to the losers final, I would imagine. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. Losers final for the player that loses this one is going to have to face off against Beasty. And going back to the party topic, there's an analogy that I can't bring, sadly, because it doesn't work in English. But in Germany, or in German, the number 4 rhymes with beer. So if it's 4:30, it's time for beer.
Cool. Okay.
Little
doesn't rhyme. It doesn't rhyme in English, but honestly, I just need an excuse to crack a cold one open with the boys. You know what I mean? And we might have a little bit of.
You'll take anything.
We might have a little extra time to do that, depending. Or is Anatan going to show his fangs in this game number 4? We're diving in, and it is Anatan playing as the Malians, spawning in the south part of the map. Marine Lord playing as the Delhi Soldat, spawning in the north side. Baldland is such an interesting map to me. And for somebody that you might have, helped other players practice, I don't know if you did play the qualifier. I apologize. I probably should know. But when you have this map, what was your feeling about it from a competitive standpoint?
When I saw this map, I was like, okay, interesting wood lines. I looked at it a little bit more and was like, okay, yeah, this is a very map control heavy map. I quite like it. It's a shame when it comes to the meta that we're in at the moment. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not the biggest Pro Scout fan, and Pro Scout is very good on this map. I wish that wasn't the case, but that's the way it is at the moment. I think once Pro Scout meta is not as prevalent as it is at the moment, I think this map is gonna be like one of the best maps in the entire map pool in Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks linear. As you look at the sheep counter, we're actually neck and neck. And Marine Lord taking the slight edge on the sheep. But take a look at, just because we're dealing with the Malians, and we got to talk about their passive income, where their spawn is. Look at that gold mine from Anatan all the way in front. He has a second one on the southeastern side that could be relatively safe, but it's still pretty far out there.
It is quite far. I mean, Anaton's gold, it's very far outside, and this means it's the perfect target for Marine Lord. Grant, he also has another just very, very nicely positioned gold way in the back. But if you go for something like Ghazi Raiders, you can just hit the one pit mine at the front. If your opponent goes for the other pit mine in the back, you can just run around. It's better than having them all at the same side. That much is for sure.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. It's relatively good to have them spaced out. You do see a couple gold mines that are here more forward, obviously, than that first initial one. So I don't know if he's necessarily going to go for those just because of how close they are. But with Anatan, he's going to be going up with the Manticore, 5 villagers on it, Marine Lord, and the Dome of the Faith with 4 villagers. This is pretty standard stuff, and actually most likely a direct replica from what we saw the series prior.
Yeah, Dome of the Faith this time not with the 5 villagers, and it looks like Anatan is... He didn't go for the fully kitted out pit mine this time around, so there are some slight deviations coming in here early on from what we've seen in the last time we saw these two civilizations clash.
Yeah, definitely. There was a little bit of discrepancy definitely on the Delhi side. Now, with Anatan going up with the Manticore, though, Crackety, I'm not seeing a mill.
Yeah, no mill yet. He does have the resources for it. Instead, he's opting for more buildings around the pit mine. I mean, a mill gets built up pretty quickly. There it is. Mill's coming in. I mean, it's a pro scout meta. We don't have to look at that. Chances are mill is going to be built.
I mean, I did know that, but you know, I was kind of on my toes a little bit. I wasn't sure if we were actually going to see it. He does have the ability to plop that stable down immediately, if he so chooses, to try to get some more scouts out there as Marine Lord just finishes his Dome of the Faith and will be starting, hopefully as quickly as possible, to get those scholars up, get some of that research technology going. Those scholars got to get produced, crack open their books, because, hey, there's carcasses to take.
Yeah, definitely. Scout is just harassing that gold mine at the moment, and the stable is on its way. So once that Warrior Scout upgrade comes in, we are gonna be seeing that Scout do a lot more damage than it currently is. We don't have professional scouts in Q right now. There it is. Just now gonna be coming in.
And remember, for the Malians, it is a normal time. It's kind of interesting because we see, you know, China and Zushi getting it on expert, you know, super quick timing. We see like the Delhi Sultanate comes in a little bit slower timing. This one's actually normal. It's just the units that are going to be carrying those carcasses back, and the Warrior Scout upgrade did get completed, so we will be able to travel. And it's always astounding to me actually are carrying a...
Yeah, they do move a good bit faster than normal scouts do. Marine Lord popping out those scholars, just making sure that villager is going to be nice and healthy. If he leaves it on low HP, chances are that Anan might circle around at a point in time and just try and take him down then. You can just pull the scholars for a little bit and make sure that villager is completely full health. Then it's not going to happen.
Yeah, because I mean, those 1 or 2 scholars, it's what? Just you pop them out, takes about 5 or 6 seconds to heal them, and then just put them back in. So it's just kind of a little bit of steady break. They want to be able to actually go out and practice their craft, you know, with a little bit of healing. Nice that those Ghazi Raiders will be able to deter the Warrior Scouts of the Mali. We talk about how good they are, but what we mentioned before in this previous series, Crackety, the reason why they're that fast, they don't have any armor on them.
Yeah, you gotta make up for some things, right? So the Malian scouts, they're cheap, you can get out a lot of them, but what you can't really do is you can't really use them against archers. That's why they got javelin throwers, but it's a whole different like unit dynamic that you got going on with the Malians compared to other civilizations. It's what makes them so unique.
Yeah, and that's what like
the guy helping out.
Man. Oh my! And the wolf too. I could barely see it because of the relic, the little yellow strand that it has here.
He's
and
teaming,
that is
dude.
That's Gaia 1, Marine Lord 0.
Aye. Nice play there from Anan. Gets a Ghazi kill in. Marine Lord now transitioning into archers with those Ghazi Raiders. Sensible transition there when it comes to the unit choice.
Yeah, and I feel like when you're...
the scholars move out.
I feel like when you're Anatan, you kind of have to go Donzos, right? You expect the Ghazis, and then the archers kind of follow, and then Anatan most likely will be going javelin throwers after that, after he sees the archers. So we'll see if whoever makes enough units to actually make that difference in feudal age. But the dongs heard round the world. These sacred sites are going to start getting captured rather instantaneously, and Marine Lord has that military mass to continue to have a hold on them.
Yeah, one of the scouts is coming in here, tries to deny the sacred site, at least for a little bit, but there's a Ghazi Raider out as well, and, you know, the scholars, they don't take bonus damage, they are pretty tanky. Archers
Yeah,
now in
especially
as
with
well.
piety.
130 HP, 65 gold, good meat shield.
Yep, absolutely. And now, I mean, Marine Lord is trying to take the damage onto the pit mine, and it's super nice that he's creating this kind of a front for himself as the archers are going to start prickling down those Donzos, because then the sacred sites are relatively safe. You're going to be able to cap those pretty easily, while the Malians are just focused on keeping their pit mine alive.
Yeah. Pit mine, slowly but surely, is getting taken down. First javelin thrower is out now for Anan. He's got a lot, and I mean a lot, of these warrior scouts out on the field. So after he's done taking all of the deer on the map, it only won't Marine Lord have access to any deer, but on top of that, Anaton's gonna have a nice little force that he could potentially start raiding with.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that they actually have value, right? It's not like the scouts that Marine Lord was pumping out of his stable, right? They're only going to do 1 damage. They're always going to do 1 damage. They don't have that warrior capability. So getting those to provide some raiding, hopefully you have some areas from the Delhi Sultanate that you can raid. Marine Lord, even though Pro Scouts did get completed, he was able to go to that berry patch all the way to the north, so it could be a viable target. However, for Marine Lord, I don't know, what are the blacksmith technologies that are in for him?
None at the moment. He is researching pierce damage first. That's going to be the next upgrade that will be coming in for him. Anaton, he's investing a lot into sofas right now.
Yeah, what do you think about, I mean, we talked about this in Feudal Age just a little bit in our prior series, but going into sofas, it feels like the Ghazis would do relatively okay with that +2 to heavy, don't you think?
Yeah, they should. They definitely should. Also, just having more base damage as well. You trade out fairly well against them. Getting more and more javelin throws out. Anaton, the mass, it's somewhat comparable when you consider that Marine Lord also has 4 scouts and 7 scholars out on the field. So the military mass overall is comparable, and the javelin throws are going to do a much better job against the archers than the archers are against the javelin throws.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the ranged armor that a javelin thrower just comes with, you know? It starts with 3, so you're going to be able to take them now. If those horsemen get a nice surround on that mass, it could prove to be effective. Anatan did go for that gold mine that we talked about a little bit before on that bottom side, so he is getting that little bit of passive gold. It's just not as much, not as strong as he wants to, because practically those javelin throwers, if he wants to keep massing up those, he's going to need a decent amount of gold to do it.
Yeah. Just that passive trickle, and sofas aren't cheap either. Like, you're looking at a good sofa, that's gonna cost you a couple $100.
Yeah. It's, I mean, don't get me wrong, those sofas, it doesn't have the imported armor, but it's still a good piece of furniture out there. Just giving you that little bit of extra HP, giving you that front line that's gonna help you with the Donzos. That could be that real DPS heavy hitter for the Ghazis, so we might have to see, is Marine Lord going to make a spearman transition? Is he going to go in there and try to get something that gets to counter to these sofas?
One of the Ghazi Raiders gets taken down. Marine Lord doesn't fall back far enough. He's going to lose another one. Some trades coming in here at the moment. No transition, or at least no sign of a transition to Castle Age from Marine Lord so far. Is still just running around with military, has even more Ghazi Raiders in queue. All right, Anaton's behind us. He's just going into more sofas and some villagers. Getting... But maybe the archers were a little bit too greedy. The sofas do find them here. Ghazi Raiders nowhere nearby. They are trying to run around now. There should be at least a couple of archers going down.
Yeah, and let's see if those Ghazis can actually provide the reinforcements. It was enough to get Anatan to pull away. Those archers aren't too bad against those sofas, just because in Feudal Age, I believe, they come with a ranged armor of 2. Is that correct? And
yeah,
steel iron undermesh for Anatan not completed. He's still sitting at 2.
And we don't actually have any blacksmith upgrades for Anaton. First one is just now coming in. It is going to be that Pierce Armor upgrade. So it takes him a little bit of time. Decap is going to get stopped courtesy of those Ghazi Raiders. No more deer out on the map at this point in time. There's only 1 deer camp next to Marine Lord's base. Small deer camp that he's picking up right now. I'm not sure how many deer Marine Lord has underneath his TC. Can we quickly take a look at his TC? Just see, maybe we can see the silhouettes there. Okay, he's got a fair amount of resource underneath his TC. That's a TC that you're still gonna see actively being gathered for 10 minutes from now.
And you know, if your goal is to win in the next 6.5 minutes, that might be all the food that you need, right? So we're going to see Marine Lord trying to take the battle to Anatan, trying to take it in the Malian Empire instead of getting those sacred sites decapped. And Crackety, I think in this situation, especially with the amount of military that Marine Lord has, sometimes the best defense is just a good offense.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, offense, that's definitely something that Marine Lord is putting up here. Build the remaining couple of houses around the pit mine means that Anaton, he's housed for the time being. Sofas are just, looking around, but Marine Lord does have vision on those.
He is going to see it. He might not see it immediately, but it looks like 1 or 2 villagers will go down. More than a couple. Maybe about 4. 3, actually, which ended up being pretty good for Anatan. Now, remember, with these villagers, they're the only ones that are actually getting resources. Anatan has all of these fancy buildings as the Malian Empire, so all those villagers, you got to keep them. You got to keep them alive. You got to keep them safe.
And behind this Marine Lord, he's going for his own raid, but Anatan has his units nearby. If he spots this in time and doesn't lose too many villagers of his own, looks like he realizes in time. Perfect. Raid is getting denied completely here. In fact, Marine Lord even losing a couple of units for it.
And this was really nice. I mean, obviously, heads up for Anatan for looking at his mini-map, obviously, but making sure his military was positioned there because that front gold mine, that pit mine, isn't there anymore. The houses aren't there anymore either, right? So kind of be thinking, where is he going to go to try to take down some of this gold? And that is the area. Sacred Victory continuing to tick down. 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Usually Malians want a little bit of time to get their cow boom going, to get all of this stuff. Anatan doesn't have time for that. He's going with the Farimba. You can see he's sitting on a singular bovine. Oh my god, and he's corralling. He's corralling.
He is indeed corralling, and I mean, that's kind of fine, right? Like, you can still add in these cattle afterwards, but what you can immediately get out of veterancy upgrades. And these are quite cheap for the Malians as well.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely needs them, and he needs them in a hurry, right? Especially, this is usually the time, assuming that you're not getting consistently idled and hit mines going down and all that kind of stuff. This is the time where that economy from the corral is supposed to shine for you, right? So now he's sitting on a little bit under 4 minutes. If he even gets those cows underway and gets them in their ranches particularly, how is he going to be able to mass up enough to actually do anything? Marine Lord's sitting on a military count of 75.
Yeah, that's a lot of military. Granted, 11 of that is in the form of scholars. I think Marine Lord set something is up. He did kind of stop making more military units. There's still a timer that's going on. There's still a lot of sheep that are remaining for Marine Lord behind this. Anthony's pretty much gathered up all of his, and now Marine Lord, he's going for the push. Age-up has just come through. Now it's a combined push with all the military units. Upgrades are coming in for Anatan. Just going to take a little bit longer, but these upgrades are coming in quicker, courtesy of just being the Malians. You get them in quicker, you get them in cheaper. Oh, Marine Lord, the quick transition up to Castle Age from him. That is quite quick. House of Learning now coming in as well. But now if Anatan takes his fight with all the Feudal Age upgrades, yeah, Marine Lord, he's going to have to bail.
And I think he's going to a little bit of everybody single file line. Those Ghazi Raiders are between those houses in a dark alleyway, but did escape with maybe one loss of the Ghazi Raiders. But with that House of Learning coming up, he's going to be able to get those heavy units right in Castle Age that might be able to hold his Sacred Victory for the time being. Now, you are absolutely right. Those veteran upgrades are in for Anatan, but let's see if he can actually make a difference, because this is that power spike that we've been told of the Malian Empire. Now he's trying to raid himself back in.
Decap is being denied, and that's pretty important because we're actually down to 2.5 minutes now on that decap. Age-ups through for Marine Lord now. We are getting informer in. Suddenly, all of these Sofa take very little range damage. We're seeing some Men-at-Arms coming in from Marine Lord, but Men-at-Arms, they don't really do that well up against the Sofas, and now they're going to be in. But there's a lot of outposts up as well from Marine Lord everywhere where he's getting food from. It's going to be pretty tough to really find those villager kills that Anatan wants to look out for.
And honestly, like, if he wants this game to end in 2 minutes, Crackety, I mean, yeah, the outposts are great, but I don't know if he actually cares, right? Like, if he wants to end in 2 minutes, I don't really care if my villagers are going to stay alive for the rest of the game. I'm on a countdown, and so is Anatan. He's got to be pumping stuff out. He's getting some of those Sofas that will be able to help. A lot of these veteran upgrades are coming in with 11 scholars for Marine Lord, so hopefully they get up pretty quickly for this last engagement, which could be the last of the entire series.
With this many scholars in, and he's getting all the upgrades in quite quickly. This is the timing now. I mean, Marine Lord's getting the upgrades in quickly, and he needs to get the decap in now.
And I think he kind of notices that. He's actually has all of his army here, and he's cool to take that fight. A lot of these veteran units, the archers are veteran, I do believe, from the Delhi Sultanate. The Ghazis still have a little bit of time.
Nice
He's
raid.
gathering up some men-at-arms, but
Timer's
gone.
And this buys Anan time now. He can get the Grand Filani Corral kitted out.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Look at all them raids. A little bit of a wall for Marine Lord coming in. Hopefully, Anatan's paying attention, and he does move some of those villagers out. But now, economic lead in favor of the Malians, 59-46, and that's not counting that passive income that we know the Malians to know.
Can we take a quick look at that Grand Filani Corral? Just see if there's like an expansion when it comes to the cattle. We're up to 6 at the moment. Now the cattle ranch is going to be coming in. So slowly but surely, the passive food income is going to go higher and higher. Like just those 6 cattle there is going to be able to with like, let's say roughly like 250 resource per minute.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. This is the time for him to kind of get his feet out from under him and get to that late game power. The Malians have another Wolo, which I don't even see at this point. Up! Is he gonna get?
Oh my god, that was so
that
close.
Was really close.
Yeah.
That was really close. Now Marine Lord with a military count of 94, most of them being archers, and he's adding in some men-at-arms as well. What are your thoughts about, I know this is very difficult to say when going against the Malians, but what are your thoughts about crossbowmen just because of how many sofas Anatan's going into?
Crossbow's definitely an option here. It's kind of crazy just how many men-at-arms he's massing, right? There aren't really that many archers in. Actually, never mind. Anatan's just switching into archers. I believe he's already gotten poison arrows in earlier as well. So he does have some good tools against this in theory. More sofas coming in as well. If you're able to take down the spearmen, the sofas are going to absolutely shred. Relics are pretty much all secured up for Marine Lord behind this, though. He's gotten a lot of them. 1 relic safely inside, or rather behind the walls from Anan. He needs to just be careful about this next fight that's going to be coming shortly.
Yeah, this might be one that Marine Lord might want to take. He's Anan with very good micro. These Donzos trying to make sure that those Ghazi Raiders don't get a lot of damage. But I think this just, look at the mass of these Delhi Sultanate units just storming down the battlefield. Spearmen, men-at-arms, Ghazi Raiders chasing the Malian Empire, being like, hey, you're sitting there, you got to take a fight whether you like it or not. And Anan, I don't think he likes it.
Yeah, definitely not a fight that you want to take at this point in time. Anan, he needs to hurry back. He needs to get into like a choke point inside of his base. Spearmen, there's still 13 Spearmen remaining, so he does, like Marine Lord still has a good number up against the Sofa. Sofa now as the front line. Javelin throwers trying their best to target them down. Sofa numbers are looking more and more weak here, though. Wow. Oh, that's a rough one. This might be it.
Yeah, I think just because of the Delhi Sultanate being the Delhi Sultanate, I think you're going to be able to continuously produce, right? So I think those sacred sites, even though we were talking about that being, you know, the quote-unquote win condition, it could have been just a means to an end, right? And let's not forget, even though there was that timer going on, let's not forget about the passive income that those sacred sites were actually getting. Now the relics are going to be giving him that income as well. You can see the swell of gold that Marine Lord has, so he can essentially make just about whatever he wants to, and he's going to be able to actually go outside on the map a little bit and get some of those external food resources if he hasn't already. It gives him a little bit of time to get a farm transition too.
Now a lot of villagers out on stone as well. It could be that he now just tries to secure his base with some additional keeps. There's a lot of unique upgrades locked behind those keeps that Marine Lord can unlock once he gets them up. Mine in the middle gets taken down, and Anaturn's access to gold is being cut short now.
Yeah. And I think, you know, a lot of those gold mines were forward. You saw 3 of them over there that were relatively forward. I'm not sure if that first one is actually completely used. If not, it probably will be going into the 0 category pretty quickly, but it's certainly not safe. That backward sacred, that gold mine back there is obviously getting spent as well. I have no idea where he's getting gold other than the mines.
So just here in the front line, once again, to tank this one out. Spearmen still being reproduced, and this is just such a big front line here from Marine Lord. Very difficult for Anan to really take the efficient fights that he's looking for. Just to kite back once again inside of his base, but just 83 military out. Almost 20 of that in scholars, but it's still a massive military lead.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, obviously, there's no signs of slowing down, right? Marine Lord has his farm economy pretty much completed, right? For the most part, so he's going to be able to get as much as he wants. These men-at-arms and how food-heavy they are is obviously going to be helpful. Anan has a bunch of peasants over there on the western side. It looks like he might be trying to get to that gold.
Yeah, keep on the gold. That's what's going to be able to stabilize him, at least when it comes to the gold income. He's kind of struggling in that department. If he's able to get a lot of gold in, then he's going to be able to finish out the Grand Filani Corral, where he does already have a good amount of food. Like, the food income is good for him. Just the gold that he needs in order to be able to keep pumping Village Fortress coming in play, though.
Ooh, that's rough. You know, I mean, the Delhi did lose a decent amount in raids from those Warrior Scouts and Sofas prior, but you're going to see how quickly, depending on how long this game goes, you're going to see how quickly the economic count ends up evening, if not increasing, in favor of the Delhi Sultanate. Now, Anan does spot out where this keep is because of those little bit of Sofas. That keep might go up anyway, but still at the cost of a couple vills.
Ooh, military being moved out. I mean, the keep is going to be there to help out Anan. Marine Lord is moving underneath that keep. Ooh, that's going to hurt him. He's going to lose some units there. Oh, this could be good for Anan, being able to trade out some units here underneath that keep. That's a very good trade now for him.
And this is just that little bit of time, a little glimmer of hope. You know, he's
Yeah,
got
not
both
just a
Sacred
little
Sites Marine Lord
glimmer.
does, but
Not just a little glimmer of hope, because behind this, you gotta remember, like, we've got Mali with cattle here, and there's now a good amount of cattle, 15 underneath that Grand Filani Corral. He's got a very solid food economy. If you look over at Marine Lord's income, it's not looking quite as rosy here. If Anan just gets, like, some siege and continues making sofas, I think he could, like, really push into Marine Lord's base then.
he just might be able to. And those archers are pretty much the only thing that he has towards the men-at-arms that Marine Lord is making. And I get with the poison arrows, but the thing is, those archers are very flimsy, Crackety, you know? And with all of these Delhi keeps around, you're right. He's going to need something to take down a defensive structure.
Now they keep going up for Marine Lord now. Marine Lord, though, he's still a good bit behind in the economy. Almost 20 villagers on top of that, the cattle economy. Working hard for Anan.
I think there is that little bit of decap on the western side. I don't know if Marine Lord is going to necessarily be worried about it, but Anan getting a couple sofas around just to create some villager loss, and you know, it's definitely going to slow the rate that Village Fortresses becomes impressive for you, right? It's going to take a little bit of time. More sofas coming in here looking for raids. But this is the weird thing about Delhi, Crackety. I always think they're like a cockroach civilization because they put keeps around all over the place that then make a bunch of villagers, and you can't really, like, you can't find a good point to raid them.
Yeah, can we also just, like, talk about just how massive the upgrades are from the Delhi keeps? Because they also get, like, an upgrade that increases the fire armor on outposts and keeps by, like, +5. Makes it almost impossible to really, like, torch down the keeps. That's not researched yet. It's available, though.
Because you see a lot of times where maybe you just have enough melee units and you're just like, you know what, I'm just gonna burn this keep. I'm done. Like, I might lose a couple units, but like whatever. Definitely not the case for the Delhi Sultanate. But Crackety, take a look at some of these resources. Is Anan, he did get a second town center over there on the eastern side, so definitely continuing to rise in the economic count, but he might be thinking about Imperial.
Yeah, Anan certainly macroing towards it right now. That's interesting. Typically, you kind of like don't want to give Delhi the opportunity to go into Imperial themselves, because then they suddenly unlock a lot of upgrades very, very quickly. A couple of archers are going to be trying to snipe some villagers, are going to get some villager kills. Never mind, healer is going to be coming in. Also, the upgrade is in where there's even some passive heal around the mosque coming in. A lot of unique upgrades, you know? Just a lot.
I mean, Marine Lord must think that he's okay in this situation.
Bara?
And we're having a party, ladies and gentlemen. The Griabara Festival. Get your party hats on, baby.
Wait, where's my bingo card? It's not on there. That is not on there. And we had a...
Oh, man.
Okay, never mind. That's the main TC. No, we have a second TC for Anan behind us as well. Oh, that's a wild game. Okay, that's interesting. When did that come in?
Yep. We got a good old-fashioned hoedown right here with that Griabara. Now, hopefully he's going to be able to use it effectively, of course. But now with that situation, Marine Lord just sees that Anan hits Imperial Age. Now what's your play? I mean, obviously he's using Village Fortresses, he's getting up in that economic count, but I feel like you've got to hit that imp button as soon as you possibly can, right?
We're seeing some bombards coming in now for Anan. Mangonels on the side from Marine Lord. Trebuchets as well. 3 up already. I mean, the bombards are going to be able to do quite well up against the Mangonels. Just need a couple more.
Yeah, and hopefully, I mean, Marine Lord can get enough siege and can actually do it pretty quickly. If he does have a scholar in the siege workshop, you'd be surprised how quickly you get some of that stuff in. Mangonel shots looking and missing the mark just slightly. A couple archers, I should say, excuse me, did end up getting hit, but that stealth force is a real bugger, isn't it? You can't really see what's going on, and I don't think Marine Lord has a scout in the vicinity, does he?
Marine Lord has an outpost. That's going to help him out for sure.
Yep, for sure.
He's got scouts nearby as well, but now with the bombard, he's going to be able to push Marine Lord back a good bit. And now has a duel up against the Mangonels, as well as all the keeps that are out. Lead upgrade is in on the archers. Precision upgrade as well. That's pretty much chemistry for the Malians. Suddenly these archers are going to do a lot more damage, even up against the armored units from Marine Lord. And no crossbows out yet from Marine Lord, actually. Only a single one. So these Mangonels, they might be in danger.
Yeah, I think they might be. Now, again, those poison arrows don't work on the siege. You can't poison a piece of wood, but you get enough sofas in there, it might be able to do some damage. Mango's trying to get repaired. Anan is pushing with these bombards. The second one is hitting the battlefield. And I don't know if Marine Lord necessarily has an answer for this. He's trying to treb down the bombard right now.
Yeah, you gotta have some really accurate shots on that one. Villagers just hopping inside of the houses now. You know, he's running out of food. He needs even more farms now. Harrys have run out in the corner. Mangonel's getting a good shot in. Red army formation is coming in as well. Minimize the damage that's coming in. And with all the Malian and unique upgrades as well, like these archers now do a lot of damage, even up against the men-at-arms. Sofa's cleaning up, yeah. Mangonel's going down. Anan looks like he's going to be able to get a point on the board here in this game. It's looking good right now. If he's able to continue on with this push. Marine Lord, he's so far away from Imperial Age. He doesn't have the food for it.
Yeah, and you know, he feels like he's got to keep making units, right? He definitely does. He's still using those trebs to rain down any kind of rock to take down the bombards because there's nothing. In terms of ranged anti-siege, this game doesn't have it anymore. So you're going to be using trebuchets as best you can to try to take them down. But you can see, just like you said, Crackety, those archers taking down those men-at-arms. Oh my god. The actual, like, it's almost like a switch flip once that technology was completed. Those men-at-arms are not a front line at all anymore.
Sofa's coming in as well. That's a lot of Mangonels, but the keep looks like it is going to get taken down. One of the Mangos goes down. Archer numbers did thin out a little bit, at least at the front side. Anan, he's going to retreat for the time being, but he still has a lot of food income. Marine Lord does not.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at his eco. He's sitting on almost 2,000 food per minute. Anan has continuously raided. Oh my god. That's a lot of farms that have yet to be completed, and that's probably what's going to help him to actually reproduce units. So now is the time for the Malians. Get yourself up to that pop cap and just send it.
Yeah, and Malians, they're one of the best civilization when it comes to sticking to the population cap. A lot of passive income. Just don't need a population, well, economy population for it. And the two bombards just putting in the overtime. Third bombard now in queue. We're up to 40 again. 14. Sofa's coming as well. All elite up. Upgrades are through. And the Gazi Raiders trying their best to get onto the archers, but they get taken down so quickly. How much damage is that right now on the archers? We got +3 pierce damage in as well. They pierce armor. +5 damage in on them.
I mean, they were taking down those Gazis 2 at a time. Just with them. And you thought, you know, maybe there aren't that many archers there, but there's enough to do that part of damage. Absolutely. And Marine Lord's trying to save himself with some of these mangonels, but he doesn't have a front line to protect them. He's basically using the trebuchets as the body block. Anan is officially on the board.
And there we go. Game number 4. Anan gets on the board here with Malians up against Delhi. Able to do. I mean, this just kind of does this just kind of show that maybe this matchup is completely flipped on its head now? Because it used to be that Delhi just absolutely smashes Malians, but this is the second Malian win we've seen today in this matchup.
I mean, Marine Lord had that feudal advantage, did he not?
He did. I mean, look at that military graph, right? Like, it's all pink until the very end.
Right. So, like, I guess I'm not sure why, and obviously there's people that are better than me that could give me the knowledge necessary, but like, just go into feudal and get some feudal stuff going on. We're gonna see a replay of the series that we have seen throughout the day, and a lot of these games are going to be going in Marine Lord's favor. This first game, as the Roost did very quick work of the Chinese, getting himself back in the sacred site, that middle sacred site, and the second TC helping him out as well. I think for China, there's really no stopping that Roost eco once you started to get everything together. Those horsemen also getting taken down rather quickly. Range mass, too much to deal with.
We're getting to it. We're getting to it. Upcoming match, it's gonna be the Order of the Dragons. Order of the Dragon up against the Ottomans on moving out. Oh my god, this is gonna be a fun one. I can already tell.
Hey, I mean, Order of the Dragon seems like one of those picks that's specifically for moving out, because a lot of people, I feel like, ban HRE. So hopefully we'll be able to see some nice shenanigans, and it's going to be our first Ottoman sighting as well. You're taking a look at game number 2. Or Marine Lord used those Desert Raiders to his advantage. Game number 3. Marine Lord using the Arbaletier to their advantage, devastatingly good against the Japanese, and a lot of those units for Anan end up going down rather quickly, fighting under that keep. And Marine Lord teching into Spearmen at just the right time in order to try to take those out. And the keep obviously providing that fire as well.
Yeah, Arbaletier just being such a powerhouse up against the Japanese, and really just one of these units where you need siege, else there's just very little that you can do against them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing even the victory screen making the replay. Shout out to our wonderful producers in the background for making these replays so we can take a quick look if you might have missed the first 4 games. Like, look at this from, well, this was Castle Age. Both of these guys ended up being Castle Age. But I feel like there was a time before, like, Anan got those villagers out to get the keep, to get that gold. And I feel like that was his time to really do that push that he wanted.
Yeah, man, I gotta take a moment here, because like you see all of these like insane production features that we got going on here, man. Like it's all thanks to, well, we got a like magical cow here working hard behind the scenes for us, bringing us all of these amazing features. And you know why he's bringing you guys all of these amazing features? Because you're here, because you, the community, you're watching all of these tournaments, and all of this couldn't be happening. You a backbone of the Age of Empires 4 community, just watching us commentate, blabbering on about these pro games that are going on. Thank you guys so much for being here. Now Anan's got a point on the board. There are still more games to be played.
Yeah, I think it's wild that I don't know how you feel about this, but I still find it absolutely astounding that people want to listen to me talk for hours on end. But I'm happy to oblige for you, and I'm sure Crackety is too. I couldn't think of a better partner to have sitting alongside me in these semifinal games. Now, don't forget, tomorrow we're not done with this series, right? But don't forget, tomorrow there's going to be a best of 7 and a best of 9 grand final. We're going to decide who is going to be playing in them, and we are going to figure out who is going to win this whole kit and caboodle. We've been playing this tournament for weeks, and now it is time to see who the clear-cut winner is. There's only 3 opponents left. 2 of them we're seeing in this pivotal Game 5. The other one just won his first series. That is Beasty, and he will be awaiting whoever loses this one.
Indeed. Looks like our players took a quick little break in between those games. I mean, you can imagine, right? Like, after all of these games, you play for hours on end. It starts to be a little bit draining. But we got the next game coming up just 2.5-ish minutes away. OTT versus Ottomans on Moving Out. Moving Out, it's such a polarizing map, isn't it? Like, I hear a lot of people, they say, oh, I hate Moving Out, such a bad map. Why is it being added in? I hear from other sides, oh my god, Moving Out, that's the best map ever. I've only ever seen fun games on Moving Out. Definitely, like, people are very split when it comes to the opinions on Moving Out. I'm of the opinion that Moving Out, it is so bad to play as a player. Then again, like, as a viewer, it's so good. It's so good. It's so entertaining as a viewer to watch that map. It's such a different map. It's a pain to practice it. There's so many weird and wacky moments. It's definitely not a normal meta map. But as a viewer, and when I cast on that map, I love it. I'm having an absolute blast, and I'm happy that we're going to be seeing it here.
And, you know, Crackety, I share the exact same sentiment. And you know what the best part of being a mediocre player is? I never have to play it. I don't. Nobody asks me to practice with them. Nobody, whatever, and I don't expect them to. Right? I don't. It's not like I'm not mad or anything. It's just, you know, what the talent level that I'm at, and I understand that. So I never have to play it. But
it's certainly a privilege.
Being able to actually sit and cast it and seeing all of these things, right? Seeing where those water situations are, those Navy battles, seeing, you know, the outskirts of the land, all of these different points of interest. I could definitely see how that could be just a splitting headache. But,
you know, I like just leaning back in my observing chair, like have a glass of wine and look at this as I see 2 players like at the very top end trying to maneuver around this chaotic map and be like, oh yeah, I see, that's the mistake, yes. You can't do that here. When I myself know, okay, if I was playing this, I would be doing 1,000 things wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's, I mean, this kind of accentuates what makes a water map and a hybrid map as, you know, different and variable, because it's so much like there's so many different things that you have to do. It reminds me of Four Lakes, but just more chaos, right? It's like if Four Lakes just had a little bit too much to drink and it's stumbling around, you know, because Moving Out is probably what your significant other would ask you to do if you had too many drinks. But we're diving in to this one, Order of the Dragon versus the Ottoman Empire. I like Order of the Dragon on water, Ottomans. I'm very curious to see how Anan plays this. Now, if he wins this, he definitely can get a little bit of a reverse sweep. Let's see if we can see it, Crackety. I'm ready. Game number 5. Let's go.
All right, should be jumping in any moment now. Where is that little fog that's coming in? A little bit of fog of water that transitions us in. There we go. Game number 5. Potential match point for Marine Lord in this best of 7 between Marine Lord and Anan. The winners finals here on EGC Masters Winter. Who is going to be victorious and who is going to have to face off against Beasties in the loser final bracket in order to make it all the way to the grand final? We'll be finding out right now.
You know, this is a very... I know we're going to, you know, we always talk about this map as chaos and all of that kind of stuff. And I think it's important to kind of tell you why it's a little bit of chaos. Now, there's 4 of those deep water fish pockets on each quadrant of the little bit of lake that we have around here. But also, this wood line, I think, is the most, I'm not going to say damaging, but the most, you know, sought after thing, right? Because I've seen civilizations like Malians on this map because they go for the big 5,000 hit point outpost right next to the wood line, and that proves to be a problem. both of these civilizations don't have that super offensive like tower or outpost on the wood line, so they might be able to be left to their own devices for a little bit of time.
Yeah, at least like there's no like big landmark outposts here that are coming in. That's right. Something else that's interesting that is pretty much to this map is, or at least one of the things that are a little bit more unique. You see these, you know, we see like 4 ponds, or like not ponds, but like 4 schools of fish on each of these sides. Only one of them is deep sea fish. We actually got some shoreline fish mixed in there as well. So you actually have to check, okay, not all of the, like not all fish is equal. Some are more equal than others.
All right, that's ridiculous. I did not know that. I thought, oh, well, I mean, I just kind of made the assumption, right? If they're in the deep water, I would assume they're deep water fish, but they swam a little bit too far upstream. The very first ships that we are going to be seeing out of both players is not Navy ships, like those feudal age ships. It's going to be transports. Order the Dragon moving their way out. Ottomans already did onto that gold mine just to make sure that you go up to the feudal age. You need it, and you need to get out there if you're going to be doing any kind of damage to your opponent.
Scouts now moving out onto the land as well. We're going to get some nice sheep here in a little bit. There are actually a lot of sheep on the outer ring that can be picked up. Transport ship from Anan is moving around, wants to get some scouting done as well. No need to just have that one sitting around idly after you're done transporting your villagers over. You can also just do what he does and maybe position it in between the dock and the fishing ships there. Maybe cause a little bit of some pathing issues there. And indeed, Anan, he's just gonna have it patrol here.
Yeah, just a little how you doing, keeping it fresh a little bit with this transport ship. And it actually looked like he was usering that. It looked like he was patrolling at first, but then he started going back and forth a little bit. Yeah, oh my God, look at him. He's dodging and diving his way around those fishing boats. Oh my goodness. Now, when you're playing this map into feudal age, as you can see on the actual crux of the map, the middle part, Anan has already put walls up on the north side and on the south side. When you're going to go into feudal age, how much do you want to interact with your opponent on the other side?
I mean, it's definitely great just having access to these other fish spots there as well. So the value definitely is there. We're seeing the apple now coming in, and he put his age up and canceled. There we go. Sultan Hani Trade Network is going to be coming in. Be a good economic boost here for him. And if you're looking at the economy count from Anan, do not be confused. He is not behind by a ton in economy up against Order of the Dragon. Ottomans were, or rather the Delhi were used as the base for the Ottoman civilization, which means that their fishing ship, for some reason, gets counted as a military ship by the UI. So Anan is not way behind in the economy department, not at all.
Man, how fun is that?
Very fun.
Just an economic unit being counted in military. I should be surprised, but I am not. Sultani Trade Network will be going in just a little bit after that Akkad Chapel. And I know, a lot of people with Order of the Dragon, they say, Akkad Chapel doesn't do as good as the HRE because of that big benefit. You don't get as much of a benefit. But in this situation, with that giant wood line there, it's definitely necessary. Because, what are you going to do with the mine work,
Wheelbarrow coming in for Marine Lord, so immediately starts going for some economy upgrades here. Age up now coming in for Anan as well. No military ship in production yet from either sides. There it is, Archer ship. Gonna be the first thing queued up by Marine Lord now.
This is kind of, we joked a little bit about the transport ship, but most likely, maybe Marine Lord takes this bait, right? And it's like, oh, I'm going to show my hand. Because notice, Anan has not queued up anything yet. If he sees that an arrow ship from the Order of the Dragon comes out, and now he queues the Strangled ship, which is the perfect counter. Now, when you are playing on moving out, just because of how many wood villagers you have, I guess I'm kind of questioning, when do you put that second dock? And it looks like that time is now. Marine Lord's going to be having that dock on the south side. Anan's got one in the north.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way the woodline splits it up, right? Like, it's very unrealistic for Anaton to just easily be able to keep up a dock over here, or at least if you want to, like, put up walls as well. They would be quite wonky walls if you want to get the fish over there on that side as well. Seeing a second Springle ship coming in for Anaton as well. And not ship. Okay. So both players scaling into the water here at this point in time. It's kind of nice just being able to have the observer view and being able to look over that woodline and just know that these players are quite close to each other, a lot closer than they might think. When it comes to who this is worse for, I think this is going to be worse for Marine Lord in the end, because he's got the Archon. And if the Archon space gets denied, that's a hit.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think, just because this map has that wood line and you know that somebody's going to be cutting in the other side, you should probably get outposts pretty quickly.
Yeah, speaking of
don't
it,
you think?
We're getting an outpost in. We also have the first Vizier point. It is going to be that sheep Vizier point. Oh, this outpost isn't spotted yet. Oh, this is great. This is great. Investing into that outpost a little bit earlier.
I mean, this is, don't get me wrong, this is great, but for Marine Lord, this is a problem. You know, because, like, you might not be able to get over there to actually do anything, you know? So maybe Marine Lord might be having a little bit of a better fight or a better job on water. It looks like he has 3 Springle chips already to Anatan's 2. But how far do you want to go offensively? And now that tower is completed, and Order of the Dragon Villager does go down, which is quite important. That Aachen Chapel field is going to be compromised.
Yeah. So some villagers here that will have to move out. Moving out. They're not going to be buffed anymore.
Nice. Good one. Yeah, you're exactly right. You know, there's probably a little bit of trees over there on the north side, but they're not, you know, they're going to be chopped through pretty quickly. The southern side, too, because obviously both of them want to go in the middle, because if there are ships around the other side, those villagers could start to get picked off. So the middle has to be safe. You're kind of forced to do that. But now with Marine Lord vacating that, maybe Anaton can get the upper hand when it comes to the Navy, but he's still down one.
Yeah, more ships are coming up behind this. Does have some resource in as well. Could go for some demo ships here behind this as well. Marine Lord at the moment, he's got a lot out there.
Honestly, I kind of think it's a little ballsy to go for a lot of these Springled ships. Now Marine Lord has his arrow ships with him. Just having those Springled ships, you're definitely asking for a devastating demo hit.
We're getting horsemen now.
And they're not just regular horsemen. They are gilded horsemen. And they're probably on the... Are they on, like, the actual outskirts of the map on the western side?
They should be, but I think that's also where Anaton has a scout. So Anaton knows about this. Well, he sees it, but does he know about it? Does he consciously know about it? That's the difference maker. Looks like he realized outpost is coming up. Might not be enough, though, against Gilded Horsemen.
Yeah, because those Gilded Horsemen, they also have Gilded Torches, and they take down a little bit extra when it comes to those.
Never mind. Never mind. Speaking of not enough, look. Oh my god, I love this UI. Thank you so much, Cow. We got the 0 point in for the bonus damage on garrisoned units. We're getting crossbow emplacements.
Wow. That's really good. And then he's going to be adding a barracks as well for a little bit of spearman stuff, man. Anaton heads up play by him.
Like
he's making sure.
Stuff.
Yeah, right? So do I. And just having that ability and having the presence of mind to do so while you're trying to micro on water. I know we're watching all of these things happen, but you can't... I don't think I can stress enough how difficult it is to do all of these things.
And Anaton, he's done so much moving out, he might be moving in soon. Into the outpost, that much is for sure. Villager gets evacuated. We do see those crossbow shots coming out, doing a little bit more damage than they would ordinarily do. Villagers even pulling their shivs, doing a little bit of a jumping in and out boogaloo there.
And it looks like Marine Lord really wants to take down some of those southern docks. Really good presence of mind from Marine Lord as well, just to get naval arrow slits on that forward dock. And I think Anaton has also followed suit with that. When having those arrow slits really slows the game down on the water. Anatan still trying to keep those villagers alive. I think there's one that actually did not make it to the tower.
Yeah, one might have gone down, but is doing some great damage there to those horsemen. So overall, can be happy with the current situation. And he's still got access to all the wood lines, right? So in the middle at least, he is accessing the wood line with a lot more ease than his opponent. And we are now starting to see the first couple of demo ships coming out from Anaton.
Yeah, I mean, you have some arrow slits on both sides just taking pot shots at each other, but I think we're kind of seeing the power of not only the Akka Chapel, but the Gilded Villagers in terms of gathering wood. Look at how much wood Marine Lord has per minute, about 1,100 to Anatan's 900. And even with that little bit of idle time we saw in the middle, where that Akka Chapel is, he's still able to keep up.
Yeah, some more villagers moving out to the deer now. A little bit more food income coming in now. Scout does show himself there.
And it looks like Marine Lord, I mean, he's definitely, and don't get me wrong, he still has a lot of wood and he's continuing to gather a lot of wood, but it almost looks like he's trying to go for a castle aid, don't you think?
Yeah, he's certainly macroing towards it. Could be a little bit dangerous for Anaton. He's also behind in the overall ship count, at least when it comes to the Springald ships. He is massing up a lot of demo ships, though. And if Marine Lord is a little bit too greedy here when it comes to his own age up, with sufficient demo ship count, this is going to be very, very brutal for Anaton. Burgrave Palace is coming in. I don't believe Anaton has a scout alive anymore to see this.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, it might beg the question whether you think Regnus or Burgrave is the right idea, but I don't think Anatan can really get in back to that outskirts and get a lot of help. He only pretty much has a couple spearmen, so Burgrave could really take him down. Now it's about Marine Lord just making sure he can stay afloat.
We have the demo ships in, and I mean, as soon as that Burgrave Palace is going to finish up, that's going to have to be Anaton's go signal. Loses one of his arrow ships, though. Needs to be careful, because now Marine Lord is also getting some demo ships in. Age-up is now getting clicked. There it is. Age-up just finishes. Now, this is the moment that Anaton needs to move.
And it looks like the Order of the Dragon is going to be going with men-at-arms to start out of that Burgrave, but Anatan will be trying to follow suit in the Castle Age department, going with the MIA, trying to get some of those free manganos. Hopefully he'll be able to get a couple to help him on those outskirts, but there is going to be a solid amount of melee units coming.
We got a slight pause here at the moment.
Oh,
A little bit of a freeze frame. Gonna be looking with what's going on there.
Chat? Hello?
Hello? Are you still there? Can you hear us?
Hello?
Is it us you're looking for? Okay, they can still hear us.
Okay, they can hear us. It's fine. The screen is frozen though. So, yeah, there's some the ships. Vodka's main connection seemed to have dropped. We're at 14 minutes and 22 seconds in this game number 5 between Marine Lord and Antan. Guys, please do not go anywhere. We're going to be seeing this game very, very quickly. Maybe this could be the final game that we see today if Marine Lord has the ability, everything's gone, has the ability to go for a 4-1, or if Anatan could try to set the tone. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Cal is coming in absolutely clutch? Question mark? Oh, he's changing. Okay.
We're getting there we go.
Oh, look at that water. It's so blue. Oh, you could
We got
drink
colors.
that. Oh my God. That's so crazy.
I put the glasses on and now I can see colors.
Yeah, give me a glass of that, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. 15 minutes, 23 seconds. So both of these players are in Castle Age currently. And hey.
Tim Keck W. Oh my God.
Oh my God. It was me. I did it. It was me. Sorry, guys. I did it.
We pre-recorded stream, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna try and figure out what exactly is going on there on the production side. So just give us a moment. We will hopefully have that game right back for you guys. in just a matter of moments.
I
So
got
anyway, how's your day been?
I got somebody saying fix it, not funny Tontos. I don't know what a Tonto is, but as you can see, we're just the faces on the screen that are getting presented with the information. There's actually nothing I personally can do about getting that. So hopefully, you sit down and put your muzzle back on when we go into game number 5, because I don't want to hear anything out of you.
That's a classic. That's a classic Tim KW moment for you, man.
Oh man. So as we're going into this game number 5, honestly, both of these guys, both of these players, relatively even here. You know, you have the MIA coming in for the Anatan that might be able to get in some free tech, but I don't see any blacksmith around it, so he's not going to have any of that increase. And he's going to be dealing with an onslaught of Burgrave units.
Yeah, that's gonna be the question, right? At the very least, though, what he does have is he does have those crossbow emplacements, right? So even if there's like some men-at-arms coming in, trying to do some shenanigans, he is gonna have the tools to work up against that.
I think it would just like, we're kind of seeing too some of that incremental, I want to say, significance, or, the economic prowess of the wood that those gilded villagers have with the Aachen Chapel, because he had the ability to make just as many springold chips, if not maybe a little bit more, while going up to Castle Age. And that's something that Anatan kind of needed to back up a little bit. He kind of needed to stop producing, make sure to kind of stay alive before going to Castle Age. Whereas Marine Lord just had that swift transition. But maybe with enough Burgrave units, you can cut through some of those crossbowmen emplacements. We'll have to see if Anatan's going to be able to stem that tide, because for HRE, Order of the Dragon, that Burgrave Palace, it really is tempo-based, It does help you in getting those military units and those land units a lot quicker, but once you get to a point later in the game, you're going to need more than just that Burgrave. So let's see. I'm hearing sounds in my ear. Are we ready to go?
Not quite yet, I believe, but we're working on it. Might be going in at any moment now.
You're hearing the chopping of wood? Well, not anymore, but you were. You were hearing the chopping
was
of
there.
wood. And that is, man, what a sound. That chopping, I can go to sleep to that sound. That's like the little white noise machines that people have to try to sleep. You could definitely use some wood chopping for that. That and AoE too, if you've heard the wood chopping for both. Were you a previous AoE guy? Did you watch, or did you play, I should say, 1, 2, and 3?
I did. Quite a bit. I got to relative high elo in AoE 2 as well. I think I was like...
Oh, hell yeah.
Dad, look at that.
How about it? 16 minutes, 45 seconds. We are back in the ball game, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure that you have your seatbelts fastened. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, because we're coming to you on this pivotal game number 5. You can see that Anatan does have a slight lead in military, but could that be just from the landmass that's around? Because Marine Lord's got 17 springold ships, and he's looking to take down that Ottoman water.
Yeah, fight is coming in here. We do have a trebuchet out from Marine Lord on the main island as well, in the middle, trying to reclaim that wood line. And
He might reclaim it at some point. He
uh,
might. Don't keep your eyes on the screen. And maybe that wood line will be in favor of Marine Lord. Hopefully.
What do we have in terms of units? We got men-at-arms, we got spearmen, we got men-at-arms for Anaton as well. 17 hulks?
Yeah, that's a lot. And how, we always see a lot of battles like on Holy Island with a lot of feudal stuff and a lot of springold chips and feudal and all that kind of stuff. But once you get to Castle Age, right? How worth it are some of those dock upgrades. Like you get like the extra springled bolt. It's just not something that we really see. It's not something that we really focus on. Do you ever, when you get them, do you ever get those upgrades?
Yeah, I mean they're really worth it, especially like on these pure water maps. Looks like we got the game going on again. Outpost coming up for Marine Lord now in the wood line as well. Is gonna be able to deny some wood there for Anan. Spearman there as well to help out. Anan moving further back on the wood line. It's looking rough for him right now. Water is still evening out. We do have that trebuchet actually moving in a little bit too far. A little bit too deep. Workers are there to repair, though. Repair they will. It's so... I mean, this is kind of tilting, isn't it? You got like 3 men-at-arms there and you're not able to take down the trebuchet.
Yeah, with all of those... like, you would think, because the trebuchet is moving, and for how many villagers, that there wouldn't be too much of a, you know, repairability factor to it, but it looks like that is going to be the case. And Marine Lord's going right next to his town center, Siege Workshop, couple trebuchets. And I don't know if he can see that town center, Crackety, but if he can't, you could just target ground right on it, and Anatan's going to have to do something to stop it, while Marine Lord's going for the Swabia back on the outskirts.
Oh my god, Palace of Swabia now behind as well. It means the economy scaling is gonna be looking very, very good here for him. More men-at-arms coming in as well. We're only just now seeing a transition into crossbows from Anatan. He's very far behind in the food gathering, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising.
Looks like there was some deer gathering going on the main island behind it as well. Crossbows placement doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, Anatan, he's trying to obviously deal with this because of the Burgrave Palace that's around, but he's going to have to worry about those trebuchets. Like, he's not going to make any villagers. Well, on the flip side, there's a little bit of Palace of Swabia going around the other side. Demo's trying to get a hit, but Marine Lord's micro on those demo ships prove to be reigning supreme, trying to take that dock down instead of trying to take the Hulks down. I think that's going to end Anatan's navy.
Yeah, now it's 9-15 when it comes to the Springle ships. Imperial Age upgrades coming in as well. That cannon upgrade on the Springle ship means that now the Springles, they're going to get an additional attack in, and that is quite big. That swivel cannon does a lot of damage. Demo gets a nice connection in, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. And there we go. Now the cannon shots are coming in as well. Not just the Springle shots. We see a lot of cannon shots now coming in. And with this many ships out, the numbers advantage looks like Anan is not going to be able to hold out in water. And there it is. GG comes in. Marine Lord is going to be able to make it all the way through to the grand final in a 4-1 fashion. And behind this, Anan, he's going to have to make his way back up through the losers bracket. It's going to have to face off against Beasty. That is going to be happening tomorrow, after which we will also see the grand final with the victor of the losers bracket up against Marine Lord in the grand final.
So that's what we waited for. There were maybe like 5 minutes left of the game, but we had to keep you guys on the edge of your seats for this 5-game series. Marine Lord taking this one 4-1, but you're absolutely right, Crackety. Ananan is not out of this yet. He will be the opponent of Beasty, and that will be your first best of 7. That will be tomorrow, and then the grand kitten caboodle, the grand final with Marine Lord, and the winner of Ananan versus Beasty. So tomorrow, same time, we've been here. We've been here just about all day, casting for about 5 hours, Crackety, and I've had a blast with you, my friend.
Likewise, yeah, definitely. It was very, very entertaining casting with you as well, Tim. I do believe that we should be having an interview being set up right now as well, so we will get input in as well on this game. It's being set up. In the meantime, we are going to be able to get some of the replays in from this set, because we did have some great moments here in this one as well. First game, number 1, Ruse with Marine Lord. Just a clean play. I still believe like this game hinged on him luring in the deer with his scouts while transitioning up to the feudal age. Just being able to, it gives you such a big tempo advantage, right? Like in a pro scout versus pro scout game, being able to immediately lure in some deer before pro scout even comes into play, just such a big advantage. Then the Desert Raiders, game number 2, perfectly countering out what Anan was trying to go for with the Manga Die. Just the armor, the damage debuff, also having more movement speed on the Desert Raiders, more health, and overall just a very, very solid unit to have up against the Manga Die here.
It's such a honestly, I feel like the Desert Raider is like the most awkward unit in this game because like you want to make something like archers, but they have a decent amount of health, so you need a lot of archers to do it. And then you want to make horsemen because of the bonus damage, and the Desert Raiders give bonus damage to the horsemen instead. So they're just like beating the crap out of each other essentially. So it's kind of difficult to know what to make. And I thought Mangadai could have been good for him, but didn't end up being the case. Anan clawed his way back in this game number 4, as we saw. There was a situation. Look at this. Marine Lord with a military count lead of 76-22. Crackety, if I told you right now that Anan wins this game, you'd call me a liar.
Yeah, this was a crazy turnaround, right? Like, he did manage to kill a lot of villagers in between, granted, but it's still Delhi. They get all their upgrades in for free. It makes up for all the villager losses to a certain degree. Anan, he aged up with the Grand Filani Corral without any cattle in. He added them in afterwards. By this time, when he had gold issues, he went out to stone and managed to sneak out a ton of villagers out to the large gold in the middle, able to get that keep up. I feel like ever since he got that keep up, ever since Marine Lord retreated past that keep, that is really when the turnaround happened, and Anan, even going up to Imperial Age, gets all the upgrades in for his archers, then able to just slowly but surely, with a couple of bombards, able to push Marine Lord back bit by bit. And in the end, like, it was such a crazy game being able to come back from that deficit that we had there when it comes to the military.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, we're going to see them probably the very next replay as Marine Lord's starting to retreat. But the archers, the elite archers from Mali, is actually insane. Watching them tear men-at-arms to shreds. And I thought here, because Anan, he had a lot of archers, he was using poison arrows. We're not going to see it at all, actually. This is game number 5. The archers for him just being able to rip them apart, because I was thinking, oh, he needs Musafati, but it turns out he didn't need them at all. Ended up taking this one, as we can see for game number 5, a very fitting ending of today being on moving out, and Marine Lord is going to tell Anan to move on out and go join Beasty in the losers bracket. But I think, Crackety, you are going to have a interview with Marine Lord. Is that correct?
Yeah, I do believe so. We're waiting for production to give us the heads up when that is. And it looks like Marine Lord is ready for us. All right, so let's jump right into the interview with Marine Lord. All right, welcome, Marine Lord. First of all, congratulations for winning in the winners bracket. Now you made it through to the grand finals. How are you feeling after that victory?
I feel pretty good. I don't think I've played perfectly, but it was good enough to win, so that's fine.
Looking at it overall, like, you played some pretty clean games. How was your, if you want to talk about it, of course, since there is still another day going on, how was your preparation going into this? Did you feel confident playing up against Anan? I believe you also, like, beforehand, not before today, but like before the previous weekends, did practice probably a good bit with Anan. How were you feeling going into the set?
I was feeling good. I mean, it's always complicated because obviously I can lose to him. But for me to lose to him, it needs to be the correct matchups that he knows very well. And I think I know a lot more than most other players. So when you see, like, for example, third game, I think he didn't know how to play this matchup. And I know how to play this matchup, and I kill him very easily. So when you have this kind of free wins, because he doesn't know, then you just have an easier best of 7, obviously.
Yeah, that was that Ayubit vs Mongol game, and the Desert Raiders just absolutely tearing those Mangadai apart. Going into a little bit of the earlier games, game number 1, China up against Ruse. How did you feel overall going into that game? Like, you lured in the deer very early on. Is that something that you practice against other Pro Scout builds, or is it something that you just in general decide to do at some point?
I mean, usually you just try to do that with Rus because you have a lot of scouts. So I scouted the map pretty quickly, and I decided to do that. Usually people come to counter it, but it's fine. You just have to push it a little bit so you have a better Pro Scout timing. The rest of the game was pretty bad, actually. I think I missed macro a lot this game. It was the first one. I was not too much in the series yet. I think it's a mistake. I should be warmed up perfectly, but it was not the case. And yeah, I mean, it's post-scout meta, right? So it's just China against Rus. Whoever's gonna get 3 relics should win. But then I lost a few villagers. That was a problem. But since I was ahead on the composition, since I didn't go cavalry, you're always ahead. So he had to go for a transition, and then I'm in a decent spot. If I get a second TC and he doesn't,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of how it played out there at the end. The Knights did manage to get some nice villager kills there, as we did see. Managed to get a second TC up in the end. But yeah, military composition just looking very, very solid there. Walk me through game number 4, because we kind of saw a similar this play out in a very similar way today between Vortex and Beasty, where in the feudal age, Delhi looked very much like they were dominating. And then they wait a little bit too long against the Malians, and suddenly it turns around. What was your, like, how were you feeling when suddenly saw Anan reach Castle Age and you weren't able to immediately punish that in Feudal Age?
I was not too worried. I mean, first I was worried about the matchup on this map. I think Delhi is pretty good against Malians in general, like on Arabia or like on Gorge. But on this particular map, since you have all the scouts on the map, you cannot really win the Pro Scout War. He's gonna get so many more deer than you. So it's a very, very good map for Malians. So first I was a bit worried about that because in theory I think... And when I play this matchup as Malians, I never lose. So I was a bit worried trying to find IDs to beat it. I did a decent feudal, and he did a pretty poor one. But I think I really made some big mistakes at some points. Some very bad fights. Some very good fights too. So like it was going both ways. But I think the biggest mistake was letting him having the castle on the big gold. Once I saw this castle and I lost half of my army because I couldn't go back, I knew I was in a... like not dead, but it was getting harder. And I didn't have any food economy, was doing very good raiding. So if I could get like maybe 10 more farms, maybe 5 minutes earlier, I feel like then I can go imp and I'm totally fine because Delhi is broken in imp. But since I couldn't get some farms, he had a very good timing and he perfectly hit it.
Yeah, indeed. Last game I want to talk with you about it was that moving out game. Moving out. I mean, it's a very, I want to say, like, heavily discussed map overall.
Yeah.
And what are your overall thoughts on moving out? Is it a map that you think is like good to play, or is it more like a map that is something that you'd rather avoid if you can?
I mean, for a StarCraft player, it's funny to play. It's literally a bit like StarCraft. You have to be everywhere and you have to take good decisions at the same time. Plus, you need to have a good build order. So it's a bit of everything that you need to be good at. On other maps, you don't need mechanics as much. So I just like to have a mechanic battle, and that's a bit different than other maps. And moving out is very special, right? You play the land, you play the small island with towers, and you play on water too. So I don't know, I just like this map. I know for some people it's not the best because demolition ship tends to be pretty hard to micro against. But if you play very well, it's funny, I think.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview, Marine Lord. Going
Thanks.
up into the next set that you'll be having ahead of you, you're going to be facing off either against Anan again or against Beasty. What are your expectations for this set?
I'm not sure, honestly. I think it's hard to say. I think Anan played okay today. So if he plays like that tomorrow, I don't think he's gonna lose necessarily. I think Beasty played very bad today, and Vortex very bad too. But I think he played way better the past few weeks. I think Beasty is really hit or miss. I think in the group stage he was terrible. I think in today's game he was not playing good. But before that, I think in like quarterfinal, semifinal, I think he played decently. So I think he's either in a good day or in a bad day. And if he's in a good day, he might win. If he's not, he might lose to Anan Chad.
All right, so we'll definitely have to be on the lookout whether BC is going to be a hit or miss tomorrow. Thank you so much for the interview, Marine Lord. Once again,
Yeah,
congratulations, and we'll be seeing more of you tomorrow for sure.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, welcome back, Tim. Hope you have. I hope the place where we sent you wasn't too dark.
It's scary over there. There's everything and nothing all at the same time being in the abyss. But today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be wrapping it up. Thank you guys so much for watching us. Thank you guys for being very entertaining as a chat. You definitely keep me entertained while we're casting throughout these games. And thank you, Crackety, for being the best co-caster a guy could ask for. Please do me a favor and go ahead over to twitch.tv/Crackety here for some really good top-tier professional gameplay and a lot of good fun.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Likewise. We now indeed going to be wrapping it up, but we will be sending you guys over to Rising Empires because they got a show match at the moment going on to promote one of their events. It's a nice little LAN event, actually. It's going to be happening on March, so definitely make sure that you do check that out. It's going to be the Garrison. Definitely something to check out. We'll be sending you guys over. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope, no, not just hope, we better see you guys tomorrow because there's going to be so much action going on. You be there or I'll find you.
Show up!
I'll go up. I'll go to your house. You be there.